Chapter 581. Xiao Chun did not feel any excitement from defeating a super genius. He also did not feel that there was anything wrong with his attack. In his eyes, these super sex, peerless geniuses, and all the other halos were not worth mentioning. They were just so. As Xiao Chun looked at Lu Xiaoyun on the ground, he did not feel that Chu Xiaoyun's attack was ruthless or not. It was just the most suitable move at that moment. Every time Lu Xiaoyun was knocked back, his strength would increase by 10%. If this continued, no one knew when it would end. Perhaps the next time Lu Xiaoyun would be able to truly threaten Chu Xiaoyun. The victor of this match would be someone else. Crippling Lu Xiaoyun's limbs was undoubtedly the best solution. Furthermore, by then, Lu Xiaoyun would have already formed a habit. Every time Chu Xiaoyun gave Lu Xiaoyun a chance to get up, he did not attack when Lu Xiaoyun got up. This gave Lu Xiaoyun the impression that Xiao Chun would not attack him while he was getting up. Perhaps Lu Xiaoyun did not have the ability to do so and did not dare to fight in close combat. Who knew, Chu Xiaoyun did not only have the ability to do so, but he also had the courage to do so. With such courage, the right opportunity, and the right way to make a move, everything seemed to make sense. The Sun Moon Sword Sect's disciple, who was also a genius of the Sword Dao, looked up angrily at the extremely dissatisfied Lu Xiaoyun. He could not help but sigh in his heart. He muttered to himself, "I have to remember this lesson. I cannot let my guard down at any time. I cannot underestimate any newcomer." Li Daoxian, the scion of the 8 noble clans famous for his spear techniques, smiled coldly and said, "If he had used his full strength earlier, he would not have ended up like this." Lu Xiaoyun overestimated himself. Bai Qi, who was not far away, felt the same way. In the end, Lu Xiaoyun completely lost his composure. He could not even deal with the battle before him, yet he still wanted to save some strength to deal with Xianyuan Zhantian. Sima Lingxian, who was in the seated spectator stands, could not even be bothered to look at Lu Xiaoyun. He spat out coldly, "Trash." After the referee announced the result of the match, the drifting snow sword sex people immediately came and carried Lu Xiaoyun off. When the Misty Sword Sex sect master saw Chu Xiaoyun slowly walking over, he smiled like a flower. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Zhangqi complacently. The surrounding elders were all very happy. Even Lu Xiaoyun, who was in the top 10, had been defeated by Chu Xiaoyun. Did that not mean that the sword sect had the qualifications to fight for the top 10 as well? How incredible! Unexpectedly, 2 dark horses appeared in the tiny Great Qin nation. First, Xiao Chun defeated Gong Yangyu. Now Chu Xiaoyun defeated Lu Xiaoyun. This is too much of a coincidence. That Lu Xiaoyun is really depressed. He was filled with lofty aspirations and wanted to challenge Xianyuan Zhantian. Who knew, before he could even meet Xianyuan Zhantian, he would be defeated. The most important thing is that Lu Xiaoyun lost so miserably, losing all his face. He could not even stand up and was beaten up like a dead dog. The new talents of this round are indeed too strong. The age of geniuses is indeed full of heroes. First, there is Xianyuan Zhantian, who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian. Then there is Xiao Chun and Chu Xiaoyun. Now there is Lin Fei and the others. After all, this was just a competition. The victor was king. Chu Xiaoyun won fairly and openly. No one would slander him. They only sighed. The speed at which the new talents of the younger generation rose was too fast. In this age of geniuses, several veteran experts would lose their reputation if they were not careful. They would be used as a stepping stone for the newcomers, allowing them to soar into the sky and become famous everywhere. Stars twinkled, heroes emerged. If the competition was not cruel and intense, it would not be the age of geniuses. The competition continued. After that, the scions of the 8 noble clans, aside from Sima Lingxian, went up one by one. This gave the crowd a taste of Emperor Wu's elegance. The scion of the Li clan, who was famous for his spear techniques, was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. As he brandished his spear, it sounded like a berserk dragon roaring. Just the vast state of water made everyone feel boundless. The scion of the Wang clan, Wang Quan, who was good at using the whip, wielded a black whip. It moved unpredictably, changing in many ways. It was both hard and soft. With just one whip, it left a deep mark on the wind cloud platform. There was also the scion of the Baiming clan, Baiming Shang, who was unrivaled in palm techniques. Even the evil moon pavilions by Jean could not last more than 5 moves against him. After they went up, they were all unrivaled. In this second round of elimination, they did not meet any opponents who could defeat them. The strength that they displayed suppressed the limelight of the 2 new talents, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun. However, the most eye-catching was the Bai clan's Bai Qi. The exquisite saber techniques that he displayed could be described as superb. As the runner-up of the previous 5-nation youth competition, one could clearly feel that his aura was stronger than the other scions of the noble clans. The only regret was that while all the cultivators wanted to see the true appearance of the 4-season saber technique, no one had been able to force Bai Qi to such a degree. This also proved Bai Qi's strength. Even without using the 4-season saber technique, he was already so strong. If he used the 4-season saber technique, he would be even more powerful. Many experts went up one by one. There were all sorts of exciting battles and wondrous martial techniques. This broadened the horizons of several cultivators, making this trip worthwhile. However, there were also people who stood out from the crowd. Their fame spread far and wide. Furthermore, they kept on winning, gaining even more attention than the scions. Naturally, that person was Kim Tae-ho. Along the way, this fellow relied on his coffin lid and all sorts of shameless moves. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain consecutive victories as a mere peak superior grade martial king. Xiao Chun became an anomaly in this 5-nation youth competition, surprising everyone. That coffin lid also caused the dissatisfaction of several participants. They felt that it was an offensive secret treasure. In the end, the city lord personally came out to inspect it and verified that it was not an offensive secret treasure. Only then did the crowd calm down. Later on, when Xiao Chun met with scions that he clearly could not defeat, Fatso laughed loudly and waved his hand, choosing to forfeit. This made several participants who wanted to see him get beaten up extremely angry. They cursed Fatso for being shameless. For now, no matter how shameless Fatso was, there was another match on the Wind Cloud platform that everyone had been anticipating for a long time. The match between Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue was finally about to begin. In an instant, all the gazes in the spectator stands focused on the dueling ring for Group 7, watching the 2 valiant and formidable-looking girls. The duels in the other dueling rings were much dimmer. Even the matches of the scions did not attract much attention. The reason for this was because the 2 girls in the dueling ring were simply too dazzling. Aside from their outstanding strength, they were also very beautiful. That was why they attracted everyone's attention. In this brilliant 5-nation youth competition, it was very rare to see a girl. Since ancient times, people had always believed that fighting was a matter for men. However, Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue overturned this view. Women were not inferior to men. Even several of the male participants could not compare to them. They could only chase after the 2 of them from afar. These 2 women both cultivated fist techniques, both had peerlessly beautiful appearances, and both were shockingly talented. Everyone was very curious about who was stronger and who was weaker. The Haotian sex Yu Chenxi was only ranked within the top 30 in the previous 5-nation youth competition. However, he rose up strongly in this 5-nation youth competition. In the intense preliminaries, Yu Chenxi had pushed out the Nangong noble clan's Nangong Ziyue and obtained the seated spot, catching everyone's attention. Given Nangong Ziyue's pride as a noble clan disciple, she would definitely not let such a thing happen. She would definitely think of a way to reclaim the glory that belonged to her. Nangong Ziyue and Yu Chenxi would definitely have to fight. Now, the 2 of them finally stood together on the Wind Cloud platform. In a corner of the arena, Nangong Ziyue looked at the graceful and beautiful Yu Chenxi. She said calmly, "Bring out your full strength. Otherwise, you will lose very quickly. I did not even bring out half of my strength in the preliminaries." Yu Chenxi smiled gently and retorted, "That will depend on whether you have the ability or not. Should I tell you that I did not even bring out 40% of my strength?" There was no point in saying anything more. Naturally, a verbal exchange would not determine who was the true victor. Fight! Nangong Ziyue did not say anything. After she assumed the stance of the immortal mountains and rivers fist, she immediately flew towards Yu Chenxi. As Nangong Ziyue moved, the sound of flowing water could be heard. The mountains around her rose and fell, layered over each other. In the blink of an eye, she materialized the power of mountains and rivers as she punched. When Nangong Ziyue punched, the mountains did not move and the water did not flow. The power of mountains and rivers gathered on her fist. Combined with her essence, she punched the air and the vast wind cloud platform trembled. The sound of Nangong Ziyue's fist was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Yu Chenxi took a step forward with his right foot and clenched his right fist tightly. He had a cautious expression on his pretty face. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate this punch. However, Yu Chenxi did not show any fear. When he faced this punch that caused even space to tremble, he sent out a punch as well. The instant the two fists clashed, Nangong Ziyue's power of mountains and rivers pressed over without holding anything back. In that instant, the mountains rose and fell, and the water flowed rapidly. A boundless power surged over. Explode! With a shout, Yu Chenxi's slightly sunken body suddenly stood up. A dazzling light burst out from his fist. That light was resplendent and dazzling, like the morning sun breaking through the darkness of dawn. The light spread far and wide, illuminating the mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers. Layers upon layers of mountain peaks were instantly covered in golden light. Even the rapidly flowing water was sparkling under the light. When Bai Mingxiang, who had doubted Yu Chenxi's strength earlier, saw this scene, he was somewhat astonished. He said, "What boldness! Others break this state of mountains and rivers with a single point. This Yu Chenxi actually wants to destroy the entire state of mountains and rivers in one breath, thoroughly defeating Nangong Ziyue." Bang! Bang! The two boundless punches clashed intensely at this moment. The entire wind cloud platform trembled uncontrollably. The surrounding wind cloud barrier rippled continuously, neutralizing the impact of the shock waves. One side used the power of mountains and rivers, while the other used the power of the rising sun. Neither was an ordinary state. There were differences in power as well. For example, one person used the power of a river, while the other used the power of an ocean. It was clear whose state was stronger. However, the larger the state, the harder it was to grasp it perfectly. The harder it was to control it, the more openings there would be. It was a great test of a cultivator's talent. Chapter 582. Without sufficient talent and strength to control the vast ocean, one might not even be able to deal with a cultivator who used a small pool. This was because other people's states were perfect, but one state was full of flaws. If one clashed head-on, one state would immediately crumble. Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue were clearly super geniuses. Their states were grand and imposing. However, they were very familiar with controlling them. There were no obvious flaws. Light exploded, mountains moved up and down, and waves roared ferociously. Soon the two exchanged hundreds of moves. The huge energy fluctuations caused cracks to appear on the wind cloud platform, leaking out strands of dragon qi. Every punch of Nangong Ziyue's carried the momentum of the entire state of mountains and rivers. When she punched, it was like an entire mountain range pressing down. Yu Chenxi did not back down at all. She executed the morning sun incantation to its limits. Clouds and mist spread out. Every punch gave off a bright light, knocking back the mountains pressing over. The strong state of clouds and state of light complemented each other. When combined with the morning sun fist, it was boundlessly ferocious, not losing to the other party's state of mountains and rivers. When the cultivators in the spectator stand saw this, they sighed in admiration. Unexpectedly, the strength that these two pretty and charming girls could erupt with was so strong. That kind of shocking strength made many male cultivators sigh in admiration. This is too horrifying. Just one punch is already so strong. I'm afraid I can only receive 3 punches at most. Haha. Keep bragging. If you really use your fist to receive them, I guarantee that you will not even be able to receive half a punch. Those are all great states. That's right. In terms of strength, the mountains and rivers are immortal, and the morning sun breaks. They are sufficient to rank in the top 5 of all the participants. As the crowd discussed, the competition on the platform became even more intense. Dragon qi spread out, and dragon roars resounded without end. Yu Chenxi had already turned the situation around, taking the initiative. As the morning sun shone down, a rainbow bridge appeared in the sky. She stood on the rainbow bridge, moving gracefully like a fairy from the heavens. Clouds lingered behind her. When she punched out, there would always be a light breaking through the clouds. Golden fist winds rained down on Nangong Ziyue, who was on the ground. Walala! The water flowed without a trace, and the mountains and rivers flowed leisurely for thousands of kilometers. Nangong Ziyue's tight purple robes could not hide her exquisite figure as she walked among the mountains and rivers. Looking at the lush green scenery of the mountains, listening to the graceful murmur of the flowing water, walking between the mountains and rivers, one's heart was as calm as still water, and the fist peak also became reserved. The golden light that descended from the sky shattered one by one. Specks of light fell and disappeared along with the flowing water. But this momentary silence was not for the sake of eternal silence, but for the sake of a momentary eruption. At that time the mountains would dance, the rivers would roar, and the mountains and rivers would remain immortal for all eternity. After another 100 moves, Nangong Ziyue shouted ferociously. The calm flowing water and the peaceful mountains suddenly moved. Bang bang bang. The flowing water roared, and pillars of water shot into the sky. The mountains danced, shaking the heavens and the earth, and the universe was overturned. Carrying this boundless aura, Nangong Ziyue soared into the sky amidst the mysterious phenomenon of the water pillars filling the sky. Then she flew towards Yuchensi, who was shrouded in clouds, on the heavenly bridge. Kasie! Kasie! Before Nangong Ziyue arrived, before the fist wind arrived, her aura already shattered the 7-colored bridge in the sky, turning it into beams of multicolored light that scattered down. One punch as a mountain, one punch as a river. The mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers will remain immortal for all eternity. The seas and the surroundings will exist for me alone. Nangong Ziyue's tyrannical aura that had flashed in the past appeared again, looking proud and arrogant. Amid the clouds, Yuchensi smiled gently. He completely activated the morning sun incantation, which had been raised to the 13th layer by the daybreak flower. Shio! In that instant the entire sky suddenly turned dark. Night fell, and the surging darkness was boundless. At this moment time seemed to slow down. Every move of Nangong Ziyue's extremely fast punch became very clear to the eyes of the crowd. After some time, perhaps it was an instant, perhaps it was 100 years, the morning sun leaped up from the east. In an instant it gave off a bright light, and the entire world turned bright again. In contrast to the dark night, the morning sun appeared even more dazzling, boundlessly resplendent. The state of the morning sun breaking. Only after experiencing true darkness and rising from the ashes could the state of the morning sun become perfect and flawless. Only then could it shine bright light over thousands of kilometers of mountains and rivers. Under the fiery red morning sun, the instant the final trace of darkness was torn apart, the elegant Yuchensi clashed with Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers fist. Boom! 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 The instant the fists clashed, the tall mountains behind Nangong Ziyue collapsed. The never-ending flowing water also formed a whirlpool with this punch, completely stopping. The mountains shattered, the water broke, and the mountains and rivers came to an end. Nangong Ziyue vomited a mouthful of blood. Her tyrannical aura that looked proud and arrogant vanished under the illumination of the morning sun. Only now did Nangong Ziyue reveal the frailty of a little girl. She fell to the ground like a willow catkin. Dragon chi spread across the vast wind cloud platform, and dragon roars resounded without end. Although the morning sun in the sky had already dimmed significantly, it still rose proudly, shining its light in all directions. Yuchensi gently waved his hand, and the dim morning sun behind him immediately scattered. Then, he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and slowly floated down. The cracks on the wind cloud platform on the ground slowly healed. As the dragon chi dissipated, the dragon roars also slowly disappeared. The pale Nangong Ziyue looked at Yuchensi and said softly, "You won. It is indeed not a coincidence that you managed to snatch away my seated spot. Can I ask, how much of your strength did you bring out?" Nangong Ziyue's question was clearly the question of several people. The other scions of the 8 noble clans all perked up their ears and looked over. Xiao Chun had defeated Nangong Ziyue. The 8 noble clans' history of monopolizing the top 8 spots of the 5-nation youth competition would be broken. The strength that Yuchensi displayed was already a threat to them. After all, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun had only defeated the disciples of the 10 great sections. However, Yuchensi had defeated Nangong Ziyue. In terms of results, Yuchensi was better than Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun. Hence he attracted more attention. Yu Qinzi was not pretentious. She did not have any grudges with Nangong Ziyue. Furthermore, they were both female cultivators. They both admired each other's strength, so she directly told Nangong Ziyue. However, Yu Qinzi used her essence and projected her voice. She only told Nangong Ziyue, disappointing the others. When Nangong Ziyue heard that, she smiled beautifully and left the wind cloud platform alone. Senior brother Xiaochan. How much of Yu Qinzi's strength do you think he used? Lu Suifeng, who was beside Xiaochan, asked out of curiosity. It was not just Lu Suifeng. All the spectating cultivators were discussing this topic. However, they did not dare to come to a conclusion. Some said that Yu Qinzi only used 60%. This was because Nangong Ziyue had been utterly defeated. Even though her immortal mountains and rivers technique had shattered, the rising sun did not scatter. There were also some who said that Yu Qinzi used her full strength. This was because the immortal mountains and rivers fist was so mighty. How could she only use 60% of her strength? Xiaochan had his own judgment. He muttered, about 80%. Their strengths are actually about the same. If Yu Qinzi had only used 60% of his strength, she would have been severely injured in the earlier hundreds of moves. She was able to obtain victory mostly because of her advantage in states. In the end, Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers technique is not perfect. However, Yu Qinzi's rising sun technique is infinitely close to perfection. Lu Suifeng nodded, not fully understanding. Then he asked, infinitely close to perfection? What do you mean? Glancing at Yu Qinzi, Xiaochan organized his thoughts. Then he said, it is just a personal feeling of mine. I feel that it lacks the taste of nature like it was sculpted by someone. However, to most people it is no different from perfection. When Xiaochan looked at Yu Qinzi noticed him as well. Yu Qinzi smiled faintly and projected her voice. Xiaochan, I will be waiting for you in the ranking battles. I hope that you can make me use my full strength this time. Xiaochan projected his voice as well and replied with a smile. Don't worry. I will not disappoint you. As the first person to defeat a noble clan disciple in the past few five-nation youth competitions, Yu Qinzi immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone predicted that Yu Qinzi had the strength to fight for the top 5, that she would be the greatest dark horse in this five-nation youth competition. Even Xiaochan and Chu Chaoyun could not catch up to her. Every generation had its own talents. Be it Xiaochan, Chu Chaoyun or Yu Qinzi, they all proved this saying very well. This made this five-nation youth competition filled with vigor and added a lot of excitement. After all, if the same people kept winning, the competition would become boring. The city lord's residents, the organizers of the competition, were very satisfied with the performances of the contestants. The influence of the five-nation youth competition would only grow if the competition was filled with surprises and surprises. At this point in the second round of elimination, there were not many matches that could excite the crowd. After all, the seeded contestants were separated. There would not be too many strong matches. However, the match between Xinyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun was regrettable. Chu Chaoyun and Xinyuan Zhantian exchanged 10 moves each before tacitly deciding to end in a draw. However, when one thought about it, it was understandable. Before the true ranking matches, the difference in strength between the two was not large. If they really fought, they might have to use up all their trump cards. At that time, when they faced the other heirs, they would lose a lot of their advantage. Next match, Xiaochan versus Lin Fei. Amidst this dull competition, the referee's voice, which was neither too loud nor too soft, immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of people. Their gazes were cast onto the dueling ring of Group 5. Xiaochan and Lin Fei are both on the newcomer ranking list. Furthermore, they have not tasted defeat yet. Given Lin Fei's character, he will definitely not end the match tacitly. That is natural. Ever since Xiaochan defeated Gong Yangyu, his popularity has surpassed Lin Fei's. He has probably been suppressing his anger for a long time. Lin Fei's strength is also somewhat unfathomable. Practically no one can truly block that Earth Vein Saber technique. No one knows if he has any other trump cards. Chu Chaoyun and Xinyuan Zhantian are tied. In that case, their consecutive victories have come to an end. The only newcomers who still have consecutive victories are these two. Chapter 583. This match will definitely be very exciting. Both of them are expert bladesmen. Furthermore, they are both newcomers. Both of them have a winning streak. There are too many things to watch. In this relatively uninteresting match, before the match between Xiao Qian and Lin Fei even started, many people started discussing it. Lin Fei had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As the others said, he had been suppressing a fire in his heart. After the referee announced the match, Lin Fei pushed off the ground and landed in the arena. Xiao Qian, don't think that just because you defeated Gong Yangyu, you can suppress me. Your winning streak will end here. When Lin Fei saw Xiao Qian enter the arena, he smiled disdainfully and purposely teased him. Xiao Qian remained unmoved. He said calmly, just make your move. Let's see who will end whose winning streak. Lin Fei's earth vein saber technique was unpredictable. It was indeed difficult to deal with. However, it was as Xiao Qian said earlier. If Xiao Qian wanted to use a surprise move to obtain victory, he could not keep going down this path. After using the earth vein saber technique too many times, it was no longer a surprise move. Haha. In that case, hold your saber tightly. I'm coming. Lin Fei smiled gently, and his aura suddenly changed. His gaze became as sharp as a saber as he quickly flew towards Xiao Qian. It had to be said that Lin Fei was indeed a brash person. However, when he entered a state of combat, his initial disdain and anxiety immediately vanished. If someone was confused by the aura Lin Fei displayed, they would be at a disadvantage. Chi. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. His body was like a solitary sharp treasured saber. The formless wind in front of him was sliced in half like a piece of paper. When Lin Fei was 10 meters away from Xiao Qian, everyone thought that he would attack Xiao Qian head-on or circle around to attack Xiao Qian. Suddenly, Lin Fei's upper body fell down. If it were an ordinary person, they would think that he tripped over something. Naturally, the cultivators did not think so. Lin Fei had suddenly changed his move. His entire body was on the ground, and at some point, he had already drawn his saber. The edge of the saber flickered with a cold light. His entire body flew towards Xiao Qian at an extremely fast speed. The tip of his saber was pointed at Xiao Qian's knees. How unexpected! To think that Lin Fei would actually attack in such a manner. Furthermore, he was able to change his attack in such a short period of time. Most importantly, his movements are flawless. It's as smooth as flowing water. It's obvious that he's practiced it countless times. It looks like it was no coincidence that Lin Fei was able to reach his current level. Many martial artists on the platform exclaimed. If they were to face such a situation, it was very likely that they would be caught off guard and would lose their combat strength. Even if Xiao Qian reacted quickly and dodged Lin Fei's attack, he would immediately lose the initiative and be forced to defend. How would Xiao Qian respond? When many people face such a move, their first reaction would be to retreat. This was because the lower body of a cultivator was the hardest to defend. Furthermore, Lin Fei's attack was very fast and unexpected. It would be even more troublesome to block. Hence, retreating was the best option. Even if they lost the initiative, there was nothing they could do. However, Xiao Qian did not retreat. This was because he did not need to retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qian moved. He held the sheathed lunar shadow saber in his left hand, and used the tip of the scabbard to chop at Lin Fei's wrist. The tip of the scabbard pointed downwards. Its speed was extremely fast, giving off a piercing sonic boom. If Lin Fei's wrist paused for a moment longer, the scabbard would pierce through his wrist. Relying on the speed of his attack, Xiao Qian reacted first despite making a move later. He immediately negated Lin Fei's unexpected attack, and placed his opponent in an awkward position. If Xiao Qian's saber moved forward another step, he would be able to kill this strong opponent until he lost his combat strength. This was a great temptation. However, if Xiao Qian was too slow, his wrist would be pierced, and he would lose his combat strength. Victory or defeat was decided by a single thought. A simple move was enough to shake people to the core. This move of Xiao Qian's was to compete in speed with Lin Fei. He did not say anything, only asking if Lin Fei dared to compete. Did Lin Fei have the courage to compete? If you were faster, you would win, becoming the center of attention. If you were slower, you would immediately fall into the abyss. You would end up like Lu Xiaoyun in a sorry state, losing all face. The huge contrast challenged Lin Fei's mental state. If Lin Fei's mental state was weaker, it would severely affect his performance in such a torturous situation. If he hesitated, he would not even have the chance to make a decision. He would be defeated. After seeing Xiao Chun and Gong Yongyu's fight, Lin Fei knew how fast Xiao Chun was. Hence he retreated. In the end, he did not dare to compete in speed with Xiao Chun. Lin Fei slapped the ground with his left hand and stood up again. His sneak attack failed and he lost the initiative. He had to quickly pull away from Xiao Chun. Lin Fei had an unsightly expression as he quickly thought to himself. Bang! There was a loud sound as the tip of Xiao Chun's scabbard crashed into the wind cloud platform. Then it sank in by 3 centimeters. The force was so great that it flabbergasted everyone. The most terrifying thing was that even with such a great force, the wind cloud platform did not crack. The force did not leak out at all. Everyone was horrified. If Lin Fei had not retreated, this move might have chopped off his palm. Shoo! A lightning-like saber light flickered. After Xiao Chun stabbed the scabbard into the platform, he did not pause at all. He immediately drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at Lin Fei with both hands. Taking advantage of your weakness had always been Xiao Chen's style. Now that the other party had lost the initiative, this was the best opportunity to make a move. Xiao Chun did not make a move yet. When he made a move, he had to do it with the force of a thunderbolt, injuring or crippling his opponent. Lin Fei had just stood up and did not have the time to put some distance between them. When he faced this thunderous saber strike, he could only place his left hand on the saber and hold it across his chest to defend passively. Dang! A huge force crashed into Lin Fei's saber. It was like a mountain of thunder pressing down. Lin Fei did not even have time to react. He vomited a mouthful of blood and shot back like a cannonball, crashing into the wind cloud barrier. The huge rebound caused Lin Fei to fall to the ground. He vomited another mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. Xiao Chun flew forward, not giving Lin Fei a chance to catch his breath. He executed his state of massacre and state of thunder, not giving Lin Fei a chance to react. He launched an unending barrage of attacks. Dang! 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 When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. Lin Fei struggled to deal with the attacks. He was pushed back repeatedly, and his pale face turned even more unsightly. Every one of Xiao Chen's saber strikes contained vast force. With the support of the two states, the might was even greater, worsening Lin Fei's injuries. If this continued, Lin Fei would definitely lose within 100 moves. Earth Vein Saber Technique. After enduring for a long time, Lin Fei finally grasped an opportunity to execute the consummate technique that made him famous. When Lin Fei blocked Xiao Chen's attacks, a strand of saber chi suddenly shot out from his feet, heading for Xiao Chen's chest. The might of that earth vein saber chi was also very vast. It used the earth as its source of power, and it was no weaker than Lin Fei's full-powered saber strike. Lin Fei did not hope that this strand of saber chi could injure Xiao Chun. He only hoped that it would give him a chance to catch his breath. After being severely injured by Xiao Chen's saber strike, Lin Fei still had no chance to catch his breath. The injuries in his body worsened. If this continued to accumulate, he would not be able to suppress them. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said calmly, "I have been waiting for the earth vein saber technique for a long time." Others might fear this earth vein saber technique, but Xiao Chun had never feared it. Xiao Chun clenched his left hand into a fist and circulated his vital qi. A sharp azure energy gathered on his fist. This was the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, Breaking Armor Fist. Bang! The sharp azure energy clashed with that strand of saber chi. This punch, which had the attribute of breaking armor, immediately shattered that strand of saber chi, turning it into nothing. Of course, the might of the breaking armor fist was completely nullified. As Xiao Chun attacked with his left hand, he did not stop holding his saber with his right hand. He swung it gently and sent out an arc-light chop. Another wound appeared on Lin Fei's body. His body was sent flying several times by the lightning currents that exploded from the arcs of light. "You are too much. Xiao Chun, you have angered me." From the start of the competition until now, Lin Fei had been suppressed from the start. The earth vein saber technique that he was famous for was instantly broken by his opponent. Lin Fei could no longer hold back the rage in his heart. He shouted, and his 3-meter-long saber hummed. A sharp saber intent spread out from the saber. Lin Fei said calmly, "Originally, I was only planning to use it in the ranking matches. Xiao Chun, you should feel honored that you managed to force me to use my saber intent." The cultivators in the spectator stands were immediately astonished. They had not expected Lin Fei to have hidden himself so deeply. He had actually comprehended saber intent, the most difficult thing for a bladesman to comprehend. Furthermore, he had not used it yet. This time Xiao Chun is in trouble. With the support of saber intent, the might of a bladesman's martial technique will increase by at least 50%. Looking at Lin Fei's saber intent, it should have reached 20% as well. It is only slightly weaker than Bai Qi's. Furthermore, they are both bladesmen. If one side has saber intent and the other does not, the difference will be even more obvious. Indeed, a swordsman can use sword intent to block. What can a bladesman use to block? A cultivator in the spectator stand sighed softly. Saber intent was hard to comprehend. Once one comprehended it, one would gain boundless might. This was already a publicly acknowledged fact in the world of cultivators. The situation was probably going to turn around soon. Withering grass and trees. Lin Fei roared ferociously and executed his trump card martial technique. A desolate aura spread out from the saber's edge, making everyone feel the heavy aura of death. If there were any flowers or trees here, the power of this saber strike would definitely cause them to wither quickly. With the support of saber intent, the might of this move increased explosively. It contained the power to wither everything. This time Lin Fei took the initiative to attack, hoping to turn the situation around in one move. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Saber intent? I seem to know it as well." Wang. The long pitch-black lunar shadow saber trembled uncontrollably. A saber intent that was even stronger than Lin Fei's spread out wildly from the saber's edge. The strong saber intent pierced through the wind cloud barrier, causing the bladesmen nearby to feel fear. The sabers in their hands trembled as well. This is a peak small perfection saber intent. It is on par with Bai Qi's saber intent. This is too shocking. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun comprehended saber intent as well. Furthermore, it is much stronger than Lin Fei's. Chapter 584. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they suddenly discovered that they could not see through Xiao Chun's strength at all. A strong wind blew and clouds churned, quickly gathering above Xiao Chun's head. This was the starting move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, gathering wind and clouds. As the wind blew, the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. As the wind blew and clouds churned, Xiao Chun took a step forward and swept his saber with an even stronger aura. Puxi. Puxi. The saber intent that Lin Fei was so proud of as his trump card crumbled before Xiao Chun's even stronger saber intent. Even the state of withering plants crumbled. Before the saber blade could touch Xiao Chun, the aura of Xiao Chun's saber shattered it. Dang! A melodious sound rang out, and the saber in Lin Fei's hand fell. A vast and unblockable force knocked Lin Fei into the air. When Lin Fei crashed into the wind cloud barrier, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The suppressed injuries in his body instantly erupted, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up again. How can this be? You actually comprehended saber intent as well. As Lin Fei looked at Xiao Chun, whose clothes fluttered in the wind and clouds, and whose aura was wild and unruly, heavy shock filled his eyes. He had not expected such an ending. Xiao Chun wins. You gain 2 points. The referee on the platform looked at Xiao Chun. He felt very curious as well, discovering that he could not see through this youth. Xiao Chun slowly walked to the scabbard in the wind cloud platform. Then he accurately sheathed the lunar shadow saber. His left hand grasped the saber hilt and gently pulled it out. Then he casually left the platform. Roar! The instant Xiao Chun drew the scabbard from the wind cloud platform, a strand of dragon qi immediately came out of the hole. This dragon qi had been suppressed by Xiao Chun's scabbard for too long. The moment it came out, it gave off a resonant dragon roar. This dragon roar was even louder than any of the previous dragon roars from the wind cloud arena. The originally formless dragon chi actually condensed together with this loud dragon roar. Xiao Chun roared ferociously and tore through the wind cloud barrier. Then he soared into the thick, lingering dark clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City. Xiao! The dragon chi tore a hole in the thick, dark clouds, and a dazzling golden light immediately poured down. It descended from the sky and enveloped Xiao Chun, who was walking slowly. The dazzling golden light moved with Xiao Chun. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they all gaped speechless. On the dragon pillar, Sima Lingxian had experienced such a scene as well. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun received such treatment as well. Lin Fei, who had just climbed up from the wind cloud platform, felt dissatisfied when he saw this scene. He said angrily, "Damn it! The golden light enveloping me and everyone's attention is something that I should be enjoying." Bai Qi, who had not truly treated Xiao Chun as an opponent all this while, had a grave expression on his face. Aside from Xinyuan Zhantian, there is one more person in the fight for the top 3. Sima Lingxian, who sat alone in the seated seat with absolute confidence, revealed a strange look in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. Sima Lingxian said softly, "No matter how strong you are destined to be my stepping stone in this 5-nation youth competition. Being in the same generation as me, Sima Lingxian, is your tragedy." When Xiao Chun sat down, the golden light that had been accompanying him slowly disappeared. The hole that the thick dark clouds had broken through started to close up. After this scene, the matches that did not have many exciting matches in the first place became even more lackluster. Aside from the matches of the noble clans, which attracted some attention, no one paid any attention to the other matches. Most of the cultivators in the spectator stand started discussing the geniuses that appeared in the 2 elimination rounds. Actually, in this 5-nation youth competition, there are only 4 true newcomers: Xiao Chun, Chu Chaoyun, Xinyuan Zhantian, and Yu Chenxi. The others can only serve as foils for them. That can't be right. How can Yu Chenxi be counted? She participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Haha, how can she not be counted? She was not outstanding in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In this 5-nation youth competition, she suddenly erupted and defeated Nangong Ziwa. She can definitely be counted as a newcomer. Right, I feel that she can be counted as well. How unfortunate for Lin Fei. If he did not suffer such a miserable defeat in the final match, he could be considered one of the 5 newcomers. Indeed, he is also a peak genius who comprehended saber intent. Unfortunately, he ran into Xiao Chun and lost too miserably. The nearby cultivators discussed fervently. From the very start, they could not stop talking. They were all very fervent. However, they could not be blamed. Compared to the previous 5-nation youth competitions, this one was simply too exciting. There were many geniuses and newcomers. The strength of the veteran experts was still present. There was an intense clash between the old and the new, and everyone could feel it clearly. Geniuses appeared in large numbers. Outstanding talents gathered. This was a great era of geniuses. They could personally witness the arrival of this age of geniuses, the birth of the main character of this age. They could not help but feel excited. The geniuses that appeared might very well become future martial emperors, leaving their names in the annals of history. I feel that these 4 people have the strength to make it into the top 5. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 will be broken. It is too early to say this. The strength of the science is clear for all to see. Which one of them is mediocre? Furthermore, they are all older than them. It is hard to say. That's right. We will only know who is strong and who is weak after they fight. However, this 5-nation youth competition is a feast for my eyes. This trip was not made in vain. Amidst the clamor, the second elimination round slowly came to an end. Today's elimination round was different from the previous one. One could not just leave after fighting. The city lord's residence's people would tally the points and announce the 100 people who qualified to participate in the ranking matches. These 100 people would also enter the True Dragon ranking. When the 5-nation youth competition ended, their names would truly spread throughout the world. Morongchong was clearly nervous. He had a proud and aloof character, so he cared a lot about the True Dragon ranking. He had lost 7 matches in today's elimination round and had 3 draws. He had no idea if he could pass with such results. Yun Kursin looked rather weak. She had been injured in the battle, so she had no choice but to end the competition early. Although she was very optimistic, seeing that the true dragon ranking was about to be announced, she could not help but feel disappointed. Boom! 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 Wind and thunder roared everywhere. The 20 wind cloud platforms quickly merged together, forming 10 even larger wind cloud platforms. Suddenly, a taller and larger wind cloud platform rose in the center of the wind cloud platform. It was clearly different from the others. This wind cloud platform was polygonal, with a total of 10 corners. Each corner had a dragon pillar. The Dragon Sealing City's city lord stood on the wind cloud platform, holding a list of names. He said, "I will now announce the participants who are qualified to participate in the ranking matches. Those whose names are not announced are not selected." As the city lord read out the names, the final suspense was finally revealed. Fortunately, Murongchang's name was among them. Now, there were 2 people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on the wind cloud platform. The city lord only read out 99 names, not the 100th. However, everyone knew that the 100th name was reserved for the first seed, Sima Lingxian. Only he had this honor in 2 consecutive 5-nation youth competitions. The ranking matches will begin in 3 days. At that time the rules will be announced. Go back and have a good rest. 3 days later, in the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in Dragon Sealing City, Zhang Qi said sincerely to the 2 of them, "Murongchang, Xiaochan, the ranking matches are about to begin. There is no need for the 2 of you to feel any psychological burden. For you to reach this step, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion already owes you too much." Xiaochan nodded and said, "We will do our best and leave it to fate. As long as we do our best, Xiaochan will not have any regrets." Murongchang said the same thing. After reaching this step and seeing countless geniuses, Murongchang had become much more mature. Zhang Qi smiled and said, "Let's go then." The Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zongliang, stood on the tallest wind cloud platform surrounded by 10 dragon pillars, and announced the rules of the ranking matches. The ranking matches would not be split into groups. There would be 100 rounds. Every participant would only have to fight 1 match in each round. That way there would be 50 matches in each round. Like the elimination rounds, the ranking matches used a point system. All the participants would start from 0. A win would give them 2 points, a loss would deduct 2 points. The only difference was that there were no draws. There had to be a victor. The purpose of this was to prevent a tacit understanding like in the elimination rounds. Now that the ranking matches were at the end, naturally, the organizers would not allow such a situation to occur. It was impossible to finish 100 rounds in 1 day. Every day, the matches would end before the sky turned dark. By the time the 50 rounds were over, it might take 4 or 5 days. Chapter 585. The rules for this 5-nation rankings are rather interesting. After 100 rounds, every participant will have to display their full strength. They cannot hide their strength. However, the opponents for each round are not decided by drawing lots or by themselves. They are all arranged by the city lord's residence. Haha, that is not a problem. The city lord's residence will definitely not favor any participant. I guess the purpose of doing this is to prevent the super geniuses from meeting each other early. It would be boring for the super geniuses to meet each other so early. It is better to leave some suspense in the competition. Overall, the rules for this 5-nation rankings tournament were very normal. There was nothing new about it, nor was there anything worthy of criticism. The elders of the various sects all expressed no objections. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zongliang continued, "Since there are no objections, let's invite the top 100 participants to come up and prepare for the ceremony to collect luck. After that, the first round of the 5-nation rankings tournament will officially begin." Luck was ethereal and formless. It was hard to grasp. How could it be collected? This was the first time Xiaochun participated in such a ceremony. He was very curious, so he walked up with some anticipation. There were a total of 11 wind cloud arenas. Aside from the tallest wind cloud arena in the middle, there were 10 people standing on each of the other 10 arenas. Zongliang closed his eyes and quickly formed hand seals with his hands. It was an ancient and complicated hand seal. In an instant, his 10 fingers moved more than 100 times. An ancient, dignified, and divine aura spread out from Zhong Liang's body. The tallest arena under his feet started to shake violently. Roar! 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 Below the wind cloud arena, several tens of thousands of meters deep, four desolate dragon roars resounded. The dragon roars were deep and drawn out. Compared to the dragon roars contained in the dragon chi, the difference was like heaven and earth. That ancient and savage aura put a heavy pressure on the 100 participants. Their legs felt as heavy as lead. They could not move a single step. They felt like a huge rock was pressing against their chests, making them feel very uncomfortable. Did I hear wrong? There were actually 4 dragon roars. 4 dragon roars means 4 dragon veins have awakened. Normally, it would be heaven-defying to awaken only 2. The Age of Geniuses truly lives up to its name. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. The participants of this 5-nation youth competition have obtained more than 4 times the luck of previous years. In the spectator stands, there were cultivators who had watched many 5-nation youth competitions. The awakening of the 4 dragon veins represented the beginning of the Age of Geniuses. In the future, a martial emperor would be born. In the previous Age of Geniuses, the Thunder King Sangmu appeared. He was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tianwu Emperor. Who knew what kind of powerful character would appear this time? The dragon roar stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. Thunder rumbled one after another, and the atmosphere of the entire place became oppressive and heavy. Shio! The instant the thunder stopped, 100 holes appeared in the thick clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City. 100 golden pillars of light descended from the sky and enveloped all the participants of the ranking battles. Drip a drop of blood on the jade pendant at your waists, and the ceremony will be complete. The 4 dragon veins will awaken. How much luck you can collect will depend on your ability, Zhong Liang said weakly. When Xiao Chun heard this, he removed the dragon-shaped jade pendant at his waist. The little golden dragon swam around happily in the transparent jade pendant. Xiao Chun pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood. The blood seeped into the jade pendant and entered the body of the little golden dragon. Pooh! Xiao Chun felt that his soul and mind seemed to be connected to the little dragon. That little dragon seemed to have become his incarnation. Furthermore, he seemed to have established a weak connection with some kind of majestic existence. He could not explain what it was. The ranking battles took place in the same arena. After the ceremony ended, 4 referees walked onto the tall arena surrounded by 10 dragon pillars. The first match of the first round of the ranking battles begins. Wang Quan vs. Lin Fei. Wang Quan was the scion of the Wang clan, one of the 8 noble clans. He was ranked 6th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was a true giant of the younger generation. The weapon he used was the rather troublesome Dragon Fiend Whip. The Dragon Fiend Whip was said to have been made by an expert of the Wang clan's ancestral generation. They killed a fiend dragon in the Kunlun realm and used the bones on its back to make it. Then, they gave it to the younger generation of the Wang clan to use. Lin Fei was one of the experts on the newcomer ranking list. His earth vein saber technique was unfathomable. What was even rarer was that he comprehended saber intent to 20%. Although Lin Fei lost to Xiao Chun, no one could deny his strength. Everyone guessed that although he could not defeat Wang Quan, he could still hold his own. As long as Lin Fei could hold his own, he could continue fighting. Even if he could not obtain victory, fighting with an expert would allow him to gain some comprehension and raise his cultivation. Wang Quan sheathed the Dragon Fiend Whip at his waist and looked at Lin Fei with a relaxed expression. He smiled and said, "You are Lin Fei? I have noticed you. I have long wanted to try out your earth vein saber technique. Make your move." Wang Quan's small matter upset Lin Fei. He said, "Don't act like victory is already in your grasp. Be careful of failing miserably in an easy task." "Haha. In that case, let me see how you are going to make me fail miserably in an easy task." Wang Quan smiled faintly. He did not think much of it. Lin Fei's fight with Xiao Chun had thoroughly exposed his strength. Wang Quan did not feel any pressure when facing Lin Fei. If not for him being excited to see how strange the earth vein saber technique was, he would not even be bothered to say anything to Lin Fei. Wang. Lin Fei drew his saber. He had no intention of hiding his strength when facing Wang Quan. The moment he made his move, he brought out his saber intent. A strand of saber chi shot out from Lin Fei's feet. His figure flickered and arrived before Wang Quan, hacking down with his saber. With the support of saber intent, the 6-meter-long saber light spat out a cold light, looking very mighty. Wang Quan did not rush to clash head-on with his opponent. He pushed off the ground and dodged the other party's saber light. During the 10 moves, Wang Quan dodged all the time. He did not intend to make a move, moving around the saber lights that Lin Fei sent out. Earth Vein Saber Technique. After forcing Wang Quan back with another move, Lin Fei finally executed the Earth Vein Saber Technique. The saber chi that came from the ground and the saber light on the saber attacked his opponent at the same time. Chi! Even though Wang Quan had anticipated this and did his best to dodge, the saber chi that came from the ground still tore a hole in his robes. If not for Lin Fei's movement technique, this saber strike would have injured Wang Quan. Not bad, continue. A strange look flashed in Wang Quan's eyes as he smiled gently. Seeing that Wang Quan still had no intention of drawing out the Dragon Fiend Whip, Lin Fei became completely enraged. He combined his saber intent and executed the Earth Vein Saber Technique to its limits. Immediately, saber lights flew everywhere, kicking up strong winds and howling winds. Lin Fei's unpredictable saber techniques were like a phantom. Wang Quan was surrounded by danger, like a leaf in the wind. It seemed like the saber chi could injure him at any moment. After another 10 moves, Wang Quan shook his head slightly. He thought to himself, the Earth Vein Saber Technique is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, Lin Fei has not comprehended the state of Earth and cannot bring out its full might. Wang Quan lost interest in the Earth Vein Saber Technique. He grasped the Dragon Fiend Whip at his waist and said softly, "The game is over. You can be defeated now." Wang Quan pulled his right hand up, and the Dragon Fiend Whip coiled around him, encasing him within. Then it turned into intense wind blades flying in all directions. The instant the storm appeared, Lin Fei's saber technique stopped. He was preparing to use the Earth Vein Saber Technique again. However, before he could react, the saber technique that he had stored up was scattered. Wang Quan grasped Lin Fei's rhythm. When he attacked, he disrupted Lin Fei's saber technique. Wang Quan shook his wrist, and the Dragon Fiend Whip, which had coiled around him, changed its direction and flew towards Lin Fei's chest. At this moment, Wang Quan's aura completely changed. The smile on his face vanished, and his gaze became as sinister as a venomous snake's, devoid of any emotion. A strong aura burst out and completely suppressed Lin Fei's aura. Lin Fei, who had just disrupted Lin Fei's saber technique, saw the whip flying at him like a ferocious dragon. He could not help but be distracted for a moment. Kasie. By the time Lin Fei reacted, the whip had already sent him tumbling through the air. When he landed on the ground, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Several of his ribs had been broken. The jade pendant at Lin Fei's waist immediately shot out a strand of golden light and entered Wang Quan's jade pendant. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant dimmed slightly. As for the little golden dragon in Wang Quan's jade pendant, its luster became much denser. When Xiao Chun saw this inconceivable scene, a grave look flashed in his eyes. He asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" The first elder Jiang Qi explained, "This is possession. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant is the luck that you obtain from the dragon vein. Every time you defeat someone, you can forcefully possess a trace of the other party's luck. When it accumulates to a certain level, the golden dragon will break out of the jade pendant. At that time, the competition for luck will be even more intense." Xiao Chun said in understanding, "Indeed, that is the case. No wonder the city lord said that how much luck you obtain depends on your ability." Such a forceful possession was extremely cruel to those who were weaker. The natural law of survival of the fittest was clearly displayed at this moment. Xiao Chun sighed. He thought to himself, the best of times, the worst of times. In the end, the age of geniuses is just the stage for the strong. The weak can only become the stepping stones for the strong, allowing them to go further and higher. The competition continued. There were 50 matches in each round. Everyone had one chance to fight. This time it was Bai Qi's turn to fight. His opponent was a small perfection half-step martial monarch bladesman. When facing Bai Qi, who possessed a peak small perfection saber intent, that participant chose to admit defeat. The jade pendant at his waist immediately shot out a strand of golden light and merged with Bai Qi's jade pendant. Match 36. Xiao Chan vs. Duanmuking. When Xiao Chan heard Duanmuking's name, he was somewhat surprised. He had not expected someone from the great Qin nation to enter the top 100. Furthermore, it was someone he was familiar with. In the wind cloud platform, Duanmuking looked at the white-robed Xiao Chan. A helpless expression appeared in her cold eyes. Back then, Xiao Chan could not even withstand one palm strike from her. However, after he became famous at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, she could no longer catch up to him. Even now, Xiao Chan was a newcomer that everyone paid attention to. He was a hot contender for the top 10 spots in the 5-nation youth competition. However, she had barely managed to enter the top 100 after much difficulty. Chapter 586. Xiao Chan, how about we decide this in one move? Duanmuking asked softly. Xiao Chan did not reject. He nodded and said, "Make your move." Frost's rage. Duanmuking's black hair turned white. He immediately took out his killing move. A slender sword covered in frost. A sharp state of ice spewed out from the tip of the sword. It seemed like it wanted to engulf the world and seal the sea in ice. Kase. Xiao Chan drew his saber and used his 30% comprehended saber intent. A solid crystalline saber chi flew out from his saber. After chopping his opponent's state of ice in half, the saber chi's sharpness did not diminish. Then it broke through Duanmuking's protective essence and left a shallow wound on his body. Duanmuking knew that this was Xiao Chan showing mercy. At the same time, she was even more astonished at Xiao Chen's strength. At the last moment, he could still control the saber chi he sent out as he pleased. As of now, the gap between her and Xiao Chan could no longer be described as a chasm. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and thought for a while. Then he said, "Your state of ice is somewhat superficial. It looks very mighty, but its energy is scattered. You are not Lu Xiaoyun. Without sufficient accumulations, you will not be able to withstand a single blow from an expert. You might as well turn the state of ice into a cold wind and infuse it into your sword technique. Although it will be weaker this way, it will be more condensed." When Duanmuking heard this, she entered deep thought. She vaguely felt like she figured out some problems. After a while, she said, "Many thanks." The victor was already decided. The jade pendant at Duanmuking's waist shot out a golden line uncontrollably and entered the little dragon in Xiao Chen's jade pendant. Xiao Chen immediately felt that the golden dragon had become slightly stronger. Furthermore, it appeared to be very happy. Sima Lingxian stepped out after Xiao Chen. Before Sima Lingxuan's strong self-confidence, his opponent did not even dare to look him in the eye. The moment Sima Lingxian stepped out, he admitted defeat. When Sima Lingxian saw the golden line enter the jade pendant, his lips curled up. He shook his head gently and said, "How boring." The competition proceeded in an orderly fashion. There were some lessons learned earlier. When the ordinary participants met with the scions of the 8 noble clans or young giants like Xinyuan Zhantian, they would not be able to win. He could either choose to admit defeat or directly choose to use one move to determine the winner and loser. He wanted to understand the gap between him and the giants. In this way, the progress of the 50 matches wasn't slow, and a round was completed in 2 hours. By the time the sun was about to set, 12 rounds of competition had already been carried out. Xiao Chan had won 12 matches in a row without losing a single match. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant at his waist was not only bright and did not dim in the slightest, but it had also grown significantly larger. The entire jade pendant was covered in blood. One more victory and the jade pendant was about to break out. As for the golden dragon in Murongchang's jade pendant, it was far inferior to Xiao Chen's. Of the 12 matches, Murongchang only obtained 5 victories. Not only did the golden dragon not grow larger, it even dimmed and became smaller. Murongchang sneaked a glance at the golden dragon in Xiao Chen's jade pendant and felt somewhat dispirited. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. If not for Xiao Chen's existence, no matter how bad Murongchang's results were, he would be able to shake the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, when compared to Xiao Chan, the gap immediately became apparent. How was his golden dragon a dragon? It was not even comparable to a worm. Murongchang felt very depressed. When he returned, he would be too embarrassed to speak of his results. Roar! Just at this moment there was the melodious sound of something breaking. A dragon roar resounded. After Wang Quan defeated his opponent in one move, the jade pendant at his waist shattered. A golden light flickered, and a 15-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above his head. It broke. Wang Quan's golden dragon, which won 13 matches in a row, finally came out. The moment it came out, it is already 15 meters long. It looks like his luck is not weak. When a regular contestant's golden dragon breaks out of their jades, it is only 10 meters long. That is natural. Wang Quan obtained the 6th rank last year. How can other cultivators compare to his luck? Kasie. After Wang Quan's golden dragon broke out of his jades, the golden dragons of the top 10 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition also broke out of their jades. Incredible! Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon is also 15 meters long. Qianwen's golden dragon is also 15 meters long. Gong Yongyu's golden dragon is slightly weaker. It is only 45 meters long. It is only 1 meter stronger than Lu Xiaoyun's. However, in terms of strength, Bai Qi's golden dragon is still stronger. It is 25 meters long. The second-ranked contestant in the previous 5-nation youth competition is indeed extraordinary. Bai Qi had just finished his match. The 20-meter-long golden dragon above his head looked down on the crowd. The other golden dragons circling in the sky were all inferior to him. Next match. Sima Lingxian against Gao Wei. After the referee's voice rang out, Sima Lingxuan's figure flashed a few times. He arrived on the arena and stood there proudly. Naturally, he attracted everyone's attention. After this match, Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon will probably come out as well. I wonder how long it will be. Will it be able to surpass Bai Qi? He will definitely surpass Bai Qi. It just depends on how much he surpasses him. Is it 1 meter or 3 meters? The crowd was filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how long the golden dragon of this man, who had been a seeded participant for 2 consecutive 5-nation youth competitions, would be. The contestant named Gao Wei was a disciple of a large sect in the Great Jin Nation. Although his sect was not one of the top 10 great sects, it had a lot of accumulations. It controlled more than 10 spirit veins. His sect did not lack resources. Furthermore, his talent was outstanding. Furthermore, he came from the Great Jin Nation, which was rich in spiritual energy. Thus, he managed to enter the top 100 rather easily. However, when Gao Wei heard that his opponent for this round was Sima Lingxian, his expression turned extremely depressed. He unwillingly walked to the Wind Cloud Arena. When Gao Wei fought with the other noble clan disciples, even if he could not defeat them, he would choose to win in one move. He wanted to see if he could comprehend some martial techniques. However, when facing Sima Lingxian, he had no choice but to admit defeat. This was because Sima Lingxuan's strong self-confidence had completely merged with his aura. If one exchanged glances with Sima Lingxian, they would automatically feel inferior to him if their thoughts were not strong enough. Under such circumstances, they would not even be able to bring out half of their strength. How could they exchange moves with Sima Lingxian? This was simply a joke. I admit defeat. As the crowd expected, Sima Lingxuan's 13th opponent chose to admit defeat like the ones before him. He did not even have the courage to exchange moves. After Gao Wei admitted defeat, a golden dragon chi from the jade pendant at his waist shot into Sima Lingxuan's jade pendant with a xiao sound. Kase! The sound of the jade pendant shattering rang out. A dazzling golden light flickered, and a 23-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon circled above Sima Lingxuan's head. Then it soared into the air. The 23-meter-long golden dragon immediately outshone Bai Qi's 23-meter-long golden dragon. Among the many golden dragons that were 40 or 50 meters long, it stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Sima Lingxian is indeed Sima Lingxian. No wonder he is so strong and has such strong luck. No one can defeat him. He is 6 meters taller than Bai Qi. That is a suppressive advantage. Although luck does not represent a person's strength, it is still an important factor. Haha, this is just the beginning. When the ranking matches are over, we will be able to determine his luck. That's true. I wonder if Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon can reach 23 meters, reaching the peak of the 9 digits and becoming a true sovereign. The golden dragon breaking out of jade. That was the golden dragon that represented Sima Lingxuan's luck. The moment it appeared, it shocked everyone. When Xiao Qian saw Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, I wonder how much luck I have? However, when Xiao Qian thought about it, it should not be as high as Sima Lingxuan's. At most it should be about the same level as Wang Quan and the others, slightly weaker than Bai Qi. After all, Xiao Qian had only been in this world for a short time. If he had not reached the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower, he would have been slightly weaker than Wang Quan and the others, who had obtained Dragon Vein luck in the previous 5-nation youth competition. However, Xiao Qian did not worry too much. This was just the beginning. As long as he kept winning, his luck would increase and his opponent's luck would decrease. Taking over another person's luck to strengthen one's own body. The strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. When Chu Chaoyun saw the luck above Sima Lingxuan's head, an undetectable desire flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, the luck of the Wind Cloud platform is indeed strong. It is even stronger than the luck of my Tianwu dynasty's remnant races. However, after this competition, your luck will end here. As the 13th round of matches progressed, the jade pendants on the waists of the contestants who ranked highly in the previous 5-nation youth competition and won 13 matches in a row shattered, turning into golden dragons soaring in the air. Next match. Nangong Ziyue vs. Li Tianhua. Nangong Ziyue was ranked 8th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Li Tianhua was the scion of the Li clan, one of the 8 noble clans. He was ranked 5th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In the 13th round of matches, the Wind Cloud platform finally welcomed a match between the strong. The disciples of the 8 noble clans fought together. This immediately attracted the attention of many people. Li Tianhua's weapon was a spear. He specialized in the coiling dragon spear technique. It was famous for its ferocity and tyranny. It was a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. The coiling dragon was like the flood dragon, horn dragon, earth dragon and fire dragon. They were all high-rank spirit beasts that contained the bloodline of dragons. The coiling dragon was one of the more noble ones. It contained large amounts of true dragon blood. However, it had lost its ability to soar through the 9 heavens and spent most of its time in hibernation. However, the energy that the coiling dragon spat out was no weaker than that of a true dragon. It could easily shatter mountains and split the earth. Hence, it was known as the true dragon of the earth. Xiao Qian had seen Li Tianhua make a move before. The moment the two of them appeared, he could roughly guess the result. Nangong Ziyue was not a match for Li Tianhua. The state that Li Tianhua used happened to be the nemesis of the state of mountains and rivers. In a situation where their cultivations were similar, the states countered each other. If Nangong Ziyue wanted to win, she could only rely on technique. The development of the Wind Cloud platform was similar to what Xiao Qin expected. Li Tianhua held his spear and took the stance of a coiling dragon. As the spear danced, it was like a coiling dragon soaring up and down. Its aura was vast and imposing. On the ground, Li Tianhua was able to suppress Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers fist. Occasionally, the spear shattered a tall mountain. The river splashed up into the sky. The water flowed continuously. It was difficult for the towering mountains to form a strong momentum. When it came to Nangong Ziyue's fist technique, its might was significantly weaker. Her aura lacked a tyrannical air. Chapter 587. Nangong Ziyue frowned and tried to salvage the situation. She stopped clashing head-on with Li Tianhua and tried to use techniques to obtain victory. However, it was already too late. Nangong Ziyue had already lost the initiative. Li Tianhua had already grasped the rhythm of the match. It was not something she could change. In the end, Nangong Ziyue could only stake everything on one throw. She punched with her incomplete state and executed the immortal mountains and rivers, trying to decide victory in one move. Twin dragons playing with a pearl. Li Tianhua smiled faintly. Victory was in his grasp, so he executed the best move of the coiling dragon spear technique. The tip of the spear trembled and sent out 2 spear lights. They turned into 2 ferocious coiling dragons and clashed with Nangong Ziyue's fists. The coiling dragons roared ferociously, and the incomplete state of mountains and rivers shattered. Nangong Ziyue took 10 steps back and helplessly admitted defeat. A golden light flashed and snatched away some of Nangong Ziwa's luck. Li Tianhua's golden dragon also broke out of the jade. It was 25 meters long. Its luck was also at the peak. 50th match. Xiaochan vs. Baijian. This was the last match of the 13th round, as well as the last match of the day. It was finally Xiaochan's turn to fight. Furthermore, his opponent was someone he was familiar with. When Xiaochan saw Baijian walk up to the dueling ring, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then he walked up the dueling ring with heavy steps. Baijian felt very complicated in his heart. Originally, he thought that after merging ice and fire, he would be able to defeat Xiaochan and wash away his previous humiliation. Who knew Xiaochan's improvement was even greater than his? Even Gong Yongyu lost to Xiaochan. Gong Yongyu was much stronger than Baijian. Even though Baijian felt somewhat dissatisfied, he had to admit this fact. Right now, Xiaochan was stronger than Baijian. Furthermore, Xiaochan was not just stronger by 1 or 2 levels. However, when Baijian saw Xiaochan ascend the dueling ring, the dissatisfaction in his eyes immediately vanished. He smiled and said, "Xiaochan, congratulations. You have obtained consecutive victories and have not lost a single match. It looks like you will definitely make it into the top 10. Maintaining his silence, Xiaochan's killing intent brewed in his heart. Crystallized yuan qi, which was like a solid substance, wandered around his body. All kinds of killing moves could be launched at any time. The smile on Baijian's face became even wider as he continued. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to protect your friends. After 100 battles, your friends Kim Taeho, Bai Murongchong, Ding Fengqiu and Chu Mu will meet me. Their end will be as terrible as Suomo's. All of this is because of you. Because of you, Xiaochan, they ended up like this. Because you offended me, none of them will have a good ending." Since he could not hurt Baijian, he vented his anger on Baijian's friends. Baijian did not care about his identity as a genius at all. Such a character was no different from scum. The killing intent in Xiaochan's heart was monstrous. He said coldly, "Are you done?" Seeing that Xiaochan was angry, Baijian's smile became even crazier. "Ha ha ha ha. What's wrong? Are you angry and want to hit me? Unfortunately, you cannot do so. You can only watch as your friends get tortured by me one by one. I admit defeat." However, before I could say the word admit defeat, Baijian cried out miserably and failed to admit defeat. It was Xiaochan who made his move. The instant he spoke, he executed the lightning evasion. An electric light flashed, and he arrived before Baijian. Xiaochan's vital qi surged as he executed the berserk dragon fist on Baijian's chest. He swallowed the last word he wanted to say. In the wind cloud platform, after one side admitted defeat, the other side had to stop attacking. This was a hard and fast rule. No one could break it, not even Sima Lingxian. This was Baijian's plan. He wanted to admit defeat and infuriate Xiaochan. Even if he could not defeat him, he wanted to disgust him. However, Baijian had not expected Xiaochan to have such a strange magic technique. Xiaochan appeared before Baijian in an instant. Baijian did not have much time to think. He moved his hands, wanting to force Xiaochan back temporarily and then admit defeat. A cold wind gathered on his left hand and a surging flame appeared on his right hand. This was Baijian's signature move, the icy flame palm. One was ice and one was fire. When the cold and heat alternated, the opponent would feel extremely uncomfortable. Even cultivators stronger than Baijian would have to be cautious when dealing with such a situation. Breaking armor. Seizing the heart. Xiaochan clenched his right fist and executed the breaking armor stance. A sharp azure shockwave with the breaking armor attribute scattered Baijian's icy flame palm, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiaochan's left hand formed a claw and executed the seizing the heart. An azure dragon claw appeared on his 5 fingers and shattered the icy flame palm that Baijian sent out. With boundless killing intent, Xiaochan clawed at Baijian's chest. If Xiaochan managed to get close to him, Baijian would die without a doubt. He would not even have the chance to speak. Baijian's complexion paled, and he felt a great panic in his heart. At this critical moment, he performed exceptionally well. He pressed his palms together, and the ice and raging fire essence in his body quickly merged. As the cold wind howled on the vast wind cloud platform, It actually blew out a hurricane containing flames. Ice and fire merged perfectly. Wave of raging ice flames. With a roar, Bai Qi's hands moved up and down, forming a right angle. The ice and fire energy beams intertwined and shot towards Xiao Chun. Bai Zhan did not hope to injure Xiao Chun with this move. He only hoped to delay him for a few seconds, giving him the opportunity to admit defeat. However, he was disappointed. Xiao Chun did not give him any chance. His right hand was on the hilt of his saber. Xiao Chun unleashed his peak small perfection saber intent. The crystal essence surging in his body gushed out with his saber. Xiao. With the support of the saber intent, the incredibly sharp crystal saber chi became even sharper. With a ka sound, the saber chi easily chopped the ice and fire shockwaves in half. Furthermore, it was extremely accurate, right at the point where the ice and fire merged. The crystal-like electricity leaped around the saber chi. It broke through Bai Zhan's protective essence and left a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. A strong lightning-attributed essence entered the wound and poured into Bai Zhan's meridians, causing them to explode. Under Xiao Chun's saber strike without holding back, Bai Zhan's meridians ruptured. He was in unbearable pain. Bai Zhan rolled on the ground as he screamed. He could not even form a complete sentence. Xiao Chun had already placed Bai Zhan on the list of people he had to kill. However, he could not make a move now. Otherwise, he might bring trouble to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future. Bai Zhan's meridians were crippled. Even if he had spirit pills and immortal medicines, he would not be able to recover his strength in a short time. He would not be able to threaten Xiao Chun's friends. If Bai Zhan was unlucky and could not find a spirit pill to treat his meridians, he would be crippled for life. Normally, Xiao Chun looked very peaceful, not saying a word. He rarely got angry and rarely killed people. However, dragons had reverse scales. If one touched them, one would die. Xiao Chun had a reverse scale as well. Whoever dared to threaten his friends and family would suffer a blow 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. No matter who it was, regardless of whether they were a super genius or a great sect backing them, Xiao Chun would not hold back. Xiao! The jade pendant at Bai Zhan's waist shot out a beam of golden light and entered Xiao Chun's jade pendant. The golden dragon, which had been impatient for a long time, immediately broke out of the jade pendant and circled above his head. The golden dragon was 15 meters long. Aside from Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian, it was no weaker than the geniuses of the other 8 noble clans. Xiao Chun sensed for a while and discovered that the golden dragon above his head seemed to be affecting his mind unconsciously. It swept away the fatigue and exhaustion of the day, replenishing his essence, qi, and spirit. The size of the golden dragon was not surprising to Xiao Chun. However, this additional function gave Xiao Chun a pleasant surprise. How surprising! Xiao Chun's golden dragon is 15 meters long. This is his first time participating in the 5-nation youth competition. He did not obtain any luck before this. Could it be that Xiao Chun really has the strength to fight against the 8 noble clans? He is just a disciple of a small sect in the Great Qin nation. The difference between him and the 8 noble clans is too big. That might not be impossible. Think about it. From the start until now, Xiao Chun has not lost a single match in the elimination rounds or the ranking battles. He has not lost a single match or drawn a single match. He has a winning streak. Those who were thought to be able to end him always ended up losing to him in the end. His trump cards are endless. It seems like he can't use them all. There is no way to figure them out. Of those newcomers, even Chu Chaoyun and Xinyuan Zhantian, they all drew a match, ending their winning streaks. The only one with a winning streak from the start until now is Xiao Chun. That is indeed the case. I did not think about it earlier. Now that I think about it, it seems like he is the only one with a winning streak from the start until now. After all, the seeded contestants only joined midway. They do not have as many consecutive victories as Xiao Chun. The first day of the ranking battles ended with Xiao Chun's golden dragon breaking out of the jade. This final battle allowed everyone to see Xiao Chun in a new light, the contestant with the most consecutive victories among the younger generation. The long night finally passed amidst everyone's fervent anticipation. When the morning sun rose, the 14th round of the competition officially began. As the rounds progressed, many more golden dragons broke out of the jade among the 100 contestants. Several dozen golden dragons flew around in the air. Occasionally, they roared ferociously, baring their fangs and claws as they fought with each other. Slowly, Xiaochen discovered some patterns. If the opponent's golden dragon was stronger, the more luck he absorbed. If the opponent was weaker, the amount of luck he absorbed would be negligible. For example, Sima Lingxian was simply too strong. The other contestants' golden dragons were all weaker than his. Furthermore, he did not meet any strong opponents. As a result, his golden dragon remained at about 25 meters, growing by less than a quarter. On the other hand, the golden dragons of the other noble clan disciples increased significantly. Li Tian Wangquan and Yu Qinxi's golden dragons reached 23 meters. Xianyuan Zhantian's and Chu Chaoyun's golden dragons also reached 25 meters. They were only slightly behind the noble clan disciples and would soon catch up. The one who caught up the fastest was Bai Qi. After defeating a few strong opponents, his golden dragon was already 23 meters long, only 3 meters behind Sima Lingxuan's. Sima Lingxian smiled faintly and did not care. His goal was a 33-meter-long golden dragon. He wanted to reach the prime rank and obtain overwhelming luck, becoming the only true dragon in the Sky Dome realm. No matter how these people caught up, they would all end up benefiting him in the end. They would all be defeated by him and hand over their share of luck. The 35th match, Xiaochen vs. Fang Yunfei. This was the 25th round of the competition. In the earlier matches, Xiaochen had not met with any strong opponents. Although he won all of them, his golden dragon only grew to 15 meters. He was still some distance away from the top geniuses. Chapter 588. Fang Yunfei was a personal disciple of the divine saber gate. His saber techniques were superb as well. He had obtained a significant amount of luck. His golden dragon was more than 10 meters long. Fang Yunfei was the strongest competitor that Xiaochen had met. If he could obtain the other party's luck, his golden dragon would increase significantly. Fang Yunfei was tall and sturdy, with a stocky back and a stocky waist. However, the thing that looked even sturdier was the huge saber in his hand. That saber was nearly as tall as he was, and it was not even as wide as a palm. It was made of 81 types of rare ores. Not only was it sharp, but it was also very tough. It weighed more than 400 kilograms. Just by looking at this weapon, one could tell that Fang Yunfei's saber techniques were firm and ferocious. He used his strength to suppress others and obtain victory. Xiaochen, I have a request. Can you not use saber intent and exchange moves with me? As long as you do not use saber intent, no matter the result, I will admit defeat. After Fang Yunfei went up, he made a request that everyone found strange. There was a fervent light in his eyes as he eagerly hoped that Xiaochen would agree. As long as you agree, I will immediately go and tell the referee. I only want a fair fight with you, a fight between bladesmen. I guarantee that my saber techniques will not disappoint you. In a fight between bladesmen, if one side comprehended saber intent and the other did not, the bladesman would suffer a great disadvantage. In a situation of the same cultivation, there was no chance of victory. Hence, Fang Yunfei made this request. Seeing the silent Xiaochen, Fang Yunfei waited anxiously. Fang Yunfei was a straightforward person and did not like to speak. He would say whatever was on his mind and did not like to beat around the bush. I have not met such a person in a long time. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. Fang Yunfei did not seek victory but the process of the fight. As a bladesman as well, Fang Yunfei admired Xiaochen's strength. He wanted to have a fair fight with Xiaochen, using the intense battle to make up for the shortcomings of his saber techniques. Compared to Fang Yunfei, Xiaochen was more anxious. After the ranking battles started, he only thought about how to increase his luck. A ripple appeared in his unchanging mental state. Even he himself did not notice it. Xiaochen startled to his senses. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. In that case, I will not use saber intent. Let's have a fair fight. You don't have to make any promises. If you win, I, Xiaochen, can also afford to lose." As soon as he said that, the entire audience felt that it was strange. This was the final ranking battle. Winning or losing a match would affect one's final ranking. The difference in rank and the amount of luck obtained would affect a cultivator's entire life. This was not an elimination round, where one could fight a tacit battle like Xinyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun and end up with a draw. That would not affect one's points in the ranking matches. Is this Xiao Chun crazy? Fang Yunfei's luck is abundant. The golden dragon is more than 4 feet long. If he wins, his golden dragon will immediately catch up to Wang Quan and the others. That is not all. If he loses, the losses will be even worse. If the strong lose to the weak, the golden dragon will decrease significantly. Fang Yunfei is not weak either. The accumulations of the divine saber gate are not something the heavenly saber pavilion can compare to. If he does not use saber intent, it will be hard to say who will win. All the cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand. In a battle between bladesmen, if one side had saber intent, the final victory would be decided. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun did not intend to use saber intent. At this crucial moment, he gave up on a victory that was within his grasp. Did he not consider the consequences of losing? A complicated expression flashed in Fang Yunfei's eyes. He said sullenly, "Great Jin Nation's divine saber gate, Fang Yunfei, I will ask for your guidance." Xiao. After Fang Yunfei spoke, he held his huge saber with one hand. His stout body burst out with explosive energy. It was like a clump of flames that had been stored for a long time burst out at this moment, causing the air to surge. Fire Cloud Saber Technique. Fang Yunfei roared ferociously and red fiery essence condensed on his huge saber. Clumps of fiery red clouds materialized behind him, giving him a majestic aura. The wind blew, the clouds moved with the wind, gathering wind and cloud. Xiao Chun instantly executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. A strong wind blew and clouds gathered in the surroundings as he drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Bang! The sabers clashed. Two completely different but incomparably strong energies clashed. Intense sparks flew in all directions. As the wind blew, it turned into a myriad of colors. Without the support of saber intent, Xiao Chun could not force his opponent back with one saber strike. After all, his opponent walked the path of ferociousness. He was good at clashing head-on. Xiao Chun could only move slowly gathering his momentum. Ding! 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 The two of them did not take a step back. As their saber lights danced around, they quickly attacked each other. All sorts of energy exploded in the air. It was very intimidating. Flames surged endlessly along with the storm. The two of them moved faster and faster. In a short time they had exchanged more than 200 moves. The cultivators in the spectator stands could only see two blurry figures, an unending chain of saber lights, flames, and lightning clashing with each other. Boundless sea of fire. Fang Yunfei finished gathering his momentum. After he took 10 steps back, he materialized a hazy sea of fire. It carried a surging heat wave and infused it into his saber technique. Then, he used the ethereal and formless state of clouds to supplement it. Everywhere the saber light passed, there seemed to be fiery images everywhere. Between the real and the fake, the real and the fake. As a genius bladesman himself, Bai Qi paid a lot of attention to the two's match. When he saw Fang Yunfei's move, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad." He knows that he cannot truly achieve the boundless sea of fire. He uses the ethereal and formless state of the clouds to create the illusion of a boundless sea of fire. However, he still managed to bring out his momentum. Let's see how Xiao Chun deals with this. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up as he scanned the area with his spiritual sense. With one glance, he discovered the true location of Fang Yunfei's attack. Lightning light chop. An intense electric light burst out from the clouds above and gathered on the saber's edge. It formed a dazzling and resplendent saber light as it descended from the sky and clashed with Fang Yunfei's extraordinary boundless sea of fire. As the electric light exploded, the sea of fire in the surroundings shone brightly. The illusionary fiery images vanished like smoke. Fang Yunfei revealed his true appearance in the sea of fire. Earthly lightning tribulation. After breaking his opponent's saber technique in one move, Xiao Chun finally brought the lightning tribulation saber technique's power of wind and cloud to its peak. An electric whirlpool formed, and the true lightning tribulation descended. The lightning-attributed energy stored in the ground quickly surged towards the saber's edge, resonating with the thunderclouds above. This was the rage of thunder. The might of this attack far surpassed Fang Yunfei's expectations. After he received it head-on, his right hand, which held the huge saber, trembled slightly as if his entire hand had gone numb. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chun, who was in the air, turned around. His white robes fluttered in the wind and lightning. He looked like a god of thunder as he roared ferociously, the rage of the heavens descending a lightning tribulation, destroying everything. The merciless nature of the great Tao was perfectly infused into Xiao Chen's saber technique. Fang Yunfei, who was on the ground, felt fear in his heart. It was as if he had really angered the heavens, and they wanted to destroy him with a lightning tribulation. No, I cannot be affected by his aura. Otherwise I will die for sure. Fang Yunfei shook his head violently and forcefully dispelled the fear in his heart. There was a xiao sound and boundless flame soared up from the ground. The image of a flaming giant appeared behind him. That giant was like a holy spirit, fighting against the heavens, not fearing the heavenly might. It gathered Fang Yunfei's aura once again. The flaming figure merged with the flaming figure and sent out a long diagonal flaming saber chi. A heat wave surged out, burning even space. Break! Carrying the rage of the heavens, Xiao Chun shouted, and a ferocious electric light appeared on his saber. It looked like golden snakes dancing wildly as it shot out. The electric light instantly tore apart the diagonal flaming saber chi. Its momentum did not diminish, and it blasted the image behind Fang Yunfei into countless sparks. The saber slid down and Xiao Chun swung it ferociously. That huge saber, which weighed more than 200 kilograms, flew out gently, giving the impression that it was a piece of wood floating in the air. Dang! However, when the saber landed on the ground, it gave off a loud sound, correcting everyone's misconceptions. As a bladesman, he could not even hold his saber properly. This was a very embarrassing thing. However, Fang Yunfei knew that if Xiao Chun had not pulled back earlier, he would have been the one flying. That would have been even more embarrassing. Fang Yunfei revealed a bitter smile and said, "The difference is too great. Even without saber intent, your saber technique far surpasses mine. There should be one more move after the heavenly lightning tribulation, right?" Xiao Chun nodded and said, "That's right. There is still the divine lightning tribulation after that." Fang Yunfei sighed softly. The rage of the heavens is already so horrifying. I wonder what the rage of the deities will be like. Many thanks for the lesson. I've lost. Fang Yunfei immediately admitted defeat and stopped fighting. Xiao Chen's 50-meter-long golden dragon in the sky immediately swooped down and swallowed up Fang Yunfei's golden dragon. As the light flickered, Xiao Chen's golden dragon quickly grew to 25 meters, rejoining the ranks of the top contenders. He won again. Unexpectedly, he did not use saber intent to defeat Fang Yunfei. Doesn't that mean that with saber intent, he would only need one move to defeat Fang Yunfei? The people in the spectator stand started discussing in soft voices. They felt that Xiao Chen's strength was even more unfathomable. It was like they would never know how strong he was. The might of the lightning tribulation is not great. I can use the summer saber technique to break it easily. I am not afraid of the heavenly lightning tribulation either. I can use the power of the autumn wind to sweep through the world and break it. If it is just these two moves, I might not even need to use the four-season saber technique. However, the divine lightning tribulation that did not appear at the end is something to be wary of. Since the start of the competition, regardless of whether Bai Qi was willing or not, Xiao Chun was already an unavoidable opponent in his path to the top three. Carrying the 25-meter-long golden dragon, Xiao Chun walked off the wind cloud platform with his head held high. As the golden dragon roared, it filled him with vigor. He quickly replenished his exhausted essence. The competition continued day by day. By the third day, 60 of the 100 rounds had already been completed. Based on the golden dragons above the contenders' heads, the crowd could roughly tell who was stronger. After 60 rounds, they concluded that there were 8 giants in this 5-nation youth competition. They were Sima Lingxian, Bai Qi, Li Tianhua, Wang Quan, Yu Chenxi, Xinyuan Zhantian, Xiao Chun, and Chu Chaoyun. The first 4 were disciples of the 8 noble clans. The last 4 had different backgrounds. The monopoly of the 8 noble clans had been completely broken. This was because the remaining 4 had each lost 1 or 2 out of the 60 rounds. However, these 8 people had not lost a single match. All of them won. Their golden dragons were at least 23 meters long. Chapter 589. In a situation where everyone had the same number of matches, they had already lost 1 or 2 matches before the very end. The remaining 4 people of the noble clan had already lost their qualifications to fight for the top 8. Due to the intentional arrangements of the organizers, the 8 giants did not meet each other in advance. As the competition went on, the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. The situation became more and more obvious. The strong cultivators had golden dragons circling above their heads. For example, Sima Lingxian was already 25 meters long. He was only 1 meter away from reaching the peak and obtaining all the luck of the 4 dragon veins. As for the weak cultivators like Murongchong, they had very little dragon chi in the first place. Not only could their golden dragons not break out of their jade pendants, but their luck would also be stolen. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant no longer had any luster. It was no different from a real earthworm. All the geniuses under the starry heavens gathered in the 5-nation youth competition. Who was the true dragon, and who was the false dragon would be revealed at this moment. No matter what pride one brought, no matter where one came from, this place did not care about one's background or clan. It only cared about the sword in one's hand and the saber in one's hand. Whoever was strong would obtain luck. If one was weak, they would be stolen by other geniuses, weakening their luck. Even the people of the 8 noble clans were no exception. The 49th match. Noble clans by Qi versus Nangong Ziyue. At this moment the sun was setting in the west. It looked like it would soon turn dark. After this match, the competition for today would probably end. Nangong Ziyue had only lost 2 matches since the start of the competition. The first was in the elimination round, where she lost to Yu Chenxi. The second was in the ranking matches, where she lost to another noble clan disciple, Li Tianhua. However, the 2 matches were not one-sided. Furthermore, her opponents were not ordinary cultivators. Although she had lost 2 matches, the crowd did not underestimate her strength. They felt that she could still fight for the top 10. The golden dragon above Nangong Ziyue's head was 23 meters long, slightly shorter than the golden dragons of the 8 giants. Xiu! Bai Qi leaped off his spectator stand and landed on the arena. The golden dragon circling in the sky descended and hovered above Bai Qi's head. The 20-meter-long golden dragon bared its fangs and claws as it glared at Nangong Ziyue's clearly smaller golden dragon. Under the pressure of its aura, Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon cowered, not daring to be impudent. When Bai Zhan saw this scene, he smiled gently and said amiably, "Nangong Ziyu, you are not a match for me. You should just admit defeat and preserve your strength for the next matches." Nangong Ziyue frowned slightly and said sullenly, "We will know if it is true or not after we fight. Li Tianhua defeated me only because his state countered mine. Do you really think that I am someone you can defeat easily?" Bai Qi's expression was neither happy nor angry. He said calmly, "Then make your move. As for Li Tianhua, I have never considered him an opponent." Walala! The sound of flowing water rang out quietly, and the artistic conception of mountains and rivers quietly appeared. Among the overlapping mountains, a river flowed smoothly. Nangong Ziyue stood on the flowing water, drifting with the waves. Her legs did not move, but the mountains moved behind her. Nangong Ziyue's graceful figure gave off a gentle charm. She hid the artistic conception of mountains and rivers in her heart, as she moved quickly towards Bai Shuehe in a strange manner. Mountain and river hiding the heart. At the start of this round, Nangong Ziyue had not been able to execute it naturally and smoothly. She could only unleash it at the crucial moment. However, after a few rounds, she had become increasingly familiar with this mountain and river hiding the heart. If Nangong Ziyue ran into Yu Chenxi again, the victor would be hard to predict. This was also why Nangong Ziyue dared to challenge Bai Shuehe. Bang! When Nangong Ziyue arrived before Bai Zhan, the calm and natural Nangong Ziyue suddenly made a move. When she punched, the power of mountains and rivers that had been brewing in her heart for a long time erupted. The fist wind surged and space trembled. The might of this ordinary punch actually contained half the might of Nangong Ziyue's trump card, the mountain and river breaking fist. Bai Qi was slightly stunned. His expression was somewhat astonished. He had not expected Nangong Ziyue to have improved so much in such a short period of time. If Nangong Ziyue continued to preserve her strength, she would have to put in more effort to defeat her opponent. Never mind, I have already come this far. It is time to use the four-season saber technique. Nangong Ziyue is now qualified to use it. After Bai Qi made up his mind, he slowly placed his right hand on his saber's hilt and circulated the first move of the four-season saber technique. Splash! Splash! Something strange happened. The clear sound of flowing water came from behind Bai Qi. When he drew his saber, the power of the cycle of seasons surged out. Suddenly, the distance between him and Nangong Ziyue lengthened. No matter how fast Nangong Ziyue was, she could not catch up to Bai Qi's punch, which could shatter mountains. Nangong Ziyue remained 1 meter away from Bai Qi. The fist wind caused his clothes and hair to flutter continuously. Xiu! When Bai Qi drew his saber completely, the power of the cycle of seasons erupted. The distance between Bai Qi and Nangong Ziyue immediately widened. It was not that Bai Qi retreated. Instead, it was that the power of the cycle of seasons shattered the power of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue had been building up in her heart for a long time. Thus her punch broke on its own. Leisurely spring water suddenly warm, then cold. A river flowed down from the horizon. The water was clear and ethereal. Bai Qi hacked at Nangong Ziyue with his saber. Taking the state of spring water and containing the power of the cycle of seasons, a river-like saber qi quickly flew at Nangong Ziyue, changing between warm and cold. Amid the mountains and rivers, Nangong Ziyue felt a huge saber qi carrying the power of the cycle of seasons sweeping over, increasing the pressure on her. That saber qi was as warm as jade at one moment and bone-chilling in the next. It was hard to fathom. As Nangong Ziyue hesitated, she did not know how to break this move. No matter what trick he played, it was just a strand of saber qi. Immortal mountains and rivers. Break for me. Nangong Ziyue could not guess whether the saber intent was hot or cold. She directly materialized the power of mountains and rivers. One punch was a mountain, the other a river. The mountains and rivers froze, preparing to use force to break technique. Bang! When the saber qi arrived, it was like the heavenly river flowed in reverse. The power of the world surged over. Nangong Ziyue's expression immediately changed. She wanted to use force to break technique. However, she was horrified to discover that the energy contained in this saber qi was much stronger than her immortal mountains and rivers. She could not clash head-on with it. When the state of her fist shattered, Nangong Ziyue vomited a mouthful of blood. She used the power of mountains and rivers to quickly retreat among the mountains and rivers, resolving the energy contained in the saber qi. Rumble! Rumble! Instantly, waves surged and the mountains trembled. The energy contained in the saber qi was very strong. Just the remnant waves caused the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue materialized to show signs of instability. Is this the power of the four-season saber technique? How strong! Unexpectedly, it nearly broke Nangong Ziyue's entire state of mountains and rivers in one move. Only Nangong Ziyue can continue. When the other cultivators encountered this saber strike, any state they had would crumble immediately. Earlier, he broke Nangong Ziyue's attack in half a move. The moment he drew his saber, Nangong Ziyue's attack crumbled. Based on this Bai Qi is even stronger than Li Tianhua. In this five-nation youth competition, he is the person most likely to defeat Sima Lingxian. The other noble clan disciples are no match for him. When the many cultivators in the spectator stands saw this startling saber strike, the four-season saber technique that they had been waiting for finally appeared. Everyone's hearts immediately surged. Their faces flushed red, and their emotions surged. You are still not willing to admit defeat? Bai Qi frowned slightly, appearing somewhat angry. His saber trembled slightly, and a misty saber intent started accumulating. He said sullenly, 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. First saber strike, second saber strike, third saber strike, fourth saber strike. Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. Then, he executed another strong martial technique. As the saber light danced, a boundless light spread out. This was because the saber qi was too dense, giving off a faint light. Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent shot out together with the saber qi towards the mountains that Nangong Ziyue materialized. Bang! 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 With the support of the saber intent, The might of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes reached its peak. Every time Bai Qi sent out a saber strike, a mountain peak would shatter. After the 18th saber strike, the mountains and rivers were all destroyed. The state of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue was so proud of had been completely destroyed by Bai Qi in an extremely cruel manner, leaving nothing behind. The mountains could no longer be seen, and the rivers could no longer be seen. Only the boundless saber light and the misty saber intent remained, resounding in all directions. It was as Bai Qi had said before. As long as he chopped down the mountains and shattered the rivers, no matter how strong a state was, it would just be a decoration before absolute strength. Roar! When Nangong Ziyue was defeated, the golden dragon above her head cried out miserably. Bai Qi's golden dragon had devoured 1.5 meters of its length. Its luster dimmed significantly, and it looked weak and listless. On the other hand, the golden dragon above Bai Qi bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring ferociously. Its eyes were spirited, and its aura was very ferocious. It was now 25 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxuan's 25 meters. As Xiao Chun recalled Bai Qi's four-season saber technique, he entered deep thought. This was different from what he had imagined. Originally, when Bai Qi learned the four-season saber technique, he would have comprehended it on his own. Now it looked like he was wrong. Bai Qi's path was the same as the Bai clan's ancestors. It was probably after Bai Shuehe successfully comprehended the four-season saber technique. He passed on his comprehensions and experiences to his descendants. Now that he had a rough idea, Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "If I follow the path of my predecessors naturally, I will be able to take many detours, and it will be much easier." However, this four-season saber technique is different from other martial techniques. It does not have a fixed state. Comprehending it on one's own is the most suitable. Simply put, if Bai Qi only followed Bai Shuehe's path, he would lose miserably when he met Xiao Chun. There would not be any surprises. However, Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, was astonished. He was also a person who practiced the saber. He could feel the vast might of that leisurely spring water more clearly than others. He sighed and said, "What a strong saber technique. No wonder others say that the four-season saber technique is the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. It truly lives up to its reputation." The surrounding elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all nodded to themselves. Even if it were them, they would not be able to turn the situation around. They would only suffer a crushing defeat. Chapter 590. The first elder, Jiang Qi, asked, "Xiao Chun, how is your practice of the Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique's final move, Divine Lightning Tribulation?" Xiao Chun thought for a while before replying, "I do not dare to compare myself to the ancestor. However, I can still easily bring out 70 to 80% of its might." Jiang Qi smiled and nodded. Then, he said with some regret, "The Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique was created by our sect's ancestor. If you could comprehend the state of wind, the state of cloud, and the state of thunder, you might be able to compete with this Bai Qi." Haha. However, it is fine. Being able to enter the top 10 is the best result the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has achieved in the past few thousand years. Xiao Chun, don't be too depressed. Xiao Chun smiled gently and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. He did not say anything. Match 50. Sima Lingxian vs. Gong Yangyu. This was the 92nd round of the Five-Nation Youth Competition. This match was the final match of the day. The two participants from the previous Five-Nation Youth Competition would fight each other. This made everyone somewhat excited. Gong Yangyu is pretty strong. His golden dragon is 23 meters long. He has only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Even if he loses this match, he still has a high chance of getting into the top 10. I wonder how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength he can force out? Sima Lingxian has been winning too easily. Indeed, just his oppressive self-confidence is enough to make one feel suffocated. How can one have the confidence to fight him? Without a doubt, everyone could predict the result of this match. The only thing they were uncertain of was how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength Gong Yangyu could force out. After all, no matter what, Gong Yangyu's strength was clear for all to see. This was especially so for that tossing heaven and earth. Could even shatter space. Several giants did not dare to receive it head-on. How would Sima Lingxian deal with this move? In the wind cloud platform, Sima Lingxian wore long robes. There was not much expression on his handsome face. The self-confidence in his chest seemed to be one with the world. When one looked at him, there seemed to be a faint glow on his body. It flickered constantly. With one glance, one could tell that he was extraordinary. Under the pressure of Sima Lingxuan's confidence, Gong Yongyu took a deep breath and expelled the negative thoughts in his heart. Without saying anything more, he swung his black staff around and walked towards Sima Lingxian. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 steps. With every step Gong Yongyu took, an afterimage would appear on the ground. Each afterimage held the staff in a different posture. By the time Gong Yongyu finished taking 7 steps, his aura had already reached its peak. The pressure that Sima Lingxian gave Xiaochun earlier was swept away. His gaze turned sharp as he swung his staff around like a dragon or snake dancing in the wind. This was Gong Yongyu's specialty, Everlasting Universe. By combining 7 ultimate attacks, he could suppress his opponent with absolute offensive power. Back then, even Xiaochun didn't face this move head-on because its power was too great, and it wasn't worth it to face it head-on. Sima Lingxuan's expression remained calm as he looked at the staff strike that could shatter mountains. Then he took a step forward. 1 step. Just 1 step, and the situation on the field was immediately turned around. A boundless strong wind blew from Sima Lingxian. The clouds in the sky churned endlessly. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, a vast state of kingship erupted from Sima Lingxuan's body and soared into the sky. Tyrannical, supreme, undefeatable, absolute. All sorts of auras of kingship came from Sima Lingxuan's body. Unexpectedly, the state he comprehended was the state of kingship. As the saying went, everything under the heavens belongs to the king. Unexpectedly, Sima Lingxian made this state of kingship his main state. After Gong Yongyu took 7 steps, the momentum of heaven and earth that he gathered was immediately suppressed by Sima Lingxuan's 1 gentle step. Kasie. Sima Lingxian grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and drew it. Riding on this momentum of kingship, he displayed his sharpness wantonly, giving off an undefeatable aura that could sweep through the world. The sword and staff clashed, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform under the two. The 2 strong forces clashed continuously. Gong Yongyu clenched his teeth and endured. Unexpectedly, he did not retreat immediately. Wang! 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 The tip of Sima Lingxuan's sword trembled and a vast sword intent poured out. The might of this sword increased explosively. Gong Yongyu was instantly no match for it. He took 9 steps back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Sovereign descending! Sima Lingxian shouted and took another step forward. The vast state of kingship was like an ancient mountain pressing down on Xiaochun. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like a sovereign descending. The surrounding wind-attributed essence quickly surged towards the tip of the sword like it was paying homage to the king. With the boundless strong wind pouring in, this sword was unimaginably fast. Gong Yongyu could only rely on his senses to block with his staff across his chest. Bang! Gong Yongyu had just made his move and had yet to infuse his essence into a defensive stance when the sword struck his staff, splitting it in half. When the sword wind blew, Gong Yongyu flew backward like a broken kite. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier and bounced heavily before landing on the ground. Gong Yongyu knelt on one knee. Under his tattered clothes, horrifying sword wounds spread all over his chest. The sword intent hidden in the wounds had not faded yet. His wounds seemed to be growing more severe. Gong Yongyu knew that he had lost. He had barely managed to block 2 moves. The difference was too great. He smiled bitterly to himself. He did not know if there was anyone who could defeat him in this 5-nation youth competition. My skills are inferior. Gong Yongyu admits defeat. Gong Yongyu stood up and chose to admit defeat. Sima Lingxian sheathed his sword. After the golden dragon above his head swallowed for a while, it grew to 8 and 7 inches long. Now it was less than half an inch long and would be 23 meters long. This is probably Sima Lingxuan's true strength. Unexpectedly, he comprehended the state of kingship from the state of wind and cloud, which is higher than any other attributed state. Compared to 3 years ago, Sima Lingxuan's strength has increased at a horrifying rate. I finally know why he is not afraid of the 4-season saber technique. When he executes a powerful sword technique with the state of kingship, It is sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. However, we will only know what will happen after they fight. The two of them have not used their full strength yet. The battle between the giants tomorrow will definitely be interesting to watch. However, I still favor Sima Lingxian. He has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Bai Qi has revealed at least 60% of his strength. In the final match of this round, Sima Lingxian finally revealed the absolute strength of the top-seeded participant. Gong Yongyu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the previous five-nation youth competition, lost to Sima Lingxian in 2 moves, unable to resist at all. Li Tianhua looked at the golden dragon above Sima Lingxian's head and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and said, "It is truly a tragedy to be in the same generation as him. It seems like all the stars in the sky are on his head. We are just supporting characters." Xinyuan Zhantian's unruly face revealed a grave expression. After a while, he smiled gently and said, "The state of kingship is really coincidental. The 92 rounds of matches were already over, but the 8 giants had not fought yet. In that case, in the final 8 rounds tomorrow, the 8 of them would have to fight each other. From the start of the ranking matches until now, the 8 giants had not lost a single match. Sima Lingxian, Li Tianhua, Bai Qi, Wang Quan, Chu Chaoyun, Xinyuan Zhantian, Yu Chenxi and Xiao Chun were tied for first place. However, since ancient times, there had been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. How could there be a situation where 8 people were first? In the battle between the giants tomorrow, there would definitely be a victor and a loser among the 8. The true dragon ranking would also be decided. Who could rank first and obtain the luck of the world, becoming the main character of this era? Before the sunset tomorrow, everything would come to an end. The Age of Geniuses would officially begin at that moment. The long night finally passed amidst the cheers of the crowd. The wind cloud platform was packed with people. Their voices were loud. Before the matches started, the atmosphere had already heated up. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the giants would fight. They were waiting for the moment when the true heroes reached the peak. They wanted to see who was the main character of this era. First match, Lu Xiaoyun versus Lin Fei. The first match of the 93rd round officially started. However, it was not the anticipated match between the giants, which disappointed everyone. However, the 2 people in the wind cloud platform were experts of their own domains. Their matches would not be boring. When facing the genius bladesman Lin Fei, Lu Xiaoyun did not get careless. He would not make the same mistake as he did against Chu Chaoyun. He used his full power from the start. A cold wind howled, and frost instantly covered the wind cloud platform. As Lu Xiaoyun sent out his sword intent, snowflakes drifted down. The various powerful techniques of the drifting snow sword sect were perfectly executed in Lu Xiaoyun's hands. At this moment, Lin Fei was much more mature than when he first started the five-nation youth competition. There was no longer any arrogance in Lin Fei's eyes. Instead, there was only seriousness and caution. He was clearly enduring. Ding! 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 Saber lights shot out everywhere, and sword images filled the air. Sword chi and saber chi moved about wantonly. The strength that the two displayed was equal. In terms of saber intent and sword intent, they did not give way to each other. However, Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice was stronger than Lin Fei's state of earth. Based on the current situation, Lu Xiaoyun held a slight advantage. However, this was only temporary. Everyone knew that Lin Fei still had not used the Earth Vein Saber technique. If Lu Xiaoyun could block that unpredictable Earth Vein Saber technique, he would be confident of obtaining victory. If he could not block it, the victor would be hard to predict. Xiu! As the saber hummed, Lin Fei, who had been silent for a long time, finally found the most suitable opportunity to execute the Earth Vein Saber technique. A strand of cold saber chi exploded the ice on the ground and quickly headed for Lu Xiaoyun's chest. Lu Xiaoyun smiled gently, not flustered at all. He said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time. Absolute Ice Shadow Sword." The surrounding temperature plummeted. Lu Xiaoyun's upper body trembled. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he split into two. 2 strands of sword light flickered. One blocked the attack from Lin Fei's main body while the other blocked the saber chi shooting out from the ground. When the 2 figures merged back together, Lin Fei's eyes widened. When the 2 figures merged back together, a cold chill turned into a snow-white sword chi and shot out from the sword. forcing Lin Fei back. With the Earth Vein Saber technique broken, Lin Fei could not gain the upper hand with his saber intent. His state was also slightly weaker. After 100 moves, Lin Fei could only helplessly admit defeat. Lu Xiaoyun sheathed his sword and said softly, "Thank you for letting me win." This battle had proven Lu Xiaoyun's reputation. His miserable defeat at the hands of Chu Qiaoyun was not because he was weak or because the disparity was too great. It was because he had been careless. Chapter 591. Second match. Feng Hua vs. Lu Chang. Just like that, another 5 matches passed. None of them were battles between giants, causing the cultivators who were anxiously waiting to watch the battles between giants to feel a sense of irritation. Just as this frustration reached its peak, the referee in the arena finally called out the names of the giants. 12th match. Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King, Xianyuan Zhantian vs. the noble clans Li Tianhua. The entire arena immediately erupted into an uproar. It's finally time for the giants to fight. The 8 giants only have 8 matches left. They all have the same number of points. Every match will determine their final ranking, so they will definitely do their best. Indeed, at this moment they cannot hide their strength. Otherwise, if they lose, they might lose the chance to fight for the first rank. Xianyuan Zhantian vs. Li Tianhua. Both of their strengths are unfathomable. I wonder who will win. One is a coiling dragon of the continent, and the other is a flood dragon of the Eastern Sea. This can be considered a fight between 2 dragons. Haha! Everyone's gaze is focused on the wind cloud platform. All sorts of discussions rang out. When all the voices merged together, it was very noisy. In the crowd, Xiao Chen also looked over. These 2 people were worthy of being called giants, especially Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen felt that Xianyuan Zhantian's strength was much more horrifying than he showed. Xianyuan Zhantian was one of his strongest opponents. After the 2 giants ascended the wind cloud platform, the noisy discussions quickly stopped. Everyone stared at the wind cloud platform. The 2 of them stood in a corner of the arena and looked at each other. Their sharp auras clashed intensely in the air. Before they even made a move, strong winds blew continuously. Li Tianhua smiled gently and said, "I have long heard that there is an absolute genius in the Eastern Boundless Sea, known as the Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King. Now that I see him, he truly lives up to his reputation." Xianyuan Zhantian held his heavenly war halberd and remained silent. He knew that the other party still had something to say. Indeed, Li Tianhua stopped smiling. His gaze became as sharp as a sword. He said sullenly, "Unfortunately, this is the Tianwu continent, not the Boundless Sea. There is no water here. What can you do?" Xianyuan Zhantian's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "If you really think that way, you will probably suffer a miserable defeat." Their words clashed with each other, and their auras refused to give in to each other. Immediately, the 2 of them were filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if they would explode at any moment. Boom! After a long moment of silence, when the atmosphere had reached its pinnacle, the 2 of them suddenly moved at the same time. 2 blurry silhouettes crossed each other in the air. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Everyone could vaguely see 2 dragon-shaped gases entangling and tearing at each other in the air. Li Tianhua's spear transformed into a coiling dragon, known as the true dragon of the land. There was also the flood dragon transformed from the heavenly battle halberd, known as the overlord of the sea and the king of the abyss. Bang bang bang. As the spear and halberd clashed, a thunderous boom resounded on the stage. As the flood dragon soared up and down, the sound of seawater rang out as it moved. The coiling dragon stood firmly on the ground. When it was still, it was like a towering mountain, not trembling. When it moved, it was like lava erupting, destroying the world. The 2 of them used the special characteristics of the flood dragon and the coiling dragon to infuse into their martial techniques, bringing them out to their fullest. The state of the battle made everyone sigh in amazement. It was like there were really 2 dragons fighting on the stage. However, no matter what, the coiling dragon was on land. After more than 100 moves, Xianyuan Zhantian's overwhelming attacks crumbled. On the other hand, Li Tianhua's counterattacks caused Xianyuan Zhantian to suffer a small disadvantage. The situation did not look good for him. Haha! What Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King? You are only SOSO. Receive my double dragon playing with a pearl. Now that Li Tianhua had the upper hand, he laughed loudly. His spear moved left and right, forming two indistinguishable spear images. Each of the spears materialized a ferocious coiling dragon. The instant the spear images merged, the two coiling dragons roared ferociously and charged over. Based on the ferocious look in the coiling dragon's eyes, they clearly treated Xianyuan Zhantian as a toy. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled gently and scattered the dragon images circling his war halberd. He said sullenly, "Two false dragons, do you really think of yourselves as true dragons? Today, even if you are a true dragon, you will still have to coil up." Bang! The tip of the heavenly war halberd struck the wind cloud platform heavily. Cracks immediately appeared on the flat platform. Countless strands of dragon chi leaked out, and dragon roars resounded endlessly. A vast sea appeared behind Xianyuan Zhantian. The blue waves stretched as far as the eye could see. As Xianyuan Zhantian stood on the sea, a state of kingship suddenly burst out from his body. The waves surged into the sky, and 18 pillars of water shot up. The state of kingship soared into the sky. The king of the sea. He actually comprehended the state of kingship as well? When Li Tianhua saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a flustered expression. "Ha ha ha! Lie down for me!" Xianyuan Zhantian laughed maniacally and thrust his hands forward. The two coiling dragons, which had been toying with him, suddenly turned around. The two coiling dragons, which were originally toying with him, were immediately pressed down on the vast sea, letting out miserable cries. "Just two little worms and you dare to show off before me? Die!" Xianyuan Zhantian shouted ferociously. His thick eyebrows knitted together tightly, and his face filled with rage. He squeezed the dragon heads with both hands. "Kasie!" There was a faint scarlet light. Xianyuan Zhantian broke the heads of the two coiling dragons made of essence. Xianyuan Zhantian held one dragon head in each hand and casually tossed it aside. Li Tianhua's double dragon playing with pearl was destroyed just like that. Li Tianhua's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, "Good, good, good. How dare you humiliate me like this? Xianyuan Zhantian, I do not care if you are the Eastern Sea's king. Now that we are in the Tianwu continent, I, Li Tianhua, will beat you up into a worm." Li Tianhua shouted loudly and exerted strength in his abdomen. Strange sounds came from his throat, and the rumbling sound waves spread out from his mouth. They formed storm-like ripples, causing the wind cloud platform to tremble continuously. Unexpectedly, Li Tianhua used his body of flesh and blood to roar like a coiling dragon. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands all felt their scalps go numb. That sound wave seemed to penetrate into their minds, making them feel a resolute rage. Li Tianhua looked like a ferocious coiling dragon. As he walked, cracks appeared on the ground. Strands of dragon chi soared up. However, the dragon roar contained in the dragon chi was completely suppressed by his roar. Coiling dragon rage, heaven falls and earth rends. Li Tianhua held his spear and pointed it at the sky. His spear flickered with light, materializing the power of a coiling dragon. It seemed like it wanted to shatter the sky and earth, to crush Xianyuan Zhantian, the ruler of the four seas, into a meat patty. Xianyuan Zhantian's lips curled up in a mocking expression. He snorted coldly and said, "How foolish! An insignificant ordinary dragon dares to compete with me?" Xianyuan Zhantian grabbed the heavenly war halberd that he had stabbed into the wind cloud platform with his right hand. Then he roared loudly, and a vast state of kingship surged out from his chest and throat. Bang! 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 The golden sound wave contained the rage of a king as it clashed with Li Tianhua's coiling dragon rage. Kasie! Kasie! Crunching sounds rang out continuously. The sound wave that Li Tianhua sent out was all shattered. Ripples spread out in the air, forming chaotic ripples that caused the entire space to appear blurry and hazy. The roars of the two giants created such a mysterious phenomenon. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all filled with praise when they saw this. Coiling dragon rage, blood splashes the mountains and rivers. Holding the heavenly war halberd, Xianyuan Zhantian clashed with Li Tianhua once again, supported by the state of kingship. When he attacked, he knocked back his opponent by 100 meters. After knocking back Li Tianhua with one move, Xianyuan Zhantian laughed loudly and quickly took a few steps forward. With every step he took, Waves surged up and down, materializing the boundless momentum of a vast ocean. Defeat! 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 Waves surged into the sky. Xianyuan Zhantian's every move was accompanied by the vast state of kingship, forcing Li Tianhua into a retreat. Damn it! Blood leaked out of a corner of Li Tianhua's lips. He revealed an expression of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was a true dragon, unrivaled on land. He should have been able to easily defeat Xianyuan Zhantian. However, who could have imagined that Xianyuan Zhantian would comprehend his own state of kingship from the unending state of water? Turning into the ruler of the four seas, he managed to overcome his disadvantage. In the final 8 rounds, if one lost, one would lose the right to fight for the first rank. Li Tianhua roared loudly, "I am not satisfied." 9 dragons swallowing the heavens. 9 majestic ancient coiling dragons appeared together with Li Tianhua's spear light. They bared their fangs and roared maniacally. Ha ha ha. How laughable. You are just an ordinary dragon and you dare to speak of swallowing the heavens? Li Tianhua, you are not qualified. I am the ruler of the 4 seas, the son of the yellow sky. Today, I will represent the heavens to punish you. Xianyuan Zhantian revealed an expression of disdain. He laughed loudly, and the vast ocean behind him soared up. 9 dragon images appeared on the heavenly war halberd as well. However, those dragon images were deeply carved into the halberd. The vast heavenly might turned into the state of kingship. The halberd gave off a bright golden light. Every strand of golden light was formed by the pure state of kingship. It was even stronger than Yu Chenxi's morning sun fist. Xianyuan Zhantian swung his right hand forward, holding the end of the heavenly war halberd with one hand. He swept out with an unparalleled aura, and the 9 ancient coiling dragons shattered. Xianyuan Zhantian took another step forward, moving to a blind spot in Li Tianhua's defense. Then he switched the heavenly war halberd to his left hand and flicked it forward. Li Tianhua was sent flying like a sandbag. Bang! 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 Although it looked like a gentle flick, the force contained in it was startling. Blood leaked out of Li Tianhua's mouth. His clothes tore and eventually turned into dust. The crowd was dumbfounded. As they looked at the godlike Xianyuan Zhantian, they felt a sense of worship in their hearts. This state of kingship was no weaker than Sima Lingshuan's. Victory, Xianyuan Zhantian. You have gained another 2 points. The referee's calm voice rang out, pulling the crowd's attention back to reality. They saw that Li Tianhua's 23-meter-long golden dragon had dimmed significantly. It had shrunk by 3 meters, becoming a second-rate dragon. After defeating a major character like Li Tianhua, Xianyuan Zhantian's golden dragon gave off a bright light. It grew to 23 meters, no weaker than Bai Qi's. Chapter 592. This is the strength of a true giant. How unfortunate for Li Tianhua. In the end, he is not a true dragon of the continent. Finally, there is one more person who can compete with Sima Lingxian. Of the 8 giants, only 7 remain. Let's see how many giants will fall in this round. Basically, as long as one loses a match, they will lose their qualifications to fight for the top. In the last few rounds, the number of people who can reach the top will shrink. Xianyuan Zhantian strode forward with his head held high. He ignored Li Tianhua, who was lying on the ground with an expression of dissatisfaction and rage. Next round, Xiaochun vs. Wang Quan. The referee on the Wind Cloud platform announced the names of the 2 sides in the next match. The cultivators in the spectator stands, who were immersed in the earlier match, immediately burst into an uproar. Awesome! Another giant battle. Although Wang Quan is clearly weaker than Bai Qi and the others, his opponent is Xiaochun. The result of this match is hard to predict. That's right. Earlier, Wang Quan used many moves to defeat Gong Yangyu. However, he was able to defeat Lin Fei in one move. He is stronger than Xiaochun. Based on the strength that he revealed, Wang Quan should be stronger than Xiaochun. Although the 8 giants were ranked first, the crowd could still use the strength that they revealed to determine who was stronger. Naturally, Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi were ranked first. Xianyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun were ranked second. Yu Chenxi, Li Tianhua, and Wang Quan were ranked third. Xiaochun was ranked last. However, no matter what, this was just a guess. Who was stronger and who was weaker could only be determined after a fight. On the wind cloud platform, Wang Quan held the handle of the dragon fiend whip in his right hand and held the whip in his left hand. As he looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen, he did not rush to make a move. A deep light flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, the only cultivator to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower in the past 1,000 years. Actually, I have heard of you long ago. You are very strong. However, your weakness prevents you from reaching the top. Do you know what your weakness is?" Although Wang Quan's voice was not loud, the cultivators in the spectator stand still heard him clearly. Naturally, they had heard of the ancient desolate tower before. When they saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, shock filled their eyes. Unexpectedly, this white-robed bladesman had such a glorious past despite his silent consecutive victories. He was too low-key. Unexpectedly, he had managed to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Just based of this, his background was already comparable to that of the heirs of the 8 noble clans. Xiao Chen looked at Wang and said interestedly, "Xiao, Wang of Wang. Xiao Disoff of desolate descend Xiao. Of Tianov. Of Xiao of Desi's of Dao of Chan Xiao." When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. However, his expression did not change. Wang Quan was right. Xiao Chen's cultivation was indeed too low. Even the weakest of the 8 giants was a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The stronger ones were peak consummation half-step martial monarchs. As for Xiao Chen, he was only a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, this was not a problem. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was a supreme cultivation technique of immortal cultivators. It was comparable to a heaven-rank cultivation technique of cultivators. Xiao Chen's essence was abundant and dense. He could only be stronger than those people. Unless those people had already opened their sea of consciousness and started to use their mental energy to refine quintessence, it would be somewhat problematic. Of course, that was all there was to it. An expression of understanding flashed on Wang Quan's face. He continued, "You have figured out the problem, right?" "That's right. As far as I know, Bai Qi already opened his sea of consciousness 3 months ago. Now, 1/5 of the essence in his body has probably been refined into quintessence. Sima Lingxian is even more incredible. He already opened his sea of consciousness half a year ago." Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He could tell that the other party was trying to break his mental state. He interrupted, "Let's cut to the chase. About 1/10 of your essence should have been refined into quintessence, right? You can try and see if I can reach the top." After Xiao Chen's words hit the nail on the head, Wang Quan's expression sank. He smiled coldly and said, "The strength of quintessence is not something you can imagine. Originally, I wanted you to back off. However, since you want to fight, I can only grant your wish." Xiao Chen released the coiled dragon fiend whip with his left hand and infused his quintessence into it. The soft whip instantly seemed to come to life. It tore a small crack in space as it descended towards Xiao Chen. As the whip slid down, the tiny spatial crack rapidly closed. Clearly, although the whip could break through the void, it was still a little forceful. Pa! The speed at which the dragon fiend whip descended was as fast as lightning, as swift as a rabbit. With a schwa sound, it shattered the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. Then the whip landed on the ground. A crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Boundless dragon chi spread out. A casual whip possessed such might, flabbergasting everyone. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He turned around and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, moving quickly around the wind cloud platform, dodging the whip's sharpness. There were very few people in the Tianwu continent who could use a whip. This was because the whip technique was too difficult to practice. It was a test of talent. However, once someone reached great perfection, they would be very difficult to deal with, just like Wang Quan before Xiao Chen. Wang Quan brought out the unpredictable characteristics of the whip technique to its limits. Then, he used his quintessence to supplement it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen kept retreating, unable to find a good counterattack. Indeed, essence cannot compare to quintessence. The difference is too great. This Wang Quan actually opened his sea of consciousness. This time Xiao Chen is going to lose for sure. How unfortunate. He did not have enough time to grow. The Saiyans are all 2 or 3 years older than him. Otherwise, he would have started refining his quintessence as well. Cultivation is indeed his weakness. No matter how good his techniques are, there is nothing he can do about it. As the spectators watched Xiao Chun dodge left and right, they all felt pity for him, feeling that it was not worth it. White-robed bladesman, didn't you already comprehend saber intent? Your saber techniques have also reached great perfection. Why do you not even dare to draw your saber? As Wang Quan held the dragon fiend whip, he had a faint smile on his face as he brandished it. At one moment, it was as soft as a venomous snake coming out of its hole. At another moment it was as hard as 1,000 cold mountains. The dragon fiend whip was like an extra arm in Wang Quan's hand. Wang Quan was very adept at switching between hard and soft. He executed all sorts of martial techniques that could only be executed with the whip. They rained down on Xiao Chun like a torrential storm. As the whip moved, it formed an impenetrable light screen, forcing Xiao Chun back step by step. The quintessence infused into the dragon fiend whip raised the might of this light screen to the limit. As the whip images flew around, it seemed like they sliced space apart. Wang Quan glanced at the wind cloud barrier not far behind Xiao Chun. He smiled coldly and said, "Are you still not going to draw your saber? Netherworld demonic whip." Wang Quan swung his wrist thrice in the air. In that instant, the 2-meter-long dragon fiend whip sent out thousands of whip images. They turned into countless sinister and horrifying evil spirits from other worlds. They danced around chaotically, looking like the 9 layers of purgatory. There was no way back. If he went forward, it would be a purgatory made up of whip images. Wang Quan was forcing Xiao Chun to clash head-on with him. Since there was no way to retreat and no way to advance, then he would fight. Xiao Chun stopped and rooted himself to the ground. He stood firmly on the wind cloud platform like an ancient tree. An intense storm blew from the front, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. However, his body did not move at all. He had a prideful air, not fearing this purgatory. Even more so, he did not fear the quintessence on the whip images. Xiao Chun grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and slowly drew the lunar shadow saber by an inch. As a light flickered, his saber intent rose continuously. 10%, 20%, 30%. Peak small perfection 40%. It continued to rise. When the long pitch-black lunar shadow saber was completely drawn, Xiao Chun unleashed his peak saber intent uncontrollably. The dazzling saber light dazzled and flabbergasted everyone. 60%. It really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it has not reached perfect control, it really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. It completely surpasses Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent. He is only a step away from great perfection. With this, even Sima Lingxuan's sword intent will not be able to suppress his saber intent. The cultivators in the spectator stands discussed this. They had not expected Xiao Chun to have such a trump card. They were not the only ones shocked. The expressions of the 8 giants turned grave as well. This was especially so for Bai Qi. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. All along, Bai Qi had considered himself to be the top bladesman of the Tianwu continent's younger generation. However, the saber intent that Xiao Chun brought out completely shattered this halo. Xiao Chun's saber intent was 20% higher than Bai Qi's. Bai Qi clenched his right fist tightly and consoled himself. Saber intent is nothing. I have the 4-season saber technique. No bladesman will be a match for me. Absolutely not. When Chu Chaoyun saw this scene, he smiled gently and said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it is not mature, it is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. The people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Bai, who were originally worried for Xiao Chun, all heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao! 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 Xiao Chun had yet to fully grasp the 60% comprehended saber intent. Strands of extremely strong saber wind surged out uncontrollably in all directions. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits formed by quintessence were all chopped into nothingness. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits could not resist at all. The strength of the 60% comprehended saber intent far surpassed everyone's expectations. Wang Quan had only refined 1/10 of his quintessence. It was not enough. The situation of the battlefield instantly turned around. The wind blew, the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. With the support of the 60% comprehended saber intent, Xiao Chun executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. It carried the momentum of the wind and clouds as it chopped down countless fiendish demons and malicious spirits, breaking through hell. When the saber light struck Wang Quan's protective quintessence, there was a dang sound. The quintessence shield trembled, but it did not shatter. Blood leaked out of Wang Quan's mouth. He laughed loudly and said, "I have a quintessence shield. I am naturally undefeatable. Your 60% comprehended saber intent is not dense enough. You will not be able to break my quintessence shield." "Ignorant? Do I need to break it?" Xiao Chun said softly. The crystal chi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The surging essence gathered on the saber. With the support of the saber intent, the leaping electric light looked like a resplendent purple sun. Bang! Chapter 593. Xiao Chun brought out all of his essence, supported by his 60% comprehended saber intent and the peak state of thunder. With one saber strike, Wang Quan vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. That strong quintessence shield fluctuated and rippled, but it did not shatter. However, the pure force that passed through it caused Wang Quan's internal organs to be in a mess. "Stop fighting, I admit defeat." Wang Quan, who landed on the ground, felt incredible pain. When he saw that Xiao Chun still wanted to continue fighting, he quickly admitted defeat. Wang Quan's quintessence was nearly exhausted. If Xiao Chun attacked again, his originally insufficient quintessence would shatter. Xiao Chen's golden dragon immediately swallowed up another 3 meters of the 23-meter-long golden dragon above him. Its light dimmed, and it was only 15 meters long. Xiao Chen's golden dragon was dazzling and full of vigor. It was 25 meters long. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chun prepared to leave the arena. He paused for a while and said to Wang Quan, "My cultivation is indeed not high. However, you cannot stop me. Even without this 60% comprehended saber intent, I can still defeat you easily." 60% comprehended saber intent and the gathering of wind and clouds, Xiao Chun defeated Wang Quan, one of the giants, in one move. Even though Wang Quan had a high cultivation, even opened his sea of consciousness, and refined a tenth of his essence into quintessence, he was still not a match for Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun revealed another trump card, the so-called tenth of his quintessence was no longer sufficient. At this moment, no one thought that Xiao Chun was the weakest of the 8 giants. With such strength, he could compete with Bai Qi. If Xiao Chun was more daring, he might be able to fight with Sima Lingxian. However, his chances of victory would be slightly lower. Next match, Nangong Ziyue against Bai Mingshang. This was another match between the noble clan disciples. Although the two had lost a few matches earlier and lost the fight for the top 8, their strength was still there. However, his strength was still there, and he was a popular contender for the top 10. This battle was still quite eye-catching. Bai Mingshang excelled at palm techniques. His lamenting palm perfectly materialized the emotionless Tao. His palm technique was cold and emotionless. Every move contained a strong might. However, Bai Mingshang's opponent was Nangong Ziyue. Her state of mountain and water was as calm as rippling water. However, when it moved, it shook the ground. She did not fear his emotionless Tao. The two were evenly matched. After exchanging 400 moves, an opening appeared in Bai Mingshang's emotionless Tao. Nangong Ziyue took advantage of this opportunity to obtain victory. With only 8 rounds remaining, Nangong Ziyue obtained victory. She was one step closer to the top 10. With Nangong Ziyue's victory, Xiao of Xiao Dao and Qi Yushang, there were 8 Chens, 7 Chen of Chan. Only one had Xiao Chun, 7 and Chun, the 8 Chun of the 7 of Wang Chan Xiao of Chun of Shangwood, of brothers. After of the 8 matches, there were only 8 giants. Aside from himself, he could only fight 7 matches against the other 7 giants. Naturally, the remaining match would be decided by the other contestants. How to arrange it was up to the referee. However, the remaining match did not put much pressure on the 8 giants. Lu Xiaoyun looked at the confident Sima Lingxian and sighed softly. He smiled bitterly and said, 3 years ago I could last 10 moves against you. Now, after 3 years, I probably cannot even block one move from you. Sima Lingxian, how about we compete in the sword? We will only compete in the sword and nothing else. Competing in the sword was similar to competing in the saber. Both parties would draw their swords at the same time. Whoever's sword could defeat the other parties would be the winner. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyun's sword was not as strong as Sima Lingxuan's. The reason he said this was because he wanted to compete with Sima Lingxian in the sword. He wanted to comprehend Sima Lingxuan's sword intent and use it to improve himself. Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof personality. He looked down on all the swordsmen in the world. Lu Xiaoyun had a request for him. At this moment he was extremely humble. His gaze was fiery, hoping that Sima Lingxian would agree. With your status and strength, you are qualified to compete in the sword with me. Prepare to draw your sword. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself for a while, and did not reject Lu Xiaoyun's suggestion. An excited expression flashed in Lu Xiaoyun's eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks." After Lu Xiaoyun spoke, he grasped his sword hilt with his right hand. His essence, state of ice, sword intent, and his understanding of the sword Dao all accumulated at this moment. Competing with swords sounded simple. It was just pulling out the sword and throwing it out. However, this simple action contained many aspects of truth. Sword intent, sword move, state, and force of attack. As long as there was a mistake in any one of these aspects, the instant the sword was drawn, it would be full of openings. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The wind cloud platform fell deathly silent. Both sides remained silent, accumulating their moves. Wang! 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 Amidst this endless silence, there was suddenly a resonant sword hum. The sword hum was long, continuous, and solemn. As the sword intent trembled, the huge wind cloud arena trembled continuously. The two of them made their moves at the same time. A solitary sword spun quickly in the air, causing snowflakes to dance in the air. The sword intent gave off a silvery white light, making the place even colder. Cold, extreme cold, cold and emotionless. This was Lu Xiaoyun's state. His sword intent also served this purpose. On the other side, Sima Lingxuan's sword flickered with a golden light. Strong winds filled the air and clouds churned. As the winds blew and clouds churned, it contained a vast state of kingship. This was a sword of kingship. With the support of Sima Lingxuan's 60% comprehended sword intent, the state of kingship appeared very tyrannical and mighty. It faintly gave off the boldness of 10,000 swords. It was the king of swords. Dang! The two swords quickly clashed. Lu Xiaoyun's sword was knocked back with a bang. Then it broke into two pieces. As for Sima Lingxuan's sword, it gave off a xiao sound and easily stabbed into the wind cloud platform with a brilliant sword intent. Cracks appeared in the sword, and dragon qi immediately soared up. The hazy dragon qi increased the aura of that proud sword significantly. The sharpness of the sword of kingship soared into the clouds, nearly breaking the wind cloud barrier in the sky. Before that sword of kingship, Lu Xiaoyun could not resist at all. The difference between their sword intent and sword intent was too great. The sword was a swordsman's second clone. This sword had followed Lu Xiaoyun for an unknown number of days and nights. It had killed countless enemies. Unknowingly, it had already infused Lu Xiaoyun's qi, blood and soul. Now that the sword broke, blood leaked out of a corner of Lu Xiaoyun's lips. His complexion turned pale, and his mind became extremely fatigued. After being defeated in one move, Sima Lingxian immediately swallowed up a significant portion of Lu Xiaoyun's 20-meter-long golden dragon, making it much dimmer. However, Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon did not grow much longer. It was still 27 meters long. With Xiao Chen's current luck, unless he defeated the 8 giants, it would be hard for his golden dragon to grow any longer. Lu Xiaoyun wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips. He was not in a rush to get off the wind cloud platform. Instead, he closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the state of Sima Lingxuan's sword when the two swords clashed. After a long time, Lu Xiaoyun opened his eyes. His pale face revealed a gratified expression as he picked up the two broken swords from the wind cloud platform. When competing with swordsmen, I always use my full power. I will not hold anything back. Sima Lingxian said something that others could not understand. Then he gently landed on the wind cloud platform. However, Lu Xiaoyun was slightly stunned. He understood what Sima Lingxian meant. He was advising him not to be dispirited. However, Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof character. It would be impossible for him to console others directly. Hence, he was beating around the bush. The first round of the competition ended amidst everyone's excitement. Of the 8 giants, Wang Quan and Li Tianhua were defeated, losing their chance to fight for the first rank. The 2 giants' matches did not disappoint the crowd. Xiao Chun fought against Wang Quan and Xinyuan Zhantian fought against Li Tianhua. These 2 people were the new talents of this 5-nation youth competition. They suddenly rose to prominence and advanced rapidly. Their achievements rose steadily. The golden dragon circling above their heads grew crazily, not stopping at all. This was especially so for Xiao Chun. He was even more unfathomable. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had not been defeated once. Under the circumstances where many cultivators did not think highly of him, Xiao Chun kept on winning, defeating all his opponents. Just when everyone thought that his winning streak was about to end, he would reveal some of his trump cards and defeat his opponent. No one knew how many trump cards Xiao Chun had. This youth from the great Qin nation wore white robes and held a saber. He defeated all the outstanding talents, noble clans disciples, sect disciples and veteran giants. He was neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing. He always had a clear and indifferent expression on his face. First match by Qi against Yu Chenxi. The 94th round began. The referee unhurriedly announced the lineups of the 2 sides. This is another battle between giants. I wonder who will push who down. On the road to the peak, one has to win everything in order to reach the top. Failure is not tolerated. The competition has been going on for quite some time. Bai Qi has the 4-season saber technique. I wonder what other trump cards Yu Chenxi will have. In the spectator seats, everyone discussed animatedly, and they were extremely excited. In terms of strength, Yu Chenxi was not much weaker than Xiao Chun. On the wind cloud platform, Bai Qi did not have any intention of underestimating Yu Chenxi. It was like a mountain with steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The path was filled with thorns, and too many climbers had died on it. The few people who could see the summit already had no path of retreat. If they fell, they would be left behind by the other climbers. 3 years of hard work, day and night, achieving success in one go. His dream was right in front of him. He had waited too long for this moment. Bai Qi had too many things to prove. He could not afford to lose. He could not lose. He absolutely could not lose. Fight! 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. Without needing to say anything, the moment the referee announced the start of the match, the momentum that Bai Qi had been storing up erupted. His overwhelming fighting spirit turned into a dazzling saber light, as he executed the first strike of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, hacking at Yu Chenxi. Yu Chenxi had a grave expression. Caution filled her pretty face. She had no intention of giving up against Bai Qi. Yu Chenxi took a deep breath and infused her essence into her right fist. A golden light exploded and shattered the saber Qi, turning it into a rain of light that fell to the ground. Second heaven-breaking saber strike. Right after the saber light shattered, the second heaven-breaking saber strike with an even more ferocious aura descended. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike. Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. He held his saber in his right hand and brandished it continuously. The 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes rained down like a torrential storm. Chapter 594. The saber intent contained a strong saber intent, each strike stronger than the one before. At the start, Yu Chenxi was relaxed. The pressure slowly increased and he started to move back. Without moving, Bai Qi circulated the essence in his body and turned it into the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, forcing Yu Chenxi back by more than 10 steps. 18th saber strike. Bai Qi roared ferociously. He had not moved since the start of the competition. Now he finally moved. When he did not move, the saber lights were like a never-ending storm, forcing his opponent back. However, when Bai Qi moved, he was as still as a mountain. There was only a great spirit hidden in his saber. He turned into an ancient divine mountain that could suppress the sun, the moon, the rivers, and the stars. His movements were unpredictable. A grave look flashed in Yu Chenxi's eyes. When facing the final saber strike of the heaven-breaking saber technique, he brought out the might of the morning sun incantation to the 13th layer. A blazing sun slowly rose from behind him, materializing the state of the morning sun. Light illuminates the sky. With a ferocious roar, Yuchensi leaped up together with the blazing sun. The golden sun made her look as beautiful as a goddess. Everyone stopped breathing, not daring to breathe loudly lest they ruin this beautiful scene. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten that this beautiful scene hid Yuchensi's huge killing move. Bang! A startling explosion rang out, pulling everyone out of the beautiful scenery. Surging shockwaves spread out on the wind cloud platform. Beautiful purples and reds filled the air, surging majestically. Cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. What a strong force! It looks like Yuchensi only used less than 70% of his strength in his fight with Nangong Ziyue. I can't see clearly. Has the victor been decided? Who exactly is stronger? If Bai Qi loses like this, it would be a pity. He still has the four-season saber technique that he has not used yet. That should not be the case. Bai Qi will not lose so easily. Who knows? All I can say is that anything is possible. Before he stepped onto the platform, did you expect Yuchensi to burst forth with such an intense fist wind? In the spectator stands, everyone stood up and circulated their essence to their eyes. They wanted to find the figures of the two people in the multicolored chi waves. However, the thickness and density of the shock wave far surpassed their expectations. They could not see anything at all, so the group of cultivators could not help feeling anxious. The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Amid the heavy shock waves, everyone heard a familiar sound. It was Bai Qi executing the four-season saber technique. It looked like the final move of this heaven-breaking saber technique, lost to Yuchensi's light illuminating the heavens. Otherwise, he would not have used the four-season saber technique. A delicate shout rang out from the airwaves as well. Yuchensi was fearless in the face of this saber that contained the power of reincarnation. It was hard to tell whether it was warm or cold. As the light exploded, a punch that was even more powerful than the light illuminating the heavens burst forth. Since there was no way to know whether it was cold or warm, then he would directly use force to break through. Whatever Nangong Ziyue could not do, she would do it for Yuchensi. Morning sun breaks dawn. Heaven-shattering punch. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions rang out in the shock waves. The sounds were like mountains collapsing and the ground sinking. A huge storm spread out from the center of the exchange. In an instant, the storm blew away the layers of shock waves that filled the arena. The scene on the wind cloud arena reappeared before everyone's eyes. They saw Yuchensi standing on a rainbow bridge. The morning sun flickered behind her, giving off a faint radiance. The wind cloud platform looked peaceful. However, her complexion was extremely red, causing her beautiful face to appear somewhat sickly, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of worry in their hearts. In front of her, Bai Qi's long robes fluttered as he slowly moved back. Then, he slowly floated to the ground like a willow leaf. Bai Qi's complexion looked much better than Yuchensi's. However, his expression turned completely sullen. He retreated. Everyone immediately became excited. Bai Qi, who executed the first move of the four-season saber technique, was actually knocked back by Yuchensi. Breaking technique with brute force. This is breaking technique with brute force. Although it is called coincidence, Bai Qi's first saber strike contained the power of the cycle of seasons. Just the power of the cycle of seasons is not something that ordinary people can block. However, not only did Yuchensi knock back the power of the cycle of seasons, but he even broke the other party's state of spring water. Strong. He can still break the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. A woman does not lose to a man. With this move, Yuchensi can put us to shame. All the cultivators in the spectator stands became excited at this moment. The first move of the four-season saber technique was actually knocked back. Everyone was filled with shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Their expressions were very excited. Spring is over and summer is coming. The flowing fire mercilessly illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. When Bai Qi landed on the ground, he did not hesitate. He shouted and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. Spring is over and summer is coming. The flowing fire of the seventh month burns mercilessly. However, there was a boundless fighting spirit in Bai Qi's heart. It was even stronger than the blazing sun of the seventh month. His heart was higher than the sky. This was the state that the Saber Emperor Bai Shuaihe had obtained from summer. Bai Qi copied it and executed it. When the boundless carelessness turned into a saber technique, it became a dazzling fiery light. There was a valiance that could swallow mountains and rivers. Pointing at the sky and stepping on the ground, there is only one saber. Bai Qi's voice was not loud. However, the instant he executed the saber technique, his aura suddenly magnified infinitely. It was very tyrannical. The hearts of the crowd in the spectator stands could not help but tighten. They had already taken the place of Yu Chenxi long ago. When they saw Bai Qi's horrifying second saber strike, they could not help but worry for Yu Chenxi. The sun rises from the east, red like fire. How can the blazing sun be defeated so easily? The lofty aspirations in my heart will never extinguish. I dare to go up to the 9 heavens to grab the bright moon. A red sun illuminates the 9 provinces. The light of the rivers for thousands of kilometers will never be extinguished. Yu Chenxi's flushed face glowed with pride. A lofty aspiration burst forth from her chest. A 7-colored pillar of light appeared behind her. Scarlet, orange, red, green, azure, blue, and purple formed a miraculous 7-colored light. She turned into the blazing sun and shot out from the multicolored light. A fist several times stronger than the one before clashed with Bai Qi's tyrannical saber strike. Bang! The moment they clashed, the multicolored light behind her shattered, turning into a multicolored light that scattered over the wind cloud platform. She vomited a large mouthful of blood, and her complexion turned even redder. Only the dim morning sun continued to rise proudly behind her. On the other side, Bai Qi was in an even worse state. In an instant he was knocked back 100 meters. His speed did not decrease as he continued crashing into the wind cloud barrier. Once again, Yu Chenxi knocked back the second move of the four-season saber technique. Good. The crowd was very excited. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands cheered in unison. Their shouts pierced through the clouds, and the entire wind cloud platform seemed to tremble. They were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. Bai Qi broke another punch. The Haotian sex Yu Chenxi might really be able to create a miracle. He might use brute force to break technique and defeat the famous four-season saber technique, becoming the greatest dark horse of this 5-season saber tournament. The wind is heartless and summer is coming to an end. The people are like leaves, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. Just as Bai Qi was about to crash into the wind cloud barrier, he forcefully turned around. He pushed off the wind cloud barrier and executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The world is heartless. The great Tao is heartless. This saber strike is cold and filled with love. It sweeps through the world with the might of the autumn wind. Can Yu Chenxi block it? Outside the wind cloud platform, Xiao Qin's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. His mind quickly tried to simulate Bai Qi's four-season saber technique. From the moment Bai Qi executed long-lasting spring water, Xiao Qian placed all his attention on him. Xiao Qin's already much stronger spiritual sense pierced through the wind cloud barrier and turned into specks of light hidden in the air. He paid close attention to Bai Qi's every move. Bai Shuaihe truly lives up to being a saber emperor. It looks like he held back against me a junior in the ancient desolate tower. Otherwise, with the four-season saber technique, I would not even be able to block one move from him. Xiao Qian quickly analyzed in his heart. However, when Bai Qi executed it, it lacks some spirituality. Seems more artificial. How unfortunate. Not to mention Xiao Qian, the other giants Xianyuan Zhantian, Chu Chaoyun, and even Sima Lingxian. All watched Bai Qi's every move without blinking. The four-season saber technique was too famous. It was rare for Yu Chenxi to help them push Bai Qi to this extent. If they did not properly comprehend the mysteries within, it would be a waste of this opportunity. It looks like I overestimated you. Your saber technique is pretty good, but your talent is still lacking. Sima Lingxian shared the same opinion as Xiao Qian. As he looked at Bai Qi on the wind cloud platform, a calm look flashed in his eyes. The confidence in his chest grew even stronger. Yu Chenxi's pretty face was extremely beautiful. Her bright red face looked like it would bleed at any moment. This was an extremely abnormal state. Clearly, she had already reached her limits. She might not be able to block the third saber strike. In the sky, the pitch-black curtain of night was like an overturned cauldron. It directly flipped over and shrouded this part of the world. Just like that, night fell quietly. Bai Qi had not given up yet. Yu Chenxi still wanted to persevere. So she executed the strongest state of the morning sun fist. In the darkness, Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He muttered, "This girl is pushing too hard." The deep night was boundless and boundless. It was so dark that one would not be able to see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Humans had an innate fear and resistance to night. Hence, they called for the morning sun, hoping that the light would never be extinguished. Xiao. Amid this boundless anticipation, the blazing sun broke through the night sky. Its boundless light shone on every corner of the wind cloud platform. Under the tempering of the night sky, this blazing sun looked different from the rest. Its light seemed eternal and inextinguishable. A red sun illuminated the 9 provinces. All the darkness could not be seen. When facing Bai Qi's four-season saber technique's third move, Yu Chenxi still chose to use brute force to break technique. She prepared to use the strongest power of the morning sun to break the emotionless autumn wind. Bai Qi's expression was cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. The emotionless autumn wind blew behind him. Then he charged forward with this sweeping saber strike. Boom! A strong saber light flashed in the wind cloud platform. Following that, a dazzling light enveloped the entire wind cloud platform. Bai Qi looked at the crowd in the wind cloud platform. Aside from light, there was nothing else in his eyes. Chapter 595. There was neither silence nor scenery. There was no sound, no scene reflected in his eyes. All that was left was the pure light that drifted about. With a cracking sound, a resonant dragon roar rang out from within the light. The endless autumn wind blew gently, sweeping away the specks of light one by one. The autumn wind rose and fell. In midair, Bai Qi held his saber with one hand, drifting with the undulating autumn wind. Everyone looked up and saw Yu Chenxi lying weakly on the ground, her complexion completely pale. The morning sun behind her had already dimmed to the point where it did not give off any light at all. Only a pale glow remained, like a flickering spark that would be extinguished by the wind at any moment. A long crack appeared on the ground, splitting the wind cloud platform in half. As the electric light flashed, the wind cloud platform slowly healed. Bai Qi sheathed his saber, and the autumn wind in the arena spun around and returned to his saber. Bai Qi landed on the ground, and blood appeared at the corner of his lips. However, he was in a much better state than Yu Chenxi. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker, who was the victor and who was the loser. Bai Qi's golden dragon roared ferociously, and swallowed up Yu Chenxi's 23-meter-long golden dragon. After that, the golden dragon grew to 23 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxian. Yu Chenxi, who was on the ground, tried to stand up weakly. Bai Qi knew his condition, so he sent out a cool breeze and gently helped Yu Chenxi up. Yu Chenxi said softly, "Many thanks." Bai Qi looked deeply at this girl who had caught 3 of his saber strikes. A trace of respect flashed in the depths of his eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I have to thank you as well. You showed me some of the inadequacies of the four-season saber technique. I hope that we can have a chance to exchange pointers in the future." Gladly. The earth-shattering and intense battle just now had turned into gusts of cool breeze amidst the conversation between the two of them, and the tense atmosphere was gone with the wind. Our generation of martial artists should be like this, winning fair and above board, losing convincingly, being able to pick up and let go, being open-minded. The elders of the Haotian sect nodded and smiled. With Yu Chenxi's strength, it was certain that he would be in the top 5. This was the best result the Haotian sect had ever achieved. When the two of them walked off the dueling platform, the experts of their sects, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly received them. They used spirit pills and profound cultivations to heal the two of them, recovering their combat prowess. In this round, Xiao Qin's opponent was a personal disciple of one of the 10 great sects, Dongfang Yubai. The two of them had never fought before. In the face of Xiao Chun, who was extremely popular and had unfathomable strength, Dongfang Yubai held onto a sliver of hope. He believed that he still had some trump cards hidden, so he did not choose to admit defeat immediately. Xiao Chun was not in a rush. He exchanged a few moves with this person. After his opponent used up all his trump cards, there was no longer any martial technique that could pique his interest. So, Xiao Chun lost his patience and used his 60% comprehended saber intent. Then he used the lightning tribulation saber technique to defeat his opponent in 3 strikes. The absolute strength caused Dongfang Yubai's heart to turn to ashes. After defeating Dongfang Yubai, Xiao Chun's golden dragon grew significantly. It reached 26 meters, only 1 meter away from 27 meters. However, there was still some distance between him and Bai Qi. This was due to Xiao Chun's insufficient accumulations. After all, he had not participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition and obtained more luck. However, Xiao Chun did not think too much about it. As long as he stood at the peak, his luck would naturally surpass everyone else's. Next match, Sima Lingxian against Wang Quan. After 20 moves, Wang Quan, who had used his cloning technique, could no longer hold on. Sima Lingxian did not even use his quintessence. Wang Quan only used his state of kingship and the Son of Heaven sword technique, together with his 60% comprehended sword intent, to the point where Wang Quan could not retaliate. After losing to Xiao Chun, Wang Quan lost to Sima Lingxian. This time it was difficult for Wang Quan to even get into the top 3. When the 94th round of matches came to an end, another match between giants arrived. Xinyuan Zhantian against Chu Chaoyun. For the sake of preserving their strength in the elimination round, the two had chosen to fight in a tacit manner. After 1 move, they ended in a draw. Draws were not allowed in the ranking matches. A victor had to be decided. Furthermore, at this moment, the two had not lost a single match. At this crucial moment, neither could afford to lose. If they lost, they would lose the chance to reach the top. They had to do their best. Xinyuan Zhantian comprehended the higher-ranked state of kingship from the state of the sea. Chu Chaoyun should have some trump cards that he has not revealed yet. The battle between these two should be about the same. It will be much more exciting than the battle between Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan. Their chances of victory are about the same. However, I still favor Xinyuan Zhantian. After all, he was the only one who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian back then. Clearly, the attention this battle received was much greater than that of Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan's battle. Xiao Chun could tell this from the discussions in the surroundings. Xiao Chun paid special attention to this battle as well. He had always feared Chu Chaoyun, finding him unfathomable. From the start of the battle until now, Chu Chaoyun had not revealed many of his trump cards. Now that Chu Chaoyun was facing Xinyuan Zhantian, he could see how strong Xinyuan Zhantian was. When Xinyuan Zhantian faced Chu Chaoyun, he showed a grave expression. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and a vast sea spread out from behind him. Xinyuan Zhantian brought out the vast state of water to its limits. Instantly, waves surged up and down. As Xinyuan Zhantian stood on that vast sea, he held up his heavenly war halberd and looked around arrogantly. "Rise!" Xinyuan Zhantian shouted, and a huge wave soared up from the sea. He held the heavenly war halberd with both hands and hacked down. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyun. Within the golden light, Chu Chaoyun's aura was boundlessly holy. Every inch of his clothes and every strand of his hair gave off a faint golden glow. Xiu! A resonant sound rang out as Chu Chaoyun drew his sword. A sword intent spread out as he swung his sword in the wind, giving off a bright light. Before the heavenly war halberd could reach Chu Chaoyun, the golden sword easily blocked Xinyuan Zhantian's vast halberd strike. Berserk Dragon burst. After his first move failed, Xinyuan Zhantian quickly switched to another move. The waves under his feet spun wildly, forming a huge whirlpool. He turned into a flood dragon and hit himself. The waves rolled and the gales didn't stop. The powerful concept of water lingered and pervaded the entire arena, causing everyone to feel as if they were really in a vast ocean, and for no reason, a feeling of insignificance arose in their hearts. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and looked at the incoming berserk dragon burst. Instead of advancing, he retreated. A bright light flickered in his deep eyes as he looked at the whirlpool of the water dragon. It was like everything before his eyes was just an illusion. Heaven-destroying sword. The light that drifted down from the sword suddenly condensed into a line, turning into a dense sword light that shot forward. With the support of the sword will, the golden light even tore thin cracks in the void. A muffled groan came from the water dragon burst. Xianyuan Zhantian, who was hidden within, brandished his heavenly war halberd and quickly retreated. When the berserk water dragon burst was within 2 centimeters of Chu Chaoyun, it shattered into droplets of rain and fell from the sky. They shattered and turned into droplets of rain falling from the sky. When they landed on the wind cloud platform, the droplets of rain exploded. The energy contained in the droplets of rain blasted out a horrifying shock wave, blowing out a boundless shock wave. Just a drop of rain had such power. It was very shocking. As the golden light spread out, before the strong raindrops could get close to Chu Chaoyun, they turned into hazy steam. Chu Chaoyun focused his gaze and seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to rush forward and launch a sharp counterattack. Dang! 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 The sea churned and the waves roared. Light filled the place. Amid the horrifying waves, the two quickly exchanged moves. In an instant they each exchanged more than 100 moves. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would find it hard to turn the situation around once he grasped hold of an opportunity. The longer the fight dragged on, the more opportunities he would have at the very beginning. Along the way, several of Chu Chaoyun's opponents had been forced into a corner by Chu Chaoyun. Before they could execute their best moves, they had already been defeated. Taking advantage of the opening in Xianyuan Zhantian's berserk dragon burst, Chu Chaoyun launched his counterattack. Since then, he had been at the upper hand. He launched a chain of attacks accompanied by flickering golden light, not stopping at a single one. I can't drag this out. Xianyuan Zhantian felt wary. The situation had not reached a point where it could not be salvaged yet. However, if this continued, the rhythm of the battle would fall into Chu Chaoyun's control. At that time, even if Xianyuan Zhantian did not want to lose, he would be defeated. He might end up like the others, not even having the chance to execute his best moves. I am the yellow sky's son, the king of the 4 seas. The might of a king sweeping through everything before me. Xianyuan Zhantian roared in his heart, and finally brought out his state of kingship. In that instant 81 pillars of waves shot up into the sky from the vast sea behind him. The entire sea surged up, and the vast state of kingship surged out. This caused Xianyuan Zhantian's aura to change. The heavenly war halberd swept out like a roaring flood dragon. Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He immediately sent out a screen of golden swords before retreating. Boom! 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 The rage of a king, splattering the mountains and rivers with blood. The screen of swords that Chu Chaoyun sent out did not have any effect. The heavenly war halberd tore through the screen of swords without any fear and struck the sword in front of Chu Chaoyun's chest. The qi and blood in Chu Chaoyun's body trembled endlessly as he retreated. When he landed, he left 2-3 centimeter deep footprints in the ground. I did not expect his state of kingship to have already reached such a level. He does not even need a moment to change it. Chu Chaoyun adjusted his breathing for a while and thought to himself, if I make a mistake, the situation will be gone. After Xianyuan Zhantian brought out the state of kingship, his strength instantly increased. His aura reached an oppressive level as he looked coldly at Chu Chaoyun. Xianyuan Zhantian roared ferociously. Receive my move. Point to the heavens, trample on the earth. The 4 seas surged as Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his heavenly war halberd at the sky. A berserk energy surged out. A formless energy shot out from the tip of the halberd and tore a small hole in the wind cloud barrier. Even inferior grade martial monarchs could not break the wind cloud barrier. Unexpectedly, Xianyuan Zhantian broke it with one point of his halberd. The expressions of the several martial monarchs in the city lord's residence changed. Chapter 596. Dragon Sealing City Lord, Zhong Liang said sullenly. This fellow's strength and sharpness are comparable to some inferior grade martial monarchs. The more horrifying thing was yet to come. Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his halberd forward and stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. A long crack appeared on the wind cloud platform and quickly spread out. The huge wind cloud platform instantly split in half. Using the huge rebound force from his foot, Xinyuan Zhantian's speed broke through Mach 4, reaching the level of martial monarch. In a flash he arrived before Chu Chaoyun. Life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's reaction was even faster than the eyes of the cultivators in the spectator stands. The instant Xinyuan Zhantian took 7 steps, Chu Chaoyun let go of his sword. Then he quickly drew a golden circle with his right palm. In an instant 8 beams of light descended from the sky. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun's eyes turned completely golden. He gave off a feeling of nobility, honor, strength, and pride. Go! Xinyuan Zhantian smacked his palm heavily on the sword hilt floating in front of him. The golden pillar of light quickly elongated, just in time to welcome Xinyuan Zhantian, who was charging over with an aura of supremacy. Dang! Xinyuan Zhantian moved so fast that no one could see him in the air. Under the pressure of the golden light, he reappeared with his shield. The sword that followed immediately struck Xinyuan Zhantian. The timing of that sword strike was extremely precise. It was like a spiritual sword strike, magnificent and unmatched. Chu Chaoyun had struck the weak point of Xinyuan Zhantian's move. Chu Chaoyun easily broke the halberd move that pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground in a few moves. Ha ha ha! Unexpectedly, you can break my point to the heavens, drawing earth like this. What an eye-opener! What an eye-opener! In that case, receive another move from me. Xinyuan Zhantian felt extremely delighted. He did not feel dispirited at having his trump card broken. He laughed loudly and sent out all sorts of strong trump cards with the support of the state of kingship. Amidst the surging waves he attacked Chu Chaoyun. Every move of Xinyuan Zhantian's was not inferior to point to heaven trampling on the earth. Several cracks appeared on the wind cloud platform. The speed at which the wind cloud platform recovered could not keep up with Xinyuan Zhantian's speed of destruction. Chu Chaoyun didn't panic. His eyes were filled with endless golden light. 8 rays of golden light enveloped him. As he brandished his sword, he looked like a god walking in the world. Shao Chun brought out the might of the state of light to an inconceivable level. He clashed head-on with Xinyuan Zhantian's state of kingship, not giving way at all, breaking all of Xinyuan Zhantian's moves. I have not felt so satisfied in a long time. You managed to break through 18 of my trump cards. Chu Chaoyun, if you can receive my next move, then I, Xinyuan Zhantian, can only concede defeat. Xinyuan Zhantian roared loudly and said, until the end of time, never ending. The surrounding ocean began to change strangely. First it turned into a river, then into a lake, and finally into a small stream. In the end, the boundless ocean turned into an endless plain, and there were many farmlands on the plain. In that instant, all the cultivators watching saw time flow. The vast ocean slowly turned into mulberry fields. The strange transformation made people truly feel the meaning of the end of the world. The prosperity of the world was like a fleeting cloud. When facing such a long time, everyone felt insignificant for some reason. Even the vast ocean could turn into mulberry fields. What did a person count for? However, there was always an exception to everything. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, there was a person who never stopped. After the tempering of 10,000 years, the state of kingship on his body gained an ancient and heavy air, becoming several times stronger. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed. Until the end of time I am still here. The state of kingship, never ending. Using the state of kingship, Xinyuan Zhantian tempered his state of kingship for 10,000 years in one breath. Then he quickly made his move. Just thinking about it made everyone tremble in fear. How was one supposed to block such a horrifying attack? The ancient aura on the halberd made everyone feel incredibly heavy, like a mountain pressing down on them. The heavy state of kingship leaked out of Xinyuan Zhantian's control. This aura immediately tore small spatial tears in space. Sima Lingxian frowned slightly. This was the first time a martial technique that he could not understand appeared in the wind cloud platform. He could not help but sink into deep thought. Suddenly inspiration flashed in his mind. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself, so that is how it is. I nearly got frightened by him. He is not a true sage. How can he materialize a 10,000-year mysterious phenomenon? He only copied the state of kingship and simulated it. This mysterious phenomenon can only last for 3 breaths. However, even so, it is already very strong. With the 10,000-year state of kingship, Chu Chaoyun will definitely lose. In contrast to Sima Lingxuan's opinion, Xiao Chan shook his head. He did not think highly of this move, but he did not say anything. When facing this peak halberd strike, Chu Chaoyun's expression finally turned grave. Chu Chaoyun's right hand quickly formed ancient hand seals, and the 8 pillars of light descending from the sky gathered together. Then the light scattered and poured into Chu Chaoyun's body. This gave the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's body a texture. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense and said softly, "Incredible." Unexpectedly, he managed to condense his essence into a solid state. I thought that I was the only one under martial monarch who could do that. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun was completely golden from head to toe. His holy and proud aura became even denser. As the light gathered, Chu Chaoyun did not move at all. He looked like a golden statue carved by a divine craftsman. Seeing his opponent not moving, Xinyuan Zhantian had a strange feeling in his heart. However, this 10,000-year state of kingship could only last for one breath. This was Xinyuan Zhantian's killing move. If his opponent did not lose, he would suffer a strong backlash and lose his combat prowess. He could only continue fighting. There was no other way. Kasie. When the heavenly war halberd was less than half a meter away from Chu Chaoyun, who had turned into a golden statue that looked like it had been there since ancient times, moved. The light gathered on Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly burst out. All 321 acupoints in his body gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off millions of strands of light. The 300-odd acupoints all merged together. The boundless light layered over each other. So many that it was impossible to count. There were millions, billions. On the wind cloud platform, Chu Chaoyun was like a blazing sun, giving off a piercing golden light. Eternal light. Chu Chaoyun chanted softly. When he opened his mouth, golden syllables drifted out. They were like divine sounds, solemn and inviolable. The sword in Chu Chaoyun's hand moved as fast as lightning. The complicated sword art should not have been able to be seen with the naked eye. However, under the endless layers of golden light, every one of Chu Chaoyun's actions was broken down. Every time Chu Chaoyun swung his sword, time paused. It was like another Chu Chaoyun had appeared in the world. Amid the layers of light, Chu Chaoyun swung his sword a total of 99,900 times. Every time he swung his sword, he used his full power. Unexpectedly, the eternal light and unending to the end of time had similar results. The cultivators in the spectator stands immediately felt the similarities and could not help but feel excited. Originally, they thought that Xianyuan Zhantian had used unending to the end of time, tempering his state of kingship for 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. Who knew, the silent Chu Chaoyun executed eternal light and also swung his sword 9,900 times in that instant. There was no way to tell who would win or lose. The countless figures merged together in the blink of an eye and gave off a bright light. Chu Chaoyun's eternal light, which contained the might of 99,900 sword strikes, clashed with Xianyuan Zhantian's unending to the end of time, which he had tempered for 10,000 years. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The crowd, who had been watching closely, could not react in time. They did not even have time to hear the sound of the explosion. The instant the two of them executed their killing moves, a strong energy burst forth. That energy surpassed the two's control. Xianyuan Zhantian did not have time to react. He shot back like a cannonball with a whoosh. He broke through the strong wind cloud barrier and landed in one of the spectator stands without losing any momentum. A rumbling explosion resounded, and many people were thrown off their feet. Several cultivators were caught up in the shockwaves, suffering from an unexpected calamity. They immediately fainted from their severe injuries. Whoosh! 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 However, just as Chu Chaoyun was about to be knocked back by that energy, a beam of golden light descended from the sky and exploded. Then, another beam of golden light descended. A total of 9 beams of golden light soared into the sky. When the beams of light exploded, they managed to negate that unbelievably strong impact. Chu Chaoyun stood on the wind cloud platform with a pale complexion. He panted slightly, and his expression was extremely unsightly. His clothes were tattered. The golden light had already vanished long ago. His holy aura was no longer pure. Although he was in a sorry state, he still stood on the wind cloud platform. Compared to Xinyuan Zhantian, who had been knocked out of the wind cloud platform, his fate unknown, victory was clear. When the hundreds of thousands of spectators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They had not expected a duel below Martial Monarch to cause such a huge commotion. Even the wind cloud barrier could not withstand it. The referee was extremely shocked as well. However, he was very experienced and quickly recovered his wits. He said, "Chu Chaoyun wins. You gain 2 points." Only after a long time did the crowd react. They all sighed. Things have really changed. A duel between half-step martial monarchs actually caused such a commotion. It is no weaker than an inferior grade martial monarch. Bai Qi's 4-season saber technique's third move nearly broke the wind cloud barrier. If he had used the fourth or fifth move, this wind cloud barrier would not have been able to stop him. That Sima Lingxian definitely has the strength to break the wind cloud barrier as well. If these fellows advance to martial monarch, then the martial monarchs of the older generation will not be able to compete with them. I have a feeling that the doors to the Kunlun realm will open in this 5-nation youth competition. The envoys from the previous 5-nation youth competition will come. Amid the clamor, Xiao Chan had already closed his eyes and started resting. Chu Chaoyun's strength had finally bottomed out. In this case, he would no longer fear anyone in this 5-nation youth competition. The path to the peak was within reach. Next match, Xiao Chun versus Bai Qi. In the 95th round, it was finally Xiao Chen's turn. This time, his opponent was the noble clan disciple known as the strongest bladesman of the younger generation, Bai Qi. Chapter 597. The two genius bladesmen finally clashed. Let's see how far Xiao Chun can push Bai Qi. There are still 2 moves of the 4-season saber technique that he has not used yet, the winter saber and the final cycle of seasons. I wonder what other trump cards Xiao Chun has. Without the 4-season saber technique, with Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber intent, he would be able to deal with Bai Qi. He would even have a good chance of victory. How unfortunate. They are both bladesmen, but he ran into Bai Qi, who has the 4-season saber technique. Being able to comprehend 60% comprehended saber intent is sufficient to prove that Xiao Chen's talent as a bladesman is stronger than Bai Qi's. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations are weaker. Although Xiao Chan had a winning streak and the strength he displayed was unfathomable, the crowd still did not think highly of him against Bai Qi. This was because Bai Qi had the 4-season saber technique and had practiced it to great perfection. There were many aspects to a cultivator's combat prowess. Cultivation was the foundation. Martial techniques could bring out this foundation to its greatest effect. For example, if a person's foundation was 1,000 martial techniques, if they had a strong martial technique, they would be able to bring out 100%, even 200%. Just a little bit more and he would only be able to bring out 70% of the martial technique's power, or even half of it. Strong martial techniques were the dreams of all cultivators. This was also one of the important reasons why the great sects could attract so many genius cultivators. Aside from some hidden places, waiting for people to discover the strong martial techniques in the world, the ones that were publicly known were all in the hands of the great sections. Without a doubt, the Bai clan was a noble clan that could rival a great sect. The 4-season saber technique was a martial technique that could bring out 200% of its power, maybe even 3 times. In the crowd's opinion, if Xiao Chan did not have a 60% comprehended saber intent, he would not be a match for Bai Qi with the strength he displayed. He would not even be able to receive one move. 60% comprehended saber intent added some variables to this battle, attracting the crowd's attention. On the wind cloud platform, a strong fighting spirit burned in Bai Qi's heart. The sound of sabers humming appeared in the depths of his eyes. The sharp saber will turned into a ray of unparalleled sharpness, piercing through the obstruction of the void like a sharp knife, shooting towards Xiao Chan. The formless gaze seemed to have substance, bringing with it gusts of wind as it slowly moved towards Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan smiled faintly, and the saber intent gushing from his eyes whistled out. The slowly approaching wind stopped between the two of them, and then suddenly exploded. Clang! In the void there was the crisp sound of weapons clashing. The berserk saber intent pierced through the wind cloud barrier and scattered in all directions. Several cultivators nearby could not help but tighten their grip on their weapons. They were evenly matched. In terms of aura, no one was able to gain any advantage. However, this was not the result that Xiaochen wanted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, and the saber intent that Xiaochen sent out suddenly condensed into a line like an invisible saber. Chi-chi! The saber intent tore through the air, giving off a piercing screech. It scattered Bai Chi's aura in one go, and carried the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent as it flew forward. Surprise appeared in Bai Chi's eyes. Without much time to think, he could only tilt his head slightly. Hu Chi! The saber intent turned into a formless energy that brushed past Bai Chi's face. His fine black hair slowly drifted down. When Bai Chi saw his fine black hair drift down, he was extremely shocked. In a clash of auras, Xiaochen defeated him without any suspense. Bai Chi looked at Xiaochen again, becoming more cautious. He said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Your talent in the saber technique is indeed stronger than mine. If you have another 2 years and you become a martial monarch, I will not be a match for you. When one became a martial monarch, all the essence in one's body would be refined into quintessence. That would be sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. The advantage of the 4-season saber technique would not be that great. Xiaoqin's expression remained calm. He did not deny the other party's words. He said calmly, "Do you want to wait another 2 years? You will know soon enough." When the cultivators in the spectator stand saw Xiaoqin's calm expression, they were surprised. They said doubtfully, "Strange, where does this Xiaoqin get such big words from? It is like he is very confident and does not care about Bai Chi at all." Seeing Xiaoqin's attitude, Bai Chi's face sank. He said coldly, "White-robed bladesman, don't overestimate yourself. I was just flattering you. Don't really think that you are my match." Xiaochen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said indifferently, "I have never overestimated myself. You are not my match now. 2 years from now, you will be even less of a match for me. Since you are not going to make a move, I will." Kasie. After Xiaochen spoke, he drew his lunar shadow saber. Strong winds gathered from all directions. Clouds churned in the sky, heading for Xiaoqin's head. Winds blew everywhere and clouds gathered. This was the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. As Xiaochen moved, he arrived before Bai Chi in a few flashes. Xiaochen infused his 60% comprehended saber, intent with the momentum of wind and clouds as he charged forward. Bai Chi quickly drew his saber and brought out his peak small perfection saber intent to its limits. He shouted, "Heaven-breaking saber technique. First move." Dang! The sabers clashed, and Xiaochen pressed forward gently. A surging force surged over. Bai Chi felt the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent head-on, and was forced back by more than 20 meters. Dang! 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 After gaining the upper hand in one move, Xiaochen did not hesitate. His entire body turned into a saber, radiating a sharp light as he executed all sorts of attacks. When Xiaochen brought out his 60% comprehended saber intent, its might was startling. Bai Chi, who was not mentally prepared, was caught off guard. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat again and again. Before Xiaoqin's overwhelming aura, Bai Chi could not gather the momentum of his heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. In that instant he retreated more than 200 meters. Bai Chi's expression turned cold as he no longer held back. He brought out the quintessence that he had successfully refined. The saber immediately gave off a dazzling blue light. As the saber light danced about, tiny pitch-black cracks appeared in the air. This greatly increased the might of this move, and its aura more than doubled. Essence and quintessence. There was a difference of one word, but there was a world of difference. Just a fifth of quintessence already had such might. It was hard to imagine how horrifying the strength of martial monarchs, who had refined all their essence into quintessence, would be. Heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. 16th saber technique, furious chopping the heavens. Back off! Bai Chi roared ferociously. He wanted to use the quintessence to turn the situation around. Xiaochen did not show any fear. His eyes turned scarlet, and a horrifying state of massacre spread out. It merged with the peak state of thunder, and the lunar shadow saber gave off a strange purple-red light. The one retreating is you. Winds and clouds gather, thunder everywhere, heed my call. Earthly lightning tribulation. The 60% comprehended saber intent, the peak state of massacre, and the peak state of thunder all merged together. The earthly lightning tribulation of the lightning tribulation saber technique burst out at this moment. The strong energy contained in the saber was enough to make one tremble. Its aura was no weaker than Bai Qi's. In fact, it was slightly stronger. Boom! A purple bolt of lightning descended from the thundercloud whirlpool above. Xiao Chen's earthly lightning tribulation struck Bai Qi's saber heavily. Bang! 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 Sparks flew from the tip of the saber. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He pressed his saber against his opponent's saber, forcing Bai Qi to move back frantically. Shock flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. He was very surprised. What cultivation technique does this fellow cultivate? His essence can actually turn solid. Even with the two states, 60% comprehended saber intent, and 1/5 of my quintessence, I still cannot block him. Xiao Chen has not even condensed quintessence, and he is already so strong. What will happen when he starts refining quintessence? Xiao Chen forced Bai Qi back again. The power of thunder behind Xiao Chen had already completely formed, reaching its peak. Thunderclouds churned, and the sky changed color. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread out, making everyone feel like a lightning tribulation was about to descend. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was the emotionless heavenly Tao that executed the lightning tribulation. Heavenly lightning chop. Xiao Chen executed the second move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The white-robed Xiao Chen's body gave off a bright purple light. When he swung his saber, it turned into heavenly lightning descending from the sky. Bai Qi's eyes flickered. He finally made up his mind to temporarily give up on fighting Xiao Chen. He brandished his saber and took a defensive stance. Bang! Like a celestial being, Xiao Chen swung his saber horizontally. There was a dull sound, and blood leaked out of a corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he was knocked into the air. From the start of the competition until now, Xiao Chen's aura flourished, his sharpness unparalleled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen suppressed Bai Qi all the way, not giving him any opportunities. He forced Bai Qi into a sorry state, forcing him to retreat again and again without any chance to retaliate. Since the start of the elimination round, Bai Qi had never been in such a difficult and wretched state. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all startled. This seemed to be different from what they had expected. This Xiao Chen is extraordinarily strong. If he did not have the four-season saber technique, Bai Qi would have lost for sure. However, it is really unfortunate for Xiao Chen. Indeed, if Xiao Chen had another 2 years, the result of today's battle would definitely be different. Seeing Xiao Chen's strength, several people sighed softly, feeling even more pity for him. The moment the four-season saber technique was executed, the situation immediately turned around. Even someone as strong as Yu Chenxi could not change the result. How could Xiao Chen do it? Right now, Bai Qi was probably waiting for Xiao Chen to finish executing the lightning tribulation saber technique and his momentum to weaken. Then, he would execute the four-season saber technique to reverse the situation. As the crowd spoke, Xiao Chen finally executed the final move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the divine lightning tribulation. Thunderclouds covered the sky, making it dark. It was like the end of the world. The heavy atmosphere made breathing difficult. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, there was only a flash of dazzling purple light in the sky. Countless golden deities in the thundercloud whirlpool above shouted, "Mighty heavenly might! All those who defy it will be killed without mercy." The sound waves spread out, adding a trace of divine might to the aura of Xiao Chen's saber strike. If it were the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founding ancestor executing it, this saber strike would be covered in golden electric light, filled with divine might. Bai Qi's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He drew out all the quintessence in his body and formed a thick quintessence shield in front of him. Bang! Xiao Chen, who was high in the sky earlier, landed before Bai Qi with a flash of electric light. The divine lightning tribulation arrived as planned. Chapter 598. A startling explosion resounded. In that instant, the saber chi tore a long crack in the tough wind cloud platform. The crack continued to extend, and in the blink of an eye, it split the wind cloud platform in half. This saber strike knocked Bai Qi back like a cannonball. Cracks spread across the quintessence shield on his body. It lasted for 3 breaths of time before shattering. However, because of these 3 breaths of time, the might of this divine lightning tribulation decreased significantly. Bai Qi crashed into the wind cloud barrier and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground with a paw sound. The electric light vanished, and the strong wind stopped blowing. After Xiao Qian executed the divine lightning tribulation, the might of the wind and thunder slowly vanished. The wind cloud platform regained its calm. Only the dragon chi that came out from the crack still showed the horrifying might of the earlier move. Ha ha ha! The lightning tribulation saber technique truly lives up to its reputation. However, in the end it did not kill me, Bai Qi. Bai Qi's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. However, he started laughing maniacally, venting all the grievances he had suffered since the start of the competition. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with vigor, and a strong fighting spirit spread out in his heart. He did not feel dispirited at all. Xiao Qian, since I became famous, I have never been in such a sorry state. You have thoroughly infuriated me. Now that your momentum is exhausted, prepare to suffer my Bai Qi's rage. The first spurt of energy was like a tiger's. The second spurt of energy weakened, and the third spurt of energy exhausted. This was the effect that Bai Qi wanted. He was waiting for Xiao Qian's aura to reach its peak. Once Xiao Qian's aura reached its peak, Xiao Qian would not be able to defeat him. The instant Xiao Qian's aura fell, Bai Qi would use the 4-season saber technique to deal a lightning quick strike. Then everything would be over. Xiao Qian would taste the feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant. This was the best way to deal a heavy blow. Not only could he defeat his opponent in the wind cloud platform, but he could also cause his opponent to lose confidence, planting a heart demon in him and preventing him from making any progress in his saber techniques. It's over. Bai Qi is going to execute the 4-season saber technique. Someone in the spectator stands could not help but sigh. The result was obvious. The many elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all showed extremely anxious expressions. Jiang Qi said helplessly, "Our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has wronged him. If we had a martial technique that could rival the 4-season saber technique, Bai Qi would not be able to be so arrogant." Bai's pure and adorable face was filled with worry. Her bright eyes were glistening with tears, and her brows were filled with worry. Kim Taeho flapped his golden fan and sighed. He covered his eyes with the fan and said, "Sigh, forget it. I'm not going to watch anymore. Little brother Xiao Qian still doesn't understand the essence of being a person. If it was me, I would just disdain to fight and admit defeat. That would piss that guy off." The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Bai Qi muttered as he silently executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique. The sound of gushing water immediately resounded in the arena. The surging river seemed both warm and cold. Bai Qi's clothes fluttered, and his essence surged without end. Using the surging power of the cycle, Xiao Qian charged at the weakened Xiao Qian, who had a weakened aura. Perhaps it was because Bai Qi had been beaten up by Xiao Qian earlier, to the point where he could not retaliate at all. He felt too sullen. Bai Qi's originally gentle saber strike was filled with resentment. The power of the cycle could not be blocked by a celestial being. When this saber strike was executed, a boundless shockwave surged towards Xiao Qian. The wind and clouds gathered in the wind cloud platform again. Xiao Qian had a calm gaze. He did not feel any joy or sorrow when facing the first move of the 4-season saber technique. His heart remained calm and unperturbed. However, when the saber was 1 meter away from him, Xiao Qian casually took a step forward. One step, just one step. Xiao Qian's aura, which had already fallen to rock bottom, suddenly erupted with a might even more ferocious than the divine lightning tribulation. Boom! Thunder roared. In that instant everything came to life. Birds and beasts cried out. Xiao Qian swung his saber, executing the 4-season saber technique Spring Thunder Chop as well. Pusi-ai! Pusi-ai! The sound of a flowing river resounded. When the two sabers clashed, an even stronger power of the cycle containing an even more perfected state of spring blasted Bai Qi back again in one breath. Bai Qi's momentum was ferocious. However, the momentum of his flying back was even faster than his momentum. No one could react in time. Bai Qi's body crashed into the wind cloud barrier. The force was so great that cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier behind him. What's going on? What just happened? Did I see wrongly? Why is it Bai Qi who flew back again? Shouldn't Xiaochan be in trouble after he executed the four-season saber technique? However, why is it that the one knocked back is Bai Qi? Everything happened too quickly. The spectators were dumbfounded. They could not understand what happened. They were not the only ones who could not understand. The martial monarch powerhouses in the city lord's residence exchanged glances with each other, not daring to be too sure. However, the expressions of the Bai clan elders changed drastically. The first elder, who led the group, stared blankly. He muttered to himself, "Four-season saber technique? How can this be?" Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Xiaochan. He muttered, "That's impossible. How did you learn my Bai clan's four-season saber technique? Furthermore, you are stronger than me. I don't believe it." Spring is over, summer is coming. The merciless flowing fire illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. Bai Qi roared ferociously and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. He was like the blazing sun, his aura swallowing up everything. His heart was higher than the sky as he charged forward with a boundless aura. Spring is over, summer is coming. A blazing sun stands high in the sky, burning through the world. Xiaochan shouted and took another step forward. He turned into the blazing sun, burning through everything. The light he gave off was several times brighter than Bai Qi's. Bang! The two blazing suns clashed with the power of the cycle of seasons. Two strands of saber qi flew to the side, and a crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Together with the earlier crack, the wind cloud platform split into four pieces. The blazing sun that belonged to Bai Qi lasted for a while before it scattered. Xiaochan's burning to desolation knocked Bai Qi back with a loud bang. The wind cloud barrier cracked, looking like it would shatter at any moment. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Wounds covered Bai Qi's body from head to toe. His eyes filled with disbelief. Originally, Bai Qi thought that after he executed the four-season saber technique, he would be able to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ended up in an even more miserable state than before. Such a huge drop was like falling from heaven to hell. How could Bai Qi be willing to accept this? The merciless wind, summer is coming. The world is like a leaf, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. The autumn wind rustles. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Despite his severely injured body, Bai Qi executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The wind rustles, the rain falls incessantly. The cool wind blows and the autumn waters ripple. The fated person smiles faintly. I'll give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it? Xiaochan executed his third move at nearly the same time as Bai Qi. Two soft hums rose and fell on the wind cloud platform, layered over each other, giving everyone a vague poetic feeling. Boom! Before Bai Qi could get close to Xiaochan, a strand of white saber qi from the lunar shadow saber knocked him back. That seemingly soft saber qi hid a boundless toughness. When it faced the unyielding, merciless autumn wind, it broke the hardness with gentleness. It shattered Bai Qi's saber technique and struck Bai Qi's body. The force from the gentle wind knocked Bai Qi back with a xiao sound. Bai Qi crashed through the wind cloud barrier and turned into a beam of light. Then he landed in the spectator stands with a huge force. Before the cultivators could react, they were all severely injured. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Bai Qi was a genius bladesman. He was ranked second in the previous five-nation youth competition. He had a powerful saber technique, the four-season saber technique, and could compete with Sima Lingxian. However, at this moment someone knocked him off the wind cloud platform. His fate was unknown. He was utterly defeated. As for the white-robed bladesman in the arena, his clothes fluttered in the wind. He had a calm expression, not showing any excitement at all. It was like he did not care about Bai Qi from the start. It is as he said. He did not overestimate himself. Bai Qi is indeed not a match for him. The difference is too great. Indeed, from the start to the end, he did not gain any advantage at all. He did not even get a chance to execute the final 2 moves of the 4-season saber technique. With such strength, he is qualified to challenge Sima Lingxian. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, there is now another person who can fight against Sima Lingxian. We did not come to this 5-nation youth competition for nothing. The crowd thought back to what Xiao Chan said before the fight started. He did not overestimate himself. When the crowd thought back, they discovered that he was not boasting. He had just been indifferent. No one had expected such a scene to occur. In the spectator stands, Sima Lingxian, who had maintained a relaxed expression, could not help but stand up. As he looked at Xiao Chan, he felt that he was unfathomable. His confidence, which had never wavered at this moment, stirring up a boundless storm around him. Amid the surging wind, the Sima clan's first elder's face sank. He waved his long sleeves and collected the wild storm back into his sleeves. Then he said indifferently, "Lingxian, your heart is in a mess." Sima Lingxian recovered his wits and calmed his emotions. He said, "Many thanks to First Elder for making a move. However, it is good that my heart is in a mess. If I am always like an unmoving ancient well, I will not be able to strengthen my mental state. This Xiao Chan is indeed a good whetstone." The First Elder smiled faintly and said, "It is good that you think that way." As Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Chan, a golden flame flashed in his eyes. He revealed a grave expression. It was unknown what he was planning. "Xiao Chan wins. You gain another 2 points." The referee announced the results of the match unhurriedly. At this moment, Xiao Chen's golden dragon had finished swallowing up Bai Qi's 25-meter-long golden dragon. His golden dragon flickered with light. Now it was 27 meters long, equal to Sima Lingxian's. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people saw this scene, they revealed dreamy expressions. Jiang Qi muttered, "I can't see through it. I really can't see through it at all." Bai's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. His innocent face showed both crying and smiling. He hugged Mu Xinya, who was beside him, and said, "Elder sister Xinya, elder brother Xiao Chen won. He won." Mu Xinya shook her head slightly and revealed a bitter smile. She felt very complicated. Unexpectedly, the youth from many years ago had grown to such a level. Chapter 599. The Bai clan elders looked at Xiao Chan with hostile gazes. They wanted to capture him on the spot and force him to tell them how he learned the 4-season saber technique. However, even though they were upset, they did not dare to act rashly. For the past 10,000 years, the sects that caused trouble during the 5-season competition all did not have a good ending. In the 95th round after this battle, all the other battles were inferior, giving people a dull and uninteresting feeling. Even the remaining matches of the giants were not worth watching. Occasionally, they would cast their gazes at Xiao Chan, who was resting with his eyes closed. As they discussed in low voices, they were filled with anticipation for Xiao Chen's next appearance. Would he give them another pleasant surprise? After this round of matches ended, only 3 of the 8 giants remained with consecutive victories. They were Xiao Chan, Sima Lingxian, and Chu Chaoyun. The number of people who could climb to the summit had shrunk once again. The champion of this 5-nation youth competition would definitely be one of these 3. As for Bai Qi, whom everyone had placed their hopes on, he had completely lost his qualifications to compete. There were still 5 rounds left. The 3 of them would meet sooner or later. It was just that no one knew who would fight first. Next match, Xiao Chan vs Xinyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen's match started once again. The previously silent atmosphere of the crowd immediately turned lively. All sorts of discussions broke out. Although Xinyuan Zhantian had lost to Chu Chaoyun and lost his qualifications to compete for the first rank, his strength was clear for all to see. No one dared to doubt him. Be it his strong state of kingship or that wondrous martial technique that lasted until the end of time, Xinyuan Zhantian was definitely within the top 3 of the younger generation. If Xinyuan Zhantian's opponent was not Chu Chaoyun, even if he fought against Bai Qi, everyone believed that he had a high chance of victory. If Xinyuan Zhantian fought against Xiao Chan, he might be able to force out some of Xiao Chen's strength, allowing everyone to see through Xiao Chan. Bang! Xinyuan Zhantian did not hold back at all. The instant the match started, he struck the ground heavily with his heavenly war halberd. A vast state of kingship spread out like the sea. Point to the heavens, trample the earth. The surface of the sea surged and 81 waves appeared. Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his finger at the sky and stomped the ground. He charged over with a berserk aura. Xiao Chun instantly merged the two states together with his 60% comprehended saber intent and executed Wukuei breaks the heavens. The saber created a long beam of light as it intercepted Xianyuan Zhantian in midair. Using technique to break force, Xiao Chun used the characteristics of Wukuei breaks the heavens to break the ferocious point to heaven and trample on the earth before its might reached its peak. Xiao Chun had never been a cultivator who only knew how to fight head-on. In terms of technique and eyesight, he did not lose to anyone. Taking the initiative, Xiao Chun continuously executed the lightning tribulation saber technique he had been storing up power for. Xiao Chun started an intense battle with Xianyuan Zhantian on the undulating sea. One side had the state of kingship, which ruled over the 4 seas. The other had a 60% comprehended saber intent and the state of thunder massacre. On the wind cloud platform, the two were locked in a stalemate. Waves surged and exploded wildly. Thunder rumbled endlessly as scarlet killing chi spread everywhere. Bang! The divine lightning tribulation knocked Xianyuan Zhantian back. Xiao Chun stood in midair, holding his saber with one hand as he faced the wind. Xianyuan Zhantian spun around and stabilized himself. Then he wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. It looks like other martial techniques do not pose any threat to you. Be careful, I am going to use my killing move. In terms of pure offensive power, Unending Time is stronger than the first 3 moves of the 4-season saber technique. I really want to see how you will deal with it. Right after Xianyuan Zhantian spoke, the vast sea behind him started to turn into the state of changing the sea into mulberry fields. Time was merciless. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. Unending time. Only the eternal state of kingship remained. Unending for 10,000 years, everlasting. The strong mysterious phenomenon was completed in just one breath. The state of kingship wrapped around the heavenly war halberd, giving off an ancient and solemn aura. Xiao Chun shook his head to himself. This move was indeed strong. However, to him its flaws were too obvious. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. In that case, if Xiao Chun could attack in half a blink of an eye, the other party's mysterious phenomenon would break by itself. A fierce purple flame burned in Xiao Chun's right eye, forming a purple arrow that quickly elongated. This move was called the Purple Thunder Arrow. It was Xiao Chun's fastest martial technique. After his Purple Thunder divine incantation advanced to the 6th layer, his speed broke through the barrier of martial kings. There was no strong explosive force or offensive power. There was only a horrifying penetrative power and an even more horrifying speed. Xiao. Just as the time in the blink of an eye was about to pass, the Purple Thunder arrow shot out and a finger-sized bloody hole appeared in Xianyuan Zhantian's chest. The state of unending time also started to become unstable. Xiao Chun took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward. He executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, the Spring Thunder Chop. Thunder rumbled, and the power of the cycle of seasons knocked Xianyuan Zhantian back, causing him to vomit blood. The so-called state of kingship that required 10,000 years to be tempered until the end of time easily broke before everyone's astonished gazes. 10,000 years is too long. I can only seize the moment. After defeating Xianyuan Zhantian, Xiao Chun's 27-meter-long golden dragon swallowed some of his energy. However, it did not seem to have changed much. Xiao Chun's golden dragon was already too big. Furthermore, Xianyuan Zhantian's golden dragon was weaker than Xiao Chun's. If there was any change, it would only be that it was brighter. The pair of golden dragon eyes sparkled with life. The golden dragon was very intelligent, giving off the feeling that it was alive. In this round, Sima Lingshuan's opponent was Wang Quan. Chu Chaoyun's opponent was Li Tianhua. Without any surprises, the two of them easily obtained victory. The 97th round began. While the cultivators in the spectator stands were admiring the exciting martial techniques, the people from the city lord's residence were anxiously discussing the order of their appearance. There were 3 cards on the main table. The names of 3 people were written in black: Sima Lingxian, Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chun. If there were no surprises, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be one of these 3 people. After this round of competition, there were only 3 rounds left in the competition. Which two of them would fight first was a matter that these people were discussing. The Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zongliang, moved his right hand over the 3 cards. Clearly, this was not an easy decision to make. No matter which two of them fought first, the remaining one would inevitably gain some benefits. Zongliang withdrew his hand and said to the people beside him, "Did you all come to a conclusion? Let's hear it." A gray-robed old man said, replying to the city lord, "We all agree that Sima Lingxian needs to fight one of them first. From the start of the competition until now, he is the one who has revealed the least trump cards." Someone continued, Xiao Chan revealed his 60% comprehended saber intent, the 4-season saber technique, the lightning tribulation saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. Chu Chaoyun revealed his 50% comprehended sword intent, the peak state of light, the life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword technique, and the killing move eternal light. As for Sima Lingxian, he has only revealed the Son of Heaven sword technique, 60% comprehended sword intent, and the state of kingship. These are all powerful martial techniques that he learned 3 years ago. How could he have improved so little in 3 years? Zongliang muttered to himself for a while. Then he took out the card that represented Sima Lingxian. He asked, "Is the remaining person Xiao Chan or Chu Chaoyun? I feel that it is Xiao Chan. He defeated Bai Qi too easily. I feel that it is Chu Chaoyun. He even dared to clash head-on with Xianyuan Zhantian's spear strike. Even Xiao Chan had to resort to trickery to break this move. Should it be Chu Chaoyun or Xiao Chan?" With this, the people in front of the platform immediately split into 2 groups and started arguing non-stop. Zongliang frowned and said unhappily, "Stop arguing. Those in favor of letting Xiao Chan go first, raise your hand and decide." The 8 old men each made their decision. Then, 4 of them raised their hands to express their agreement. It was still a draw. When Zongliang saw the situation, he said, "In that case, count me in. Let Xiao Chan fight Sima Lingxian first." After Sima Lingxian spoke, he stacked Xiao Chen's card on top of Sima Lingxuan's. A grave expression flashed in his deep eyes. Zongliang said indifferently, "Consider it as wronging you. However, there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. A true expert will not bother with such rules and regulations. They will just keep winning." At this moment, Xiao Chan, who had just ascended the wind cloud platform, did not know that the city lord's residents had just made a decision that was disadvantageous to him. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. It was as Zongliang said. He would just keep winning. Looking at the opponent, Xiao Chan revealed a relaxed expression on his delicate face. This was because his opponent was another old friend. Yu Chenxi wore a long pink dress as she stood on the wind cloud platform. Her spirited eyes looked at Xiao Chan. She could not help but feel somewhat rueful in her heart. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. There were always some things that one could not predict. There were also some people that one could not figure out. 2 years ago, when Yu Chenxi faced Xiao Chan, she did not even need to use her state to fight him to a draw. Now, even if she used her full power and performed exceptionally well, she would not be a match for him. Yu Chenxi recovered her wits. She smiled and said, "I'm afraid I can't use my full power against you now. Let's stop here." Even if she used her full power, she would lose. Even if she did not use it, she would still lose. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to use her full power. Xiao Chan smiled gently and said, "Up to you. You make the first move." Yu Chenxi leaped up gently and punched with a cool breeze. However, she did not use her state of light and cloud, relying only on her movement technique and the morning sun fist. Bang! Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chan casually touched the ground. The hard wind cloud platform was like tofu, the scabbard sinking deep into it. Yu Chenxi did not use her state. She did not intend to use her saber either. Her figure flashed as she used the dragon claw fist to clash with her opponent. Berserk Dragon! Vital chi flowed through Xiao Chen's bones. He clenched his right fist, and an azure dragon head roared ferociously. Then he clashed with Yu Chenxi. Bang! 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 The 2 fists clashed. The berserk dragon roared ferociously, and light exploded. Soon the 2 exchanged dozens of moves. Yu Chenxi was somewhat astonished to discover that she would not be able to take down Xiao Chan within a short time if she did not use her state. After another 100 moves, she still could not do anything to Xiao Chan. So Yu Chenxi had no choice but to activate her state of light and cloud. A morning sun rose from the clouds. When she punched out, she knocked Xiao Chan back 100 meters. Chapter 600. Yu Chenxi looked at the lunar shadow saber stuck in the middle of the dueling ground and sighed. I lost. However, in terms of fighting techniques, you are still inferior to me. After Xiao Chan finished speaking, he did not give Xiao Chan a chance to speak. After admitting defeat, he drifted off the wind cloud arena. Xiao Chan shook his head and smiled helplessly. After the golden dragon finished swallowing, he gently raised the lunar shadow saber and returned to his seat. He then closed his eyes and rested. Countless noises resounded in his ears, and the martial stage was filled with apprehension. Along with the end of round after round of matches, everyone's emotions were unprecedentedly high. After another 3 rounds of matches, the victor of this 5-nation youth competition would be decided. Who was the true dragon? Who would ascend to the peak? Who would become the bearer of luck? Who would lead the changes of this era? All of this would be revealed. The stage had already been set up, and the curtains were slowly pulled open. All that was left was for the main character to appear, and the show had just begun. The cultivators in the audience all felt extremely excited. They could not wait for the 3 giants to start fighting immediately. However, Xiao Chan remained calm, quietly waiting for the final 3 battles. After that, he would defeat all his opponents and stand at the peak of the Sky Dome realm. Next match, Bai Qi vs Chu Chaoyun. In the 98th round, the referee's rough and heavy voice slowly announced the results of the match between the two. Xiao Chan opened his eyes and looked at the 2 people in the arena. His eyes revealed a contemplative look. Of the 100 participants, there were still 3 whom Xiao Chan had not fought yet. They were Chu Chaoyun, the noble clan's Li Tianhua, and the top seed Sima Lingxian. In the 98th round, Li Tianhua had entered the arena very early, and now Chu Chaoyun had also entered the arena. That was to say, Xiao Chen's opponent in this round was Sima Lingxian. Suddenly, Xiao Chan felt a strong gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that it was Sima Lingxian, who exuded a strong self-confidence. A pair of sharp eyes with the intent of a king pierced through the void and stared at him oppressively. I will defeat you within 10 moves. 1 more move means I lose. The other party condensed his voice into a line and left behind words of confidence in Xiao Chen's ears. Then he retracted his gaze. Xiao Chen didn't mind. He said softly, if you were really that confident, you wouldn't have left behind these words. If your heart is higher than the sky, why bother looking at us mortals? Yun Kursen, who was at the side, felt that something was wrong. She said, Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Did someone test you earlier? Xiao Chen smiled and said calmly, it's nothing. It's just that someone is trying to hide the fear in their heart. Let's watch the competition. The more confident a person was, the more they were afraid of failure. It was an unchanging principle since time immemorial. Now that Bai Qi had lost to Xiao Chan, there was basically no hope for him to fight for first place again. However, as long as he could defeat Chu Chaoyun, there was still hope for him to snatch the second place. Before Xiao Chan came, he had already expected that he would lose to Sima Lingxian. He had been prepared to only get second place. Although he had miscalculated and lost to Xiao Chen early, he still had to fight for the second place. Furthermore, he actually lost to an outsider in a competition of the 4-season saber technique. No matter what, he could not lose this match. He had to prove himself with his full power. Begin. Right after the referee spoke, Bai Qi immediately made his move. He executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, unhurried spring water, suddenly warm then cold. Infused with the power of the cycle of seasons, Bai Qi turned into a surging river and surged towards Chu Chaoyun. Hoo! Hoo! A strong wind blew on the wind cloud platform. A boundless aura suddenly soared, allowing everyone to feel the strength of the 4-season saber technique once again. In the previous moment, everything was calm. In the next moment, when Bai Qi drew his saber, the winds and clouds changed. The sky changed color, and a boundless aura surged. Life-extinguishing, blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's gaze remained calm. He did not dare to be careless when facing this famous 4-season saber technique. His sword left his hand and floated quietly in front of him. Chu Chaoyun opened his right palm and quickly drew a circle with his sword in the air. When the circle of swords closed, 8 beams of golden light descended from the sky above and encased him. Within the golden light, every piece of Chu Chaoyun's clothes and hair glowed with a boundless radiance. Xiao Qian gently patted the sword in the circle of light, and a dazzling beam of light immediately shot out. In that instant, the golden beam of light shone on Bai Qi, who was in midair. Bang! One could clearly see that the space behind Bai Qi had paused for an instant. The might of the samsara power had been forcefully resisted by the power contained in the golden light. Chu Chaoyun's face turned holy and pure. He let out a soft chant that sounded like a divine sound, and the 8 beams of light merged together. His eyes, the only pitch-black color in his body, also turned completely golden. The yuan qi in his body had completely materialized at this moment. The sword that belonged to him in the circle of swords turned into a beam of light and shot out. Everywhere it passed, space shattered and a pitch-black crack appeared. From a distance, it looked like someone had used a pencil to draw a black line on a piece of white paper. It was exceptionally eye-catching. When the crowd saw this scene, they were horrified. The essence in his body solidified. Unexpectedly, its might is equal to that of an inferior-grade martial monarch's quintessence. What cultivation technique does this Chu Chaoyun cultivate? Xiao Qian did not show much shock in his eyes. He had guessed long ago that the cultivation technique Chu Chaoyun cultivated was a heaven-ranked cultivation technique passed down in the Tianwu dynasty. Furthermore, it was of an extremely high rank. Many large sects would have some heaven-ranked martial techniques. However, since the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, there had never been any heaven-ranked cultivation techniques circulating in the world. Dang! When the horrifying energy in the sword clashed with Bai Qi's saber, it immediately gave off a loud sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The sound was so loud that it was deafening, shaking everyone's eardrums and temporarily deafening them. Blood leaked out of the corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he retreated 100 meters in the air. The momentum of the river and the power of the cycle of seasons vanished before this startling sword strike. Eternal light! Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would not let his opponent overtake him once he seized the opportunity. He leaped into the air, leaving behind a golden afterimage. Then he grabbed the sword in the air and instantly executed eternal light. The 321 acupoints in Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly opened and gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off thousands of beams of light. The light from the 300-odd acupoints overlapped. The boundless beams of light layered over each other, forming millions upon millions of them. Chu Chaoyun turned into a blazing golden sun. When one looked at it, they felt pain in their eyes. They did not dare to look at it directly. With the boundless beams of light overlapping, Chu Chaoyun sent out 99,900 sword strikes in one breath. The countless figures quickly overlapped. This was the eternal light that could defeat Xinyuan Zhantian's unending world to the end of time. The instant Bai Qi landed, it charged towards him with a dazzling light. Flowing fire illuminating the world. Bai Qi felt helpless. He could only reduce the might of the 4-season saber technique's second move by half and quickly clash. The time that Chu Chaoyun gave him was too short. He could not bring out the full might of the 4-season saber technique. Boom! The golden light exploded, and Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood. Once again, Chu Chaoyun knocked him back. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a sorry state. Damn it! All of Bai Qi's internal organs were severely damaged and the skin on his body had been scorched by the light. Bai Qi felt extremely depressed and furious. Chu Chaoyun's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. He was almost at the same level as Xiao Qian. No, it was just the strength that Xiao Qian had shown. The current Chu Chaoyun was even stronger than Xiao Qian. The autumn wind rustled endlessly, sweeping away the lovers of the world. Bai Qi roared ferociously and drained all the remaining essence in his body. He seemed to have gone crazy, staking everything on this 4-season saber technique's third move. The world was heartless, the great Tao was heartless, the autumn wind was endless, engulfing the world. Chu Chaoyun's expression did not change. As he floated in the air, he quickly formed ancient hand seals. Instantly, the thick, dark clouds above Dragon Sealing City, which had not moved for 10,000 years, churned continuously, and a hole appeared. Inextinguishable divine light. After Chu Chaoyun finished forming the hand seals, he shouted. Immediately, 8 golden pillars of light descended from the hole, encasing him firmly. Divine might flowed on the pillars of light, forming an impenetrable defense. This was the move that had helped Chu Chaoyun stay on the wind cloud platform when he fought with Xinyuan Zhantian. Even the shockwave from the combined explosion of the unending to the end of time and the eternal light could not do anything to Chu Chaoyun. Kung Chang! Bai Qi's saber struck the pillars of light and gave off a metallic clang. That pillar of light containing divine might actually turn solid. What defensive move is this? Unexpectedly, it is so horrifying. With such a defensive move, aside from a martial monarch, who can defeat Chu Chaoyun? Perhaps there is some hope for the four-season saber technique's final move. However, in Bai Qi's current state, even the third move would be difficult. This does not feel like something a martial king can do. The divine might contained in the formless light is already strong enough. Unexpectedly, it turned solid. Startled cries came from the spectator stands, all of them filled with expressions of disbelief. The group of martial monarchs in the city lord's residence were all dumbfounded. They had not expected that the unremarkable move from back then would have such a strong defense. Zongliang looked at the cards on the table on which Xiao Chun and Sima Lingxian were stacked. He revealed a helpless expression and sighed. Unexpectedly, even I made an error in judgment. Sima Lingxian probably chose the wrong person for this match. It is too late. The next match between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian is about to begin. There is no more time to change it. Based on Chu Chaoyun's appearance, he definitely still has trump cards that he has not used yet. The move he is using now is exactly the same as when he fought Xinyuan Zhantian. The other old men sighed as well. No matter what the result of the match between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian was, the two of them would have to reveal their greatest trump cards. With all their trump cards exposed, they would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing Chu Chaoyun in the final match. Zongliang glanced at Chu Chaoyun, who did not suffer any damage from Bai Qi's third saber strike. He said softly, "Perhaps this is luck. However, in the end it is still strength that speaks. He has the initiative, but he might not have the last laugh." Chapter 601. Bang! When the light scattered, Chu Chaoyun faced the weakened Bai Qi, who had exhausted his mind. Chu Chaoyun sheathed his sword and kicked Bai Qi away like he was a sandbag. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the referee announced the victor of this match. Then he said softly, "Next match, Xiao Chun vs. Sima Lingxian." Xiao Chun was the greatest dark horse of the five-nation youth competition. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had been victorious. Be it the inheritors of the 10 great sects, the absolute geniuses of the 8 noble clans, or even the newcomers, no one could defeat him. 60% comprehended saber intent, the 4-season saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. No one knew how many trump cards he had or how deep his accumulations were. This was a disciple from a small sect in the Great Qin nation. No one knew how many secrets he had. Sima Lingxian was the champion of the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was the undisputed first seed of this 5-nation youth competition. Sima Lingxian's state of kingship and Son of Heaven's sword technique had not been revealed since the start of the ranking competition. No one could see through him. Only the strong self-confidence in Sima Lingxian's heart never wavered. He seemed to have a withdrawn glow. When the crowd looked at him, he stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Everyone could not help but lean closer to him. The accumulations of the Sima clan, Sima Lingxian's exceptional talent, the reputation of the top swordsman of the Great Jin nation, and all sorts of glory made Sima Lingxian's self-confidence grow. Instead, he gave off a feeling of arrogance and conceit. There were only 3 rounds left in the 5-nation youth competition. Now these two finally fought. After this match, one of them would not be able to become the champion. Neither of them could afford to lose. As long as they lost one match, they would immediately fall behind the other in points. They would not be able to catch up even if they wanted to. The moment the two of them appeared on the wind cloud platform, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. A super newcomer against a veteran giant. Who would emerge victorious? If this were before Xiao Chun defeated Bai Qi, no one would be optimistic about the outcome of this match. However, now that he executed the four-season saber technique, which was even stronger than Bai Qi's, no one dared to come to a conclusion about this match. Even if they felt that Sima Lingxian had a higher chance of victory, they would not say it out loud. After more than 100 battles, Xiao Qian had created too many miracles. Every time when everyone thought that his winning streak would come to an end, he would reverse the situation in one fell swoop. This caused those cultivators who had predicted that Xiao Qian would lose to be slapped in the face and rendered speechless. At this moment, how could they still dare to jump to conclusions? The scene was dead silent. No one made a sound, only countless gazes. He stared at the two people in the field with a fiery gaze, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid that he would miss some wonderful scenes and regret it for the rest of his life. Xiao. Sima Lingxian waved his hand, and a simple and heavy black scabbard sheathed his sword. With a ka-cie sound, it embedded itself deep into the wind cloud platform between the two of them. Cracks spread out in all directions. Strands of dragon chi soared up from the wind cloud platform, accompanied by dragon roars, making the plain sword look extraordinary. The moment Sima Lingxian entered the wind cloud platform, he showed off his skills. The hard wind cloud platform was like mud to him, unable to withstand a single blow. You are very strong. Unfortunately, you ran into me, Sima Lingxian. No matter how strong you are, you can only fight for second place. It was like this for Bai Qi 3 years ago. It will be the same for you and Chu Chaoyun 3 years later. Nothing will change. Xiao Qian's delicate and handsome face did not change at all. He said indifferently, I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you this time. Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said, I have not made a move for a long time already. It seems like anyone dares to speak arrogantly to you. As I said earlier, if I cannot defeat you in 10 moves, I, Sima Lingxian, will lose this match. Who? A strong wind blew and the clouds churned. Sima Lingxian reared his head back and laughed, appearing wild and unruly. As the winds blew and clouds churned, the vast state of kingship, together with the confidence in his heart that was even higher than the sky, formed a strong aura surging towards Xiao Qian. The heavy aura could make mountains bend and rivers flow in reverse. The mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers were all under his control. Everything under the sky belonged to the king. If one dared to disobey, heaven and earth would not tolerate it. A clear ripple could be seen on the wind cloud platform. It compressed the space behind Sima Lingxian as it rushed towards Xiao Qian. If it were an ordinary person, just this aura would suppress them to the ground, unable to move at all. Just one gaze would be enough to make his opponent tremble in fear and defeat him. The power of wind and clouds, the state of kingship. Is Sima Lingxian going to use his full strength? He wants to defeat Xiao Qian in 10 moves. Only Sima Lingxian would not find it a joke if he said that. Let's wait and see if it is as he says. The moment the aura appeared, the cultivators outside the wind cloud platform immediately felt the power contained in it. They were all shocked. When they heard Sima Lingxian's words, they immediately felt excited, their blood surging. Who was Xiao Qian? He was someone who could easily defeat Bai Qi. Yet, Sima Lingxian said that he would defeat him in 10 moves, mocking him for being arrogant and not worth mentioning. A strong wind blew. Before the aura, everything would vanish like smoke. It was like even heaven and earth could not tolerate Xiao Qian standing alone. Xiao Qian's long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the blue strip of cloth tied around his forehead. Xiao Qian gently tugged on it, and the blue strip of cloth immediately flew with the wind, floating high in the sky. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Qian's forehead flickered with a red light. The state of massacre in the throne was no longer suppressed. It was unleashed without restraint. As the red light spread out, a powerful aura gathered behind Xiao Qian as well, the aura of massacre. The endless murderous intent was like a torrential flood, overflowing in all directions. With just one glance, it made one's heart palpitate. All sorts of negative emotions, massacre, death, berserk, exploded in one's mind. How painful! What kind of state of massacre is this? How can one cultivate killing chi to such a level? I don't even dare to look at it, the cultivators on the wind cloud platform exclaimed. Bang! With the obstruction of the viscous red light, Sima Lingxian's aura stopped 100 meters in front of Xiao Qian with a bang, unable to advance any further. A loud sound rang out like two mountains crashing into each other. The The sky shook, and the entire wind cloud platform trembled. This is not enough, far from enough. Xiao Qin's gaze sank, and he suddenly took a step forward. Then he unleashed his state of thunder. Thunderclouds covered the sky above, and an eternal and immortal will spread out. This was the immortal state of thunder that Xiao Qian comprehended from Thunder Emperor Valley. The state of massacre from the ancient throne that slaughtered 100,000 demons, and the immortal state that Thunder King Sangmu inherited. These two states that surpassed the limits merged in that instant. How could they fear the state of kingship of the mundane world? Xiao Qin's aura soared several times over. As he took a step forward, he instantly forced back Sima Lingxuan's aura of kingship. The sound of mountains crumbling resounded endlessly. Long sinister cracks spread out on the wind cloud platform. Before the fight even started, the vast wind cloud platform had already shattered into pieces, leaving it in a sorry state. Sima Lingxian dared to say that he could defeat me in 10 moves, insulting me. However, I, Xiao Qian, have never lost to someone of the same generation since I became famous in the Sky Dome realm. Heaven was unfair, preventing Xiao Qian from condensing a martial spirit at the age of 16. If he had another 16 years, he would not even care about this Sima Lingxian. Even so, the current Xiao Qian was not someone that Sima Lingxian could humiliate. A strong wind blew and a scarlet light spread out. Xiao Qian remained expressionless as he said in a cold voice, "Make your move. Let me see how you are going to defeat me in 10 moves. I really want to know who is the arrogant one here." At this moment, Xiao Qin's aura shattered Sima Lingxuan's aura. He no longer had the insufferably arrogant attitude he had earlier. When Xiao Qin's cold voice reached Sima Lingxuan's ears, it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Right now, Xiao Qin's attitude was slightly higher than Sima Lingxuan's. When he spoke, he gave Sima Lingxian a feeling of looking down on him. "Since you want to be defeated that badly, I will grant your wish." Sima Lingxian snorted coldly and gently waved his right hand. The plain sword stuck in the wind cloud platform immediately came out of its scabbard. Sima Lingxian leaped into the air and grabbed the sword. Then he shouted, "First sword strike. Sovereign descending to the 9 heavens, wind and clouds arise." With the support of the sword intent, the 1-meter-long sword hummed endlessly. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like he was the son of heaven descending from heaven. Wind and clouds gathered under his feet. In that instant he rode the wind and clouds. Mountains, rivers, cities, and villages for thousands of kilometers around. All the living things in the world materialized the state of a sovereign descending to the 9 heavens. One sword raised wind and clouds, materializing the state of a sovereign. Riding the wind and clouds, he stood on mountains and rivers. Sword momentum, state, and sword intent are all perfect and flawless. This sword strike is completed in one breath, with no flaws at all. When Lu Xiaoyun, who was in the spectator stands, saw this sword strike, he revealed an expression of admiration. He praised it from the bottom of his heart. "Break!" Xiao Qin's figure flickered, and he drew his saber. Purple and red lights intersected on the saber as he swung his saber at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Qian struck the place where the wind and clouds gathered. A saber light flashed, and the wind and clouds split in half. The wind was wind and the clouds were clouds. The state of a sovereign for thousands of kilometers around vanished into thin air. All this happened in an instant. Right after Lu Xiaoyun spoke, Xiao Qian cleanly broke this move. Lu Xiaoyun opened his mouth but could not say anything. His eyes sparkled as he said in astonishment, "The sword raises wind and clouds, materializing mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers around. Then, there is the state of a sovereign descending to the world. As long as one breaks the wind and clouds, the state of a sovereign descending to the world will cease to exist. Why did I not think of that?" The drifting snow sword sect's first elder shook his head and said, "That won't do. Even if you thought of it, you would not be able to do it so quickly or be so decisive. However, Sima Lingxuan's wind and clouds are already very close together. How did he find the point of fusion and then separate the wind and clouds? This is really strange." With his sword move broken, Sima Lingxian circled around and retreated 100 meters. Then he looked cautiously at Xiao Qian. Who knew Xiao Qian did not chase after him? He held his saber with one hand and looked calmly at Sima Lingxian. He said, "Just make your move. I will break every move you make. I will not chase after you." I want to see how you will defeat me in 10 moves. What a fellow! Sima Lingxian is already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Chun is even more confident than him, breaking every move he makes. Even after breaking, he does not follow up with another attack. It looks like Sima Lingxuan's attitude has really angered Xiao Chun. Haha, it has probably been many years since someone spoke to Sima Lingxian like this. Interesting, very interesting. Chapter 602. The moment Xiao Chun spoke, a huge commotion broke out in the crowd. This was even more shocking than Sima Lingxuan's declaration of defeating his opponent in 10 moves. Everyone had their own pride. Xiao Chun looked calm and indifferent. However, deep in his heart was a pride that no one knew about. He would not allow anyone to profane it. Good, good, good. Sima Lingxian said good 3 times in a row. With each word, his expression turned more sullen. A murderous intent even appeared in his eyes. Heart of a king, sword illuminating the world. Sima Lingxian did not say anything else. He immediately sent out a second sword strike. The sword flickered with a bright light, immediately filling the arena with light. It was like this sword illuminated the world. Sima Lingxian, who was floating in the air, seemed to have a heart burning in his chest. Even through his clothes and flesh, a fiery red light could be seen leaping about. When Xinyuan Zhantian saw this sword strike, he immediately revealed an expression of extreme shock. He said, "He is burning the heart of a king." This is a technique that can only be grasped after reaching great perfection in the state of kingship. The might of this sword strike has increased by at least 3 times. Let's see how you break it. Sima Lingxian shouted ferociously. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived before Xiao Chun. There was nothing strange about this sword strike. It simply used the world as its faith and burned the heart of a king to attack the enemy. Aside from receiving it head-on, there was no way to break it. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense found the weakest spot in his opponent's sword strike. Then, he immediately executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. His body trembled and split into 9. The 9 figures merged 2 states and each sent out a saber strike. Every saber strike landed on the weakest spot of the sword strike. Although it was said to be weak, that was only relative. The force at the weakest spot could easily shatter a small mountain. Bang! 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 The sword might was too strong. Every one of Xiao Chun's clones could not block it for even a moment before they shattered into pieces. However, when Sima Lingxian broke the 8th clone, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He discovered that the might of this sword had decreased by half without him realizing it. You discovered it as well, right? However, it is too late. Break! Xiao Chun's main body shouted. The crystalline purple essence in his body turned into a sharp saber light. Infused with his 60% comprehended saber intent, he chopped at the weakest spot. Boom! When the energy shot out, it created an intense shock wave. Everyone saw Sima Lingxuan's body quickly hit the shock wave. He spun a few times in the air before he stabilized himself. However, Xiao Chun did not move at all. Only the terrifying red glow around him and the immortal state of thunder above him intertwined with each other, making his handsome face look extremely demonic. Sima Lingxian did not believe it. He executed the later moves of the Son of Heaven's sword technique to their limits. The king's heart in his chest burned even more ferociously. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense circulated, breaking the other party's sword techniques one by one. He really could not find any flaws. Xiao Chun directly used the 4-season saber technique to clash with his opponent, using force to break his opponent's saber technique. The 6th move has been broken. There are only 4 moves left. The 7th move has also been broken. There are only 3 moves left. The 8th move has also been broken. There are only 2 moves left. The 9th move has been broken. There's only 1 more move left. The cultivators in the spectator stands watched excitedly. If Xiao Chun really did as he said and let Sima Lingxian attack, Xiao Chun would not chase after him or take the initiative to attack. He only cared about breaking the sword. They wanted to see what gave Sima Lingxian the confidence to say that he could defeat Xiao Chun in 10 moves. 10th sword technique, crossing 1,000 peaks. Sima Lingxuan's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. He burned all the remaining quintessence in his body and executed the 9th move of the Son of Heaven's sword technique. Thousands of mountains appeared in the air. Sima Lingxian infused them into his sword technique, making the might of this sword technique incredibly heavy. Everywhere the sword passed, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. When the sword moved diagonally, a sword light exploded before it. In an instant it seemed like thousands of towering mountains pressed down on Xiao Chen, covering the sky and covering the sun. Moonlight like frost. Flowing water hurts. Beauty grows old. Where can one find one's home? In the face of danger, Xiao Chen did not panic. He calmly executed the four-season saber technique's fourth move, Grieving Frost. Strands of frost silently seeped into the towering mountains. The faint saber intent made it almost impossible to detect anything strange. When Sima Lingxian saw the situation, the sullen expression on his face disappeared. He laughed loudly and said, "The mountains press down on you. Let's see where you can hide." Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and stood upright. He said indifferently, "Why the need to hide? Kasie, Kasie." Suddenly crunching sounds came from all the mountains in the sky. The mysterious phenomenon that Sima Lingxian materialized broke from the inside out. It turned into sand and pebbles flying everywhere, scattering with the wind and returning to nothing. How can it be like this? Sima Lingxian's expression changed slightly in disbelief. The white-robed Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand as he pointed it at his opponent. Under the illumination of the light, he said calmly, "The 10 moves are over. I am standing here. How are you going to defeat me? I only ask you, who was the one speaking such arrogant words? One can be arrogant, but one must never be conceited. Since you spoke rudely and considered everyone beneath you, I do not mind ruthlessly slapping your face in front of everyone. Who cares if you are a noble clan disciple or the top genius of the great Jin nation?" The many cultivators in the spectator stands all had incredulous expressions on their faces. They had not expected Xiao Chen to break his opponent's 10 moves. This time Sima Lingxian was truly embarrassed. The vast wind cloud platform was riddled with thousands of holes. At this moment it was a complete mess. Originally, the wind cloud platform had an automatic repair function. Otherwise, it would not be in such a dilapidated state. However, when the two fought, they were simply too strong. The saber intent and sword intent contained in their martial techniques lingered for a long time. There was no way for the wind cloud platform to repair itself properly. However, Sima Lingxian's heart was even more disordered than this dilapidated wind cloud platform. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Xiao Chen's strength, martial techniques, states, and techniques did not lose to him at all. "Damn it! I did not lose. The one who lost is you." After 10 moves, Sima Lingxian did not admit defeat like he said he would. He had a crazed expression as he circulated his essence. Then he charged over with a ferocious aura. Scram! This time Xiao Chen took the initiative to attack. The solidified essence in his body covered every acupoint, bone marrow, and blood in his body. In that instant, Xiao Chen's entire body gave off a dazzling purple light. Even his pitch-black eyes turned a deep purple, flickering with electricity. Bang! Sima Lingxian no longer had any technique. His attack was full of openings. Xiao Chen grasped his saber with both hands and swept it across. Amid the dazzling purple light, he used absolute force to knock his opponent off the wind cloud platform. Bang! Xiao Chen's saber strike knocked back the insufferably strong Sima Lingxian. He crashed through the wind cloud barrier and flew out. A Sima clan superior grade martial monarch's figure flashed over in an instant. He caught Sima Lingxian just before he crashed into the ground, preventing him from ending up in a sorry state like Bai Qi, and saving his last bit of face. One should not boast. Even Sima Lingxian is no exception. If he was careless, he would have been slapped in the face in front of everyone. The newcomers these days are too horrifying. Even Sima Lingxian fell. The last contestant of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans is gone. All the geniuses of the great Jin nation have fallen. Currently, only Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyan are left. I wonder where these two people came from. I have never heard of them before. The moment they appeared, they caused such a huge commotion. This is unbelievable. What is even more unbelievable is yet to come. These two people are actually contestants from the great Qin nation. Their sects are probably laughing even in their dreams. This five-nation youth competition had brought too many surprises to the crowd. Even someone as strong as Sima Lingxian was defeated before he could even make it to the final round. The impact of this was indescribable. Every generation had its own geniuses. Each wave was taller than the one before. In this great age of cultivators, anything could happen. This made everyone sigh and sigh endlessly. On the dilapidated wind cloud platform, Xiao Chen, whose entire body flickered with a purple light, sheathed his saber. The light vanished, and his strong aura vanished. His entire being returned to ordinary. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead gave his delicate face a sinister and tyrannical aura after he removed the blue strip of cloth. This was very different from how he usually looked. When the other half-step martial monarchs, Jiang Qi, saw Xiao Chen after Xiao Chen walked off the wind cloud platform, his heart trembled. Her heart trembled, and the radiant smile on her face vanished. Unexpectedly, she could not speak to Xiao Chen calmly. When Xiao Chen saw the expressions of the surrounding people, he startled to his senses. He took out another blue strip of cloth from the universe ring and tied it around his forehead, covering up the scarlet throne mark. Xiao Chen's demonic and tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He turned back into the calm and indifferent white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Jiang Qi did not know what to say for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, "Xiao Chen, you should rest first." When Murongchong, Yun Kursen, and the others looked at Xiao Chen, they were all shocked. Although they had guessed that Xiao Chen was strong, they had not expected him to be this strong. Sima Lingxian, whom they did not even dare to look at directly, lost to Xiao Chen in such a manner. He had been ruthlessly slapped in the face before everyone. When Xiao Chen saw everyone's expressions, he sighed silently to himself. No matter what, it is fine as long as I remain the same. Even if I step onto the great Tao in the future and look down on everyone, I will still walk the world with reverence in my heart. On the platform, Dragon Sealing City's city lord Zongliang picked up Sima Lingxuan's card and waved it casually. A faint flame flared up on the card, and it quickly turned into ashes, vanishing into the air. Only 2 cards remained on the table. One had Xiao Chen's name on it and the other had Chu Chaoyun's name on it. Zongliang said softly, "There are really many surprises. What do you all think?" When the old man on Zongliang's right heard this, he smiled and said, "Xiao Chen versus Chu Chaoyun. This is the final match. The suspense will last until the end." Indeed, who could have imagined that this Xiao Chen state of massacre is only a fine line away from the will of massacre? Furthermore, his state of thunder contains the immortal attribute. The most horrifying thing is that his essence has completely solidified. He has not even reached peak half-step martial monarch, and his essence can already solidify. I wonder what fortuitous encounter this little fellow had. If he advanced to martial monarch, the quintessence that he refined would make several of the older generation pale in comparison. Chapter 603. Chu Chaoyun is not simple either. His peak state of light contains divine might. His essence can also be condensed into a solid form. The martial technique he practices is also very strong. The two of them are about the same age and come from the same nation. Their strengths are similar. Having them fight the final battle is definitely the best result. Zongliang smiled and nodded. That is for the best. As I said earlier, there is no need to care about the rules. If you have the strength, just keep winning. Both of them are proud sons of heaven, a pair of absolute geniuses. This old man is very curious as to who will have the last laugh. After the match between Sima Lingxian and Xiao Chen ended, an hour passed before the next match resumed. This was because the wind cloud platform was severely damaged. There was no way for a normal match to take place. They could only wait for it to recover on its own. After the 98 matches were over, the 99 matches began. The first match was between Gong Yongyu and Lu Xiaoyun. This match was very crucial to both of them. As long as one of them lost, they would immediately fall out of the top 10. The matches were very intense and very exciting, attracting a lot of attention. In the end, Gong Yongyu relied on his killing move, tossing heaven and earth, to obtain a spot in the top 10 after much difficulty. After 10-odd matches, it was Xiao Chen's turn. His opponent was Li Tianhua. He did not give his opponent much of a chance, ending the match within 20 moves. Xiao Chan easily obtained victory. Next match, Chu Chaoyun against Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian, who had just been defeated, had already recovered from most of his injuries. However, his confidence had vanished completely. He looked very dispirited, giving off a feeling of being in low spirits. He was like a different person from the previous Sima Lingxian. His aura was completely different. Sima Lingxian had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, defeated by Xiao Chan in 10 moves. Furthermore, it was an extremely humiliating defeat. Sima Lingxian could not do anything about it. He could not digest the difference in his heart. The strong confidence that he had accumulated over the past 20-odd years had been shattered by Xiao Chan in an instant. A huge flaw appeared in his mental state. Now, when facing the strong Chu Chaoyun, Sima Lingxian could not retaliate at all. He no longer had his previous glory. How hateful! After losing to Xiao Chan, it will be difficult for Lingxian to get into the top 3. The Sima clan's first elder said angrily. Sima Lingxuan's ranking in the ranking matches directly affected the Sima clan's luck for the next 100 years. His dream of winning 3 championships in a row had been shattered, and now he couldn't even get into the top 3. He couldn't help but feel depressed. As he looked at Xiao Chan, a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "The Sima clan will make things difficult for whoever makes things difficult for my Sima clan." The elders of the Bai clan, one of the 8 noble clans, were currently discussing Xiao Chen's matter. Their words were filled with murderous intent. The 4 clans Xiao Chan Saber Bai Qi. The Ling clan's Chan Xiao Wu clan's Spirit. The 4-season saber technique is the foundation of our Bai clan. We absolutely cannot reveal it. No matter how this person obtained it, we have to figure it out after the 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, this person's 4-season saber technique is clearly stronger than our Bai clans. We have to find out how he cultivated it. The second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, Bai Qinghe, said sinisterly as he sized up Xiao Chan with a malicious gaze. When Bai Qinghe, the second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, heard these words, he frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. If a person's luck was extremely strong, it would be very difficult to catch them. Heaven would be watching over them, and they would not be fated to die. Not only would Bai Qinghe's second uncle's ideas not achieve the desired effect, but they might even attract an enemy who might become a martial emperor in the future. Chu Chaoyun wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee announced the results unhurriedly. After a round of swallowing, Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon grew to 29 meters long, equal to Xiao Chen's. As for Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, it was no longer as dazzling as before. After 2 consecutive defeats, his golden dragon shrunk to 27 meters long, only slightly longer than Bai Qi and the others. Roar! Roar! Just as Chu Chaoyun was about to get off the stage, the golden dragon above his head suddenly roared ferociously. It charged at the golden dragon circling above Xiao Chen, bearing its fangs and claws. A ferocious light radiated from it, looking extremely sinister and horrifying. The golden dragon above Xiao Chen's head also fought back, not giving way at all. The 2 golden dragons flew out of Xiao Chen's control. Suddenly, they flew together and started fighting each other, shocking the onlookers. The final battle has not started yet, and the 2 golden dragons are already fighting. How interesting. Only one true dragon can exist in this world. It will not allow 2 true dragons to exist together. Now that only the final battle remains, the 2 golden dragons probably feel a sense of danger. No matter how many geniuses there are, no matter how outstanding they are, there can only be one main character in each age. To the other geniuses, this glorious age is a tragic age. People like Bai Qi, Yu Chenxi, Lu Xiaoyun, and Xinyuan Zhantian would definitely be the main characters of any age. However, in the age of geniuses, they could only play a supporting role. Xiao Chan and Chu Chaoyun were also terrifyingly strong. They were clearly stronger than the other geniuses. They were rarely seen, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the absolute proud pair. However, such proud sons of heaven might not be able to become the main character of this great age. This was because there could only be one true dragon. An 89-meter-long golden dragon was just short of 30 meters. 9 was the limit of numbers. As long as it reached 30 meters, it would immediately become a true dragon. The luck that a true dragon obtained was not something that the other false dragons could compare to. The luck of this age of the Sky Dome realm would be added to it. Countless fortuitous encounters, spiritual fortuitous encounters, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena that were not meant to happen would happen to the true dragon. Who was the true dragon? At this moment only one step remained. Only one final battle remained. Ferocious roars rang out in the sky as the two golden dragons fought. A ferocious aura spread out, scaring the other golden dragons into trembling and hurriedly dodging. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chun were both somewhat surprised. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Chu Chaoyun narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile on his calm face. He said softly, "Come back." Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon roared in dissatisfaction. Then it slowly returned to Chu Chaoyun's head, circling left and right, dancing up and down. Xiao Chun gently waved his hand, and his golden dragon returned with a xiao sound. Everywhere it passed, the golden dragons of the other participants dodged, not daring to block its sharpness. After the 99th round of matches ended, the organizers let all the participants rest for 2 hours to prepare for the final round of matches. Time slowly went by. At some point dusk had already arrived, leaving a dim yellow setting sun in the western sky, scattering a mottled glow. The organizers had purposely arranged for the match between Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun to be the last match. Shua! 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 The entire place fell silent. Only the sounds of the matches on the wind cloud platform could be heard far away. This was very strange. Normally, even in the worst matches, there would be cultivators who would comment on them, giving their own opinions and insights. However, at this moment the place fell completely silent. No one said anything. They just watched the matches quietly. The matches that had been bustling for the past few days had calmed down just like that. There would always be a peaceful night before a storm. The sky, the dark clouds, the sound of the wind, the sound of breathing, and even the fights on the wind cloud platform all gave off a sense of tranquility. The matches of the final round slowly came to an end. By the time the 49th match was over, the sky had already turned dark. Since the start of the 5-nation youth competition, there had never been a night match. However, the final match had already piqued the interest of countless people. Clearly, they could not wait another night. Zongliang, who was on the platform, waved his right hand. Bang! 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 The other 9 wind cloud platforms around the largest wind cloud platform lit up with flames. Who? The flames made that tall and vast wind cloud platform look mysterious. The 4 referees flew out from the various platforms. However, they did not ascend the wind cloud platform like they usually did. Instead, they floated in the air, as though they were afraid of the 2 people who would fight later. The final match begins now. Heavenly Saber Pavilion Xiao Chun and Misty Sword Sex Chu Chaoyun quickly enter the arena. The 4 referees shouted in unison in the silent night. Their voices were like thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone could hear them clearly. The emotions that had been calm for a long time immediately surged. After 3 years of waiting, more than half a month of competition, and 180 matches, the final match was finally about to begin. Xiao! Xiao! 2 figures soared into the air in the darkness. Their clothes were very ordinary. However, the darkness of the night did not seem to be able to hide the glow of their bodies. Among the millions of people, they shone brightly, allowing everyone to see them clearly at a glance. Their gazes unwittingly started to follow the trajectory of the 2 in the air. Kung Chang! The 2 drew their sabers and swords and brandished the weapons in their hands. Dense saber chi and sword chi tore through the night sky and tore 2 holes in the wind cloud barrier with a ka sound. The tough wind cloud barrier was as thin as a cicada's wings in the 2's hands. It did not have any resistance at all, easily breaking apart with a casual strike. The 2 gently drifted down and put away their weapons. Without making any sound, they landed on the ground at the same time. Chu Chaoyun always had a calm expression on his face. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but it was indistinct. No one could see through it. The 2 did not say anything. They just stared at each other, building up their auras. Under the pressure of their auras, the air in the air turned viscous, almost solidifying. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun said, "Don't you feel that this is very strange?" 4 years ago, you could not even receive half an attack from me. Now you can stand here and compete with me for the luck of the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chan said calmly. What is so strange about that? There will definitely be a fight between us. It is just a matter of time. No one in this world can understand the loneliness and solitude that I have endured. The people who defeated me 4 years ago have already lost to me. You will not be an exception. Holding his scabbard with his right hand, Chu Chaoyun casually leaned against the ground. Then he combed his hair back and smiled faintly. After some thought he said, In that case, draw your saber. Let me see how much you have grown for you to be so confident. Chu Chaoyun's tone was calm and serene. However, it hid an overwhelming fighting spirit. Right after he spoke, the aura that he had been storing up turned into a strong wind that roared at Xiao Chan. Chapter 604. Xiao Chen's clothes and accessories instantly gave off a resplendent golden light. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his pitch-black eyes turned golden as well. Tens of thousands of rays of light burst forth from his body, causing the colorless and odorless wind to shine with a golden light, radiating sharpness in all directions. Faintly, the sound of countless swords humming in the wind was singing a tune that no one could understand. As the strong wind howled, the light was piercing. This heavy night was like a thick piece of cloth being torn apart by this golden light, turning into countless shards. Xiao Chen's delicate face did not change at all. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he would face it calmly. There was no fear in Xiao Chen's heart because he had a saber in his hand. Xiao Chan said softly, As you wish. Kase. Xiao Chan drew the lunar shadow saber by 1 centimeter. Instantly, boundless electric light turned into a leaping purple light. Then it burst out together with the aura that Xiao Chan had been storing up. The white clear breeze robe and the accessories on it all turned into pieces of sparkling and translucent purple. His deep eyes turned into endless lightning, and in the deepest part of his eyes, there were countless blades trembling and cheering. The strong wind behind Xiao Chan, compressed by his aura, howled. Countless electric lights leaped about in the wind, crackling endlessly. Bang! The golden and purple gales collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion in the silent night. It was deafening and indescribable. The two of them raised their auras, and the strong wind formed a semicircle of light. One golden and one purple, they clashed with each other, not giving way at all. The golden semicircle of light had millions of strands of light reflecting off each other, giving off a dreamlike radiance. Countless berserk electric lights leaped about on the purple semicircle of light. When the electric lights exploded, vague ripples appeared in space. The golden light and the purple electric lights clashed, giving off an extremely strong energy that caused countless tiny cracks to appear in the wind cloud platform. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind cloud platform looked like a spiderweb. Cracks spread everywhere. Boom! The two auras were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. The two of them lost the patience to continue waiting. They drew their sabers and swords again. The golden and purple semicircular balls of light exploded in an instant, emitting a deafening explosion. The instant the two drew their weapons, the 1,000-meter-wide wind cloud platform shattered. Countless hard rocks floated in the air. Before they had even made their move, half of the wind cloud platform had already been destroyed. The spectating martial artists were dumbfounded. Such a scene was completely unimaginable. Even the other giants Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun, Wang Quan, and the others were filled with shock. They felt like something was stuck in their throats, making it hard for them to speak. Fight! The two of them let out a long roar. They held their treasured swords and brandished their long sabers. With boundless battle intent, he charged towards the other party with lightning speed. Clang, clang, clang. When the saber and sword clashed, countless sparks flew. The two in midair moved as fast as the wind and the sun. Ordinary cultivators could only see two blurry beams of light, one gold and one purple, crisscrossing in the air, flying up and down, leaving behind countless afterimages as they flickered. As the condensed saber chi and sword chi moved about, tiny cracks appeared in the void. The two's materialized saber chi and sword chi had actually reached a level that some inferior-grade martial monarchs could not achieve. They even tore space apart. The surrounding wind cloud barrier immediately shredded into countless pieces like it was made of thin paper. Wind and thunder roared and the light scattered. After several dozen moves, the wind cloud barrier was completely destroyed. The 10 dragon pillars around the wind cloud platform could no longer spit out energy, flowing light passing shadows. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun, who was in an intense battle, shouted. His body turned into a beam of light, leaving 81 afterimages at Xiao Chen's side. Each afterimage sent a sword strike at Xiao Chen. Each sword strike used a different move. Some chopped, and some stabbed. Golden light flashed on the swords. The 81 flickering golden lights merged into one, dazzling everyone's eyes. Before this sword strike, Xiao Chen's 5 senses became mere decorations. He could not see clearly at all. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Transform. 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 Xiao Chen shouted, and his body split into 9. The crystalline essence in his body spun continuously as he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. 81 clones appeared in the air as well. Each of the clones also sent out a saber strike, blocking the sword techniques of Chu Chaoyun's afterimages. Kung! Kung! In that instant, countless sabers and swords clashed together, forming a horrifying sonic boom. They turned into surging shock waves that surged into the surroundings like a raging river. The expressions of the 4 referees floating 500 meters away from the wind cloud platform turned grave. They quickly made their move, each sending out a quintessence shield to block the shock waves. The 4 old men were shocked. They exchanged glances and projected their voices. What a strong shock wave! Even a newly advanced martial monarch would not be a match for these 2. If the shock wave had spread out, the spectators in the first 5 rows would have been significantly injured. Fortunately, the city lord had foresight and told us to take precautions outside. Otherwise, many cultivators would have died in this 5-nation youth competition. Merge! Merge! However, the 2 people in the air above the wind cloud platform were not in the mood to care about the gazes of others. They shouted at the same time. 81 figures merged back together in that instant, giving off a bright light. In the pitch-dark night, the 2's light burst forth. At this moment, the darkness was completely suppressed by their light. The dueling ring became as bright as day. Dang! The saber and sword chopped at each other at the same time. Fast, accurate, ruthless, and callous. The golden sword light and the purple saber light clashed. Boundless energy spread out and tore the space around the 2 into pieces. A huge force rebounded. The 2 who had just merged back together separated in an instant. They both spun around and vented out the energy flowing in their bodies. Xiao Chen stabilized himself and gently floated up. He stood on the dragon head of a dragon pillar and held his saber with one hand. His white clear wind robes fluttered in the strong wind. On the other side, Chu Chaoyun stood on a dragon pillar as well. The light on his body was withdrawn. Only his sword occasionally emitted golden sword chi. The 2 were separated by a kilometer. The wind cloud platform in the middle was in a sorry state. It was riddled with holes and was in a sorry state. There was not even a place to stand. The dragon chi that leaked out was also turbid. The shock waves from the 2's exchange sliced it into millions of pieces. It did not even have a chance to let out a dragon roar. Chu Chaoyun tightened his grip on his sword. He revealed a rarely seen wildness on his face. He smiled and said, "I have not fought to my heart's content in a long time. Xiao Chen, you are indeed qualified to say such words. However, the show is just beginning. Did you know? Boundless light, vast and mighty divine might." Chu Chaoyun shouted, and the thick clouds in the sky suddenly parted. A blazing pillar of light descended and tore through the night sky, encasing Chu Chaoyun. This was not the first time the crowd saw Chu Chaoyun execute the state of light that contained divine might. However, when they saw it again in the dark night, they had a different feeling. In contrast to the night sky, the blazing golden pillar of light looked even more piercing and dazzling. Divine might spread out, and a dignified aura spread out. Everyone could not help but feel a desire to worship Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen tore off the strip of cloth covering his forehead. A peak state of massacre surged out from the immortal state of thunder. The 2 merged and formed a strange purple-red light, blocking the other party's divine might. Clouds move in all directions, wind and lightning gather. With the 2 states merged, Xiao Chen executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique, taking the initiative to attack. The wind blew from all directions and the thunderclouds above his head churned. Compared to usual, the thunderclouds above his head had an additional sharp killing intent. When Chu Chaoyun saw this, he thought to himself, using the peak state of massacre to make up for the lack of my state of wind and cloud, he will be much more difficult to deal with. As Xiao Chun thought, he quickly sent out his first saber strike. Chu Chaoyun stood on the dragon pillar, not intending to move. He sent out many golden sword images. The flashes of the sword images were very unusual. It was like there were many Chu Chaoyun sending out hundreds of moves at the same time. Unexpectedly, this sword strike contained the shadow of the eternal light. It was similar to the eternal light sword technique, but it was much less mighty. However, it was faster and easier to execute. Chu Chaoyun did not move from his original position. When he swung his sword, he knocked back Xiao Chun. Its might actually surpassed that of Xiao Chen's, who carried the momentum of the lightning tribulation. When Xiao Chun saw this, he was not surprised. He pushed off the air and did a somersault, sending out a second saber strike. Chop! 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 Xiao Chun sent out 5 saber strikes, each one stronger than the one before. Although Chu Chaoyun still did not move, cracks appeared on the dragon pillar under his feet. The lightning infused with the state of massacre gave off a desolate state of massacre. It was very similar to the cold and emotionless aura of the heavenly Tao. Earthly lightning tribulation. The momentum of the lightning tribulation finally reached its peak. The lightning attributed spiritual energy on the ground, resonated with the lightning whirlpool in the sky. Xiao Chun roared ferociously and turned into the heavenly Tao, sending down the first lightning tribulation. Extreme Light Realm. Knowing the might of this saber strike, Chu Chaoyun did not dare to use saber intent. He sent out thousands of light screens in front of him, layering over each other and forming a thick mirror of light. Bang! There was a loud explosion, but the mirror of light did not shatter. However, the dragon pillar under Chu Chaoyun's feet completely shattered. Unexpectedly, the power of the saber could penetrate the light mirror and still be so mighty. Chu Chaoyun's complexion paled slightly as he scattered the extreme light realm. Then, he turned into a beam of light and headed for another dragon pillar. What a strong lightning tribulation saber technique! It infused the state of massacre, raising its might to another level. The lightning tribulation destroys all life. Actually, it is killing. This state of massacre is completely compatible with the lightning tribulation saber technique. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Chun fought Bai Qi earlier, he did not use it. Just by relying on this lightning tribulation saber technique, Xiao Chun can probably defeat Bai Qi. He really hit it well. Chu Chaoyun is at a disadvantage. If he does not use eternal light and inextinguishable divine light, he will not be able to block it. After witnessing the horrifying might of the lightning tribulation saber technique, several cultivators started discussing it. The previously evenly matched situation finally showed some signs of change. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chun roared ferociously again as he descended from the sky, bringing with him heavenly might. His expression was emotionless, as though Chu Chaoyun was a sinner who violated heavenly might. Chapter 605. I have to break his momentum. The lightning tribulation saber technique is somewhat out of my expectations, Chu Chaoyun thought to himself as he watched Xiao Chun grow stronger the more he fought. Xiao! The golden longsword in his hand suddenly turned in a circle, and the radiance that filled the sky condensed into a heavenly sword that shot toward the blood-colored lightning vortex above Xiao Chen's head. There is righteousness in heaven and earth, and it is called awe-inspiring. Above are the stars and below are the mountains and rivers. With the bright heaven and earth, how can we be afraid of demons? Under the vast curtain of night, a loud and clear song suddenly rang out. The song was resounding and impassioned, as if there were tens of thousands of voices rising and falling between heaven and earth. In the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's lips moved as he led the chanting of tens of thousands of people. Abundant awe-inspiring sword chi gathered on the light sword along with the song, causing the brilliance of the heavenly sword to be dazzling. Chu Chaoyun's expression was solemn, and he condensed a vast amount of divine might to emit a divine voice that resounded in the surroundings. The heavens and the earth are unfair. They can't differentiate between good and evil, and they distort black and white. Since it's like this, then what's the use of the heavens? With an awe-inspiring righteousness in his chest, his heart is as magnanimous as a gentleman's, fearless of evil and fearless of the heavens. Chu Chaoyun stopped chanting and shouted. He waved his hand and the dazzling heavenly sword drew a space crack that was darker than the night sky and disappeared in a flash. Xiao! The spatial crack drawn by the heavenly sword did not disperse for a long time. With a whoosh, it split the terrifying thundercloud vortex in the sky into two. As Chu Chaoyun played and sang, he waved his hand to destroy the heavens, instantly destroying the foundation of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The power of the heavenly Tao. Under the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's movement seemed to be frozen in time. He was like a god walking in the world, holy and dazzling, righteous and eternal. His words were justice. If he said to destroy the heavens, then it was definitely the heavens that were unfair. It wasn't that he was being rebellious and offending the heavens. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was speechless for a long time. They could not think of any words to describe their current feelings. The final battle was simply too shocking. First, the two of them fought evenly for 100 moves. Then they easily reduced the wind cloud platform to rubble. A regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be able to break the wind cloud barrier. Yet, the two of them casually broke it without any difficulty. Xiao Chun had just gained the upper hand, using the might of the heavenly Tao to suppress Chu Chaoyun, making everyone think that victory was tilting towards him. Chu Chaoyun immediately made a move and destroyed the heavenly might in an instant, turning the situation around in one fell swoop. The spectators didn't even have time to adjust their emotions. Up in the air, Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. The aura of the saber vanished, not even a trace remained. With his foundation destroyed, his aura was affected as well. His internal organs churned, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Retreat! 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 Xiao Chun paused and held his saber horizontally in front of him. Then he pushed off with his feet and flew backward. The friction between his body and the air gave off sonic booms. Chu Chaoyun's somewhat pale face smiled gently and said, "You think you can retreat? Sword come." Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the sword floating in the air immediately flew over. He pushed off the dragon's head and leaped into the air. Then he grasped his sword tightly with his right hand. Divine might, eternal light. After Chu Chaoyun grasped his sword again, he narrowed his eyes. In that instant, he drained half of the remaining substantial essence in his body. Seizing the initiative that the opponent lost, he firmly grasped the advantage and slowly expanded it. This was how Chu Chaoyun had always done things. Now that Xiao Chun seized the initiative, he immediately executed the enlarged version of eternal light. Boom! 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 9 beams of golden light shot down from the sky. When each beam landed, it illuminated Chu Chaoyun's figure in the night sky. It was like he teleported in the air. Chu Chaoyun covered 100 meters with each step. He took 9 steps in a row. With each step, he executed a beam of eternal light, sending out 99,900 sword strikes. He held them in and waited for the 9 steps to be completed. Chu Chaoyun caught up to Xiao Chun. The light from his body was as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, night turned into day. When the sword was drawn, the light was eternal. Space shattered. There was no way to dodge. With the support of the divine might, the 9 beams of eternal light miraculously merged together. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just one beam of eternal light could severely injure an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. When 9 beams merged together, they could even destroy one. You are too much. Do you really think that I, Xiao Chun, cannot retaliate? You want to severely injure me in one move. If you want to clash head-on, then so be it. Xiao Chen's face sank. He quickly executed the final move of the 4-season saber technique cycle of seasons. In spring, thunder roars, birds and beasts cry. In summer, the blazing sun blazes in the sky, burning the surroundings. In autumn, it drizzles, people smile faintly. In winter, the frost is like the moon, the flowing water hurts. In that instant, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons that belonged to Xiao Chun alone quickly materialized. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared and disappeared at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. 100 cycles manifested, materializing the boundless power of the cycle of seasons. The world ages, the blue sea turns into mulberry fields. After 10,000 years, only the cycle of seasons does not change. The heavenly Tao does not stop cycle of seasons. The force of the saber caused space to distort. The shattered space that Chu Chaoyun's sword strike actually retreated strangely. When the Bai clan elders saw this scene, they could not help but stand up. They muttered, "How can this be? How can the might of the cycle of seasons be so strong?" In the Bai clan, only the core disciples and inner sect elders could practice the four-season saber technique. Although they could not be like Bai Qi, who grasped it at the age of 23, they could not help but stand up. However, there were many people who had studied the four-season saber technique for decades. They could execute the cycle of seasons as well. However, compared to Xiao Chan, the might of this cycle of seasons was worlds apart. Although they were several cultivation realms higher than Xiao Chan, if they really competed with this cycle of seasons, they would undoubtedly lose. This was because that state was too compatible with Xiao Chan. They even had the misconception that the four-season saber technique was a martial technique created solely for Xiao Chan. Bai Qi's expression was unsightly. He had never felt such a great sense of defeat before, not even when he lost to Sima Lingxian. In the hands of an outsider, the inherited saber technique of the Bai clan was actually 10 times stronger than the Bai clan's. Boom! The Divine Might's eternal light clashed head-on with Xiao Chen's cycle of seasons. There was a loud sound, and a 3-kilometer-tall shock wave soared into the clouds. Amid the shock wave, thousands of lights exploded, water flowed, thunder roared, a blazing sun appeared, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Under the clash of the two, the entire wind cloud arena crumbled. The fragments contained a huge force. The shockwaves tore space apart and shot towards the spectator stands like a torrential storm. The 4 referees would not be able to block such a large-scale shockwave. Zhong Liang's expression changed drastically. He said sullenly, "Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, autumn, wind, frost and moon, heed my command. Quickly make your move. Make sure not a single fragment lands on the spectator stands." Roger. The 8 old men on the platform released their peak martial monarch auras. They did not hold back at all. Their figures flashed and they vanished. Bang! 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 The appearance of the 8 elders immediately allowed the 4 referees to heave a sigh of relief. They quickly increased their strength and punched the fragments flying out. Unexpectedly, the 8 elders under the Dragon Sealing City's city lord all moved out. What kind of monsters are those two? This is too horrifying. The quality of the final battle of this 5-nation youth competition is probably the strongest in the past 3,000 years. No one will surpass it even in the next 1,000 years. Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi's defeat at the hands of these two is not undeserved. They have already gone too far. Looking at the 8 people fighting in the air above the arena, the hearts of the spectators were in a mess, and they could not help but sigh in amazement. How strong must they be for the 8 peak martial monarchs to attack together to ensure that the shockwaves would not reach them? After a long time, the chaotic shockwaves dissipated completely. The light on Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen's bodies had vanished. Their clothes were also tattered. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions were incredibly pale. The wind cloud platform under their feet had vanished long ago, leaving only a bottomless hole. Who knew what was hidden there? Although the two were in a sorry state and covered in wounds, their eyes shone with a bright light. However, their eyes shone brightly. Their fighting spirit burned like a raging fire. Their thirst for victory did not stop at all. Suddenly, Xiao Chan laughed loudly, laughing heartily to his heart's content. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a flower with his sword. He revealed a suspicious expression as he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Chan smiled and replied, "I'm laughing at how the heavens are so kind to me. I have experienced all the loneliness and worries of the world. What I seek is not to be unrivaled but to reach the peak of the martial way, to become a hero like the Thunder King. No one in the same generation is a match for me. Those who defeat me are all my defeats. Only you, Chu Chaoyun, have not been defeated by me. If not for you, how would I be lonely in this vast sky dome realm? 2 years ago, at the foot of Desolate City, you invited me to decide victory in one move. 2 years later I will return these words to you. I only ask you this. Do you dare to decide victory in one move again?" Chu Chaoyun laughed loudly, and his sword gave off a sharp light. He said, "Why not? Hu Qi! Hu Qi! Outside the wind cloud platform, the other 9 small wind cloud platforms blazed with flames. The leaping fire reflected on Xiao Chen's and Chu Chaoyun's faces, flickering. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands heard that the two wanted to decide victory in one move, they did not dare to blink. They did not even dare to blink as they circulated their essence in their eyes and stared fixedly at the 2 people above the hole. This is too intense. Even that wind cloud platform was destroyed by the 2 of them. To think that the victor has not been decided yet. Chu Chaoyun has not used the inextinguishable divine light yet. I wonder what other trump cards he has not used. Could he have an even more horrifying martial technique than the cycle of seasons? He probably does. Otherwise he would not say that. However, it is hard to imagine what martial technique that is. However, that inextinguishable divine light condensed the divine might into something solid. Even a full-powered strike from a peak inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to break it. I still do not dare to believe that someone below martial monarch can break Chu Chaoyun's inextinguishable divine light. Chapter 606. There was still one more move before the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be revealed. Everyone was very excited as they discussed this. The 4 referees and the 8 great elders of the City Lord's mansion who were floating outside the martial arts competition stage had heavy expressions on their faces. They were ready for battle, afraid that the 2 of them would cause some big commotion and harm the innocent. It has been a long time since such an outstanding talent appeared. The quality of this 5-nation youth competition is probably second only to the battle between the Thunder King and the Saber Demon 5,000 years ago. That year was also a golden age for cultivators. The Saber Demon and the Thunder King also fought with sabers and swords. The wind cloud platform was also destroyed by the attacks of the 2. The 10-odd old men floating outside used their voices to form lines. As they stared at the 2, they sighed and chatted idly. Rumble. Just at this moment something strange happened. The entire dueling ring suddenly shook violently. The cultivators in the spectator stands were caught off guard, and many of them fell to the ground. Less than half of the people reacted quickly and jumped to the ground in an instant. The ground within 10 kilometers of the dueling ring was like a small boat in a huge wave. It tossed and turned without any pattern. Without being a martial king, one could not hover in the air. 80% of the cultivators who came to spectate were not martial kings. When they fell to the ground, they could not get up again. What's going on? What happened? The scene immediately turned chaotic in the dark night. Anxious cries mixed together, making the situation even more chaotic. The seal on the dragon vein has loosened? The expression of the dragon sealing city's city lord, Zongliang, changed slightly. He immediately stood up and a surging energy spread out from under his feet. This caused the ground within a kilometer to calm down, a stark contrast to the surroundings. Roar! A dragon roar came from the hole under Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun's feet. The dragon's roar was even louder than heavenly thunder. In an instant it drowned out all the noise. When the weaker martial kings in the air heard this roar, their aura became unstable. Blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths as they fell from the sky. Roar! 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 There were another 3 dragon roars. Dragons might spread everywhere. Only a few martial kings remained standing in the air. The ground shook even more intensely. It was like the end of the world, terrifying everyone. Zongliang waved his right hand, and a golden medallion appeared in his hand. The medallion was rhombus-shaped and had ancient and complicated patterns carved on it. The golden medallion gave off a faint light in the dark night, giving off a mysterious and ancient energy. Zongliang, don't be in a hurry to use the dragon sealing token. The seal on the dragon veins hasn't loosened. It's just that all 4 dragon veins have awakened. Just as Zongliang was about to use the dragon sealing token, an aged voice rang out in his mind. Zongliang paused slightly. Clearly, he was very surprised by the voice in his head. He replied respectfully, "Great-grandfather, the ley line has awakened." "Do you mean?" Zong was stunned. "Dragon Zong Dragon. Dragon King. Dragon Zongja Dragon Lord Zabel Zong." He put away the dragon sealing medallion and said, "So that's how it is. It looks like I was overthinking." At the same time, A loud dragon roar came from the seals used to suppress the dragon veins in the 5 great empires 5,000 kilometers away. The 9 dragon veins roared in unison, resonating with each other. The sound pierced through space and time and gathered in Dragon Sealing City, causing the ground to shake even more intensely. Above the hole, Xiao Chun had already moved to the side. He looked down at the deep hole and revealed a doubtful expression. After a long time, the roar containing boundless dragon might slowly faded into the air. The entire dueling ground regained its calm. That was definitely dragon might earlier. The dragon veins have awakened. This is too shocking. There were a total of 4 dragon roars. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. One of these 2 must be a monarch-grade true dragon. You heard wrong. There were 9 dragon roars, not 4. Only a king-grade true dragon can cause such a huge commotion. Controlling the 9 dragon veins, a king-tier true dragon. Isn't that as famous as the Thunder Emperor back then? Could it be that one of them will be the future Thunder Emperor? After the crowd calmed down and understood what had happened, the fear in their hearts naturally disappeared. They looked at Xiao Chun and Zhongzhe with a fervent gaze. What kind of person was the Thunder King? He was the strongest Emperor Wu after the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty. He was unrivaled in his era. Even in the Kunlun realm where there were many emperors, he ranked highly. Ever since the 9 dragons escaped and the spirit veins fell into chaos, he was the only true expert in the Tianwu continent who could stand firm in the Kunlun realm. In the Tianwu continent, Zhongzhe was a legend. His story was a legend. Now these 2 people before Xiao Chun might one day be as famous as the Thunder King. Holding his sword with one hand, Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, I forgot to tell you. There is no earth-ranked martial technique that can break the defense of the inextinguishable divine light, not even the cycle of seasons. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said indifferently, Since I am confident of defeating you naturally, I will not speak carelessly. Just make your move. Without saying anything more, a golden light reappeared on Chu Chaoyun's body. Then he pointed his sword at the sky. A divine voice came from the sky. That was the voice of a deity. It contained the might of an ancient deity. As it spread out, everyone felt a boundless pressure. Xiu! A circular golden pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyun. The light instantly turned solid. Divine might flowed out, making that pillar of light look like an eternal pillar supporting the heavens. However, Chu Chaoyun, who was in the pillar of light, did not passively defend. He shouted ferociously and held his sword above his head with both hands. Then he used the might of an ancient deity and hacked at Xiao Chun. The solid pillar of divine might connected the sky and earth. Unexpectedly, it turned into a huge, unparalleled sword light, chopping down the world. I never said that the inextinguishable divine light can only be used for defense. Fall for me. Chu Chaoyun looked coldly at Xiao Chun. No matter what, he had to obtain the king-grade true dragon's luck. Such a strong martial technique can be used for offense. This is too heaven-defying. Such a startling sword strike tore space into countless pieces like it was a piece of cloth. Everyone was horrified, not daring to imagine it. When the sword light arrived, Xiao Chun was as insignificant as an ant. It felt like he could be squashed to death. Xiao Chun, who had been holding his saber with one hand, placed his left hand on his saber's hilt. His expression was calm as he said, An earth-ranked martial technique cannot break it. Unfortunately, I am not using an earth-ranked martial technique. The heaven-ranked martial technique exclusive to the Blue Dragon martial spirit, the dragon subduing slash's first move, the return of the Blue Dragon, circulated quickly in Xiao Chun's body. A boundless sea materialized behind Xiao Chun. This sea was even vaster than Xianyuan Zhantian's state of water. All Xiao Chun saw was the vast sea. The water was boundless and boundless, giving off a spirit of swallowing up the world. What is he doing? Why is he not executing the cycle of seasons and resisting the inextinguishable divine light? What is the mysterious phenomenon of the sea? Indeed, the inextinguishable divine light is such a strong martial technique. If he uses the cycle of seasons, he might still have a chance of survival. If he does not use it, isn't he just seeking death? The many cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand what Xiao Chun was doing. The hearts of the elders and brothers of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion leaped to their throats. At such a crucial moment, how could Xiao Chan be so rash? Shun Manjun, who had been silent all this while, frowned heavily. Suddenly, she said to Jiang Qi and the others, "Later, Xiao Chan might be severely injured or killed in one move. I am preparing to catch Xiao Chan in advance." Jiang Qi's expression changed drastically as he said, "Is it that serious?" Shun Manjun sighed softly and said, "That Chu Chaoyun used a secret technique to raise his state of light to the will of light in a short time. Whether I can catch Xiao Chan or not is a question mark." While the two of them were conversing rapidly, the sky-raising sword had already swept over with a sword light that reached the heavens. The void shattered and cracks spread out. The dark night was chopped into pieces by this sword, and space became chaotic. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm. At this critical moment he did not panic at all. He only spread out the crystal-like essence in his body, maintaining the vast and boundless sea. Blue Dragon goes to sea. When the startling sword light was within 100 meters of Xiao Chan, the aura that Xiao Chan had been storing up erupted with a loud roar. Bang! 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 A chain of explosions resounded in the vast sea behind Xiao Chan. 3,000 pillars of water soared into the sky. Each pillar of water contained boundless energy, tearing 3,000 black holes in space. All the sounds merged together, and the sky paused. At this moment the world suddenly fell silent. The whistling of the sword light, the howling of the strong wind, and the discussions of the crowd all fell strangely silent. Suddenly a clear dragon roar resounded in this silent world. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea under Xiao Chan. A horrifying dragon might spread out. It was no weaker than the might of the dragon vein. Dragons lurked in the deep abyss, kings of the four seas. They soared into the 9 heavens, lords of the sky omnipotent. Chapter 607. Do not bully a blue dragon when it is trapped in a shallow pool. Do not bully a ferocious tiger when it is on the plain. One day, the water of the dragon will cause the rivers to flow in reverse. When the winds and clouds gathered again, the blue dragon leaped out of the sea. Heaven-ranked martial technique. This is a heaven-ranked martial technique. The hundreds of thousands of people present all cried out and stood up at the same time. Shock filled their eyes. They had not expected Xiao Chan to be able to execute a heaven-ranked martial technique as a half-step martial monarch. This completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Shun Manjun, who had been preparing to make a move at any moment, was stunned as well. She muttered, "What fortuitous encounter did this child have?" The pitch-black lunar shadow saber burst forth with a 3-kilometer-long light. The light turned solid, containing a boundless dragon might. Standing on the blue dragon, the silent Xiao Chan soared into the air. As the dragon roared, he sent out a 3-kilometer-long saber light before everyone's eyes. Bang! 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 The blue dragon clashed with the inextinguishable divine light. The saber light clashed with the sword light. The dragon might clashed with the divine might. An inconceivably strong force burst forth in an instant. The surrounding shattered space immediately turned into a mess like fallen leaves. Spatial tears littered the place. The 2 pillars of light clashed intensely. The dragon roar and the divine sound turned into azure and golden rings of light. They spread out for 500 kilometers, spreading out like ripples on water. The clash of the dragon gods resounded in the sky and ground, tormenting the cultivators with lower cultivations below. They all circulated their energies to shut off their sense of hearing or work together to resist the 2 auras. Kasie, the saber light and the sword light, which were 3,000 meters long, shattered and scattered into thousands of splendor. The expressions of the 12 martial monarchs below changed drastically. They all executed their best moves and flickered in the air, shattering the beams of light in advance. The light exploded, and in that instant, the night sky gave off a bright purple light. It was as beautiful as fireworks. However, the cultivators below were pale. They covered their entire bodies with essence to protect themselves. Everyone knew that this beautiful thing could easily take the life of a martial saint if it landed on their body. In the gorgeous night sky, Xiao Chan and Chu Chaoyun, who were at the center of the storm, were pale. Their weapons clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. Blood trickled down the corner of Chu Chaoyun's mouth. He gripped his sword with both hands and blocked Xiao Chen's blade. Then he pushed forward, forcing Xiao Chan to step back in the void. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. He smiled gently and said, "Forcefully executing a heaven-ranked martial technique must be very painful, right? If you give up now, you might still be able to keep your life. My light has already transformed into my will, and you will definitely collapse before me. Even if you struggle to hold on, you will only taste the bitter fruit of failure." The aftereffects of executing the blue dragon returns to the sea had already started to show. Xiao Qin's bones, flesh, and blood felt like they were being drilled by knives. His skin burst open, revealing thin wounds. Chu Chaoyun's strength surpassed Xiao Qin's expectations. Unexpectedly, the blue dragon returns to the sea did not defeat him instantly. Chu Chaoyun's words seemed to have a magical power. "I might as well admit defeat and forget the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows." "Never." The other party forcefully raised the state of light to a will. "How can the pain he has to endure be any less than mine? As long as I have a saber in my hand, I will never admit defeat." Xiao Chan clenched his teeth and endured silently. The blue dragon returns to the sea, felt Xiao Chen's will and let out a long roar. Its slightly weakened aura rose again, preventing Xiao Chan from retreating. Unexpectedly, another force came from the saber. "Never admit defeat. Even if you are trapped in a shallow pool without water, being mocked by the world, being humiliated by the weak, do not give up the pride in your heart, because you are a dragon among men. However, a worm is a worm. No matter how cocky it is, it will never become a dragon. When the tide rises and falls, a dragon will eventually soar into the world." Xiao Chan rejoiced in his heart. Never admit defeat. So this is the true meaning of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Only by comprehending the true meaning could one bring out the greatest might of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Otherwise it would just be for show. The 3-kilometer-long light on the saber condensed again. There was a move within a move, a saber within a saber. Xiao Chan smiled softly and said, "Chu Chaoyun, you are the one who will lose." Once he comprehended it, the winds and clouds rose again. The saber light that condensed again was twice as powerful as the initial one. Its aura flourished, vast and boundless. Chu Chaoyun's calm expression suddenly changed. Bang! Xiao Chan grasped his saber with both hands and pressed it forward. The blue dragon roared and the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's sword broke. The scattered golden light fell like rain. The area where the golden light fell was too wide. The 12 martial monarch old men were not strong enough. Some of the golden light fell towards the spectator stands. The cultivators below immediately soared into the air and fled in all directions. Rumble! The golden light landed and blasted deep holes in the spectator stands outside the dueling ring. It was a ghastly sight. Defeat! Xiao Chun shouted and the saber light hacked at Chu Chaoyun, who was flying back. Bang! Chu Chaoyun could not dodge in time. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a willow catkin. The light on his body turned into thousands of tiny golden lines and quickly left his body. This final ray of light reflected a magnificent sea of light in the night sky. Chu Chaoyun looked like a deity that had fallen to the mundane world. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with a loneliness that was hard to understand. The moment Chu Chaoyun was defeated, he lost his divine might. When the light completely vanished from his body, the deity-like Chu Chaoyun finally became an ordinary person. As Xiao Chun gazed at Xiao Chun, a golden flame burned in the depths of Chu Chaoyun's eyes. However, after a while, Chu Chaoyun gave up on resisting. The golden flame in his eyes vanished, and his body drifted downwards. Once Chu Chaoyun executed the heavenly flame, his identity would be exposed. Furthermore, with only a tenth of the heavenly flame, he might not be able to defeat the imposing Xiao Chan. This is just the beginning of the story. The ending is already decided. However, the process is somewhat unexpected. The 12 martial monarchs attacked together and shattered the remaining golden light, creating countless fireworks. Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes amid the fireworks filling the sky. Then he slowly disappeared into the night. Xiao Chun quickly swallowed up the golden dragon formed by Chu Chaoyun's luck. After he finished swallowing, Xiao Chen's golden dragon finally reached 23 meters. The 30-meter-long golden dragon gave off a bright light. Layers of golden scales quickly grew on its body, and 2 horns grew on its head. It seemed like it had turned into a living creature. Xiao! 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 The 4 dragon veins under the wind cloud platform each shot out a strand of golden dragon chi at the 30-meter-long golden dragon. At the same time, the seal that the 5 great empires' royal courts used to suppress the dragon veins loosened. A strand of golden dragon chi seeped out and transcended time and space, heading for the golden dragon above Xiao Chen's head. When the 9 strands of golden dragon chi poured into the golden dragon's light immediately became extremely resplendent, as dazzling as the blazing sun in the night sky. A dragon roar resounded, and the king-grade dragon's might spread out. Some of the weaker cultivators below suddenly felt fear in their hearts. Their bodies moved out uncontrollably. With Jin Lin's body and 2 horns on his head, he controls 9 dragons. He even forcefully snatched a portion of the luck of the various royal courts. This is indeed a king-grade true dragon. Seeing that the golden dragon's might did not scatter, the crowd exclaimed. In the night sky, everyone watched the white-robed bladesman standing in the air. A king-grade true dragon. An outstanding talent that could rival the Thunder King. The main character of this age of the Sky Dome realm was finally born. The other genius cultivators by Qi Sima Lingxian Yu Chenxi Xinyuan Zhantian, Lu Xiaoyun and Gong Yangyu, all revealed sad expressions. If not for this age of geniuses, they would all be the main characters of their age. Unfortunately, in this age of geniuses, when facing an outstanding talent like Xiao Chen, no matter how strong a genius was, they could only feel sad. There were as many geniuses as the carps in the river, endless. The heroes were like the stars in the night sky, innumerable. This was the best age and also the worst age. This was because there could only be one main character in an age. In the air, the aftereffects of the blue dragon's return to the sea had already erupted. His entire body was in incredible pain. His bones gave off cracking sounds and his skin cracked. His complexion was very frightening. Endure a little longer. With the true dragon's body, all your injuries will recover immediately. Inside the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao clenched her fist tightly. Anxiety filled her pretty face, but she still spoke up to encourage Xiao Chen. Back then, on the lone peak outside Dragon Sealing City, Xiao Chen had asked Xiao Chen if he could execute the blue dragon's return to the sea one more time before he advanced to martial monarch. Ao Jiao's answer was yes. However, the prerequisite was that Xiao Chen obtain the final victory. With the 30-meter-long true dragon's body, no matter how severe his injuries were, he would be able to recover instantly. This was the case for the Thunder King back then. However, if Xiao Chen failed, not only would he suffer damage from his opponent's killing move, but he would also have to forcefully execute the blue dragon's return to the sea 3 times in a row. No matter how strong his body was, it would still crumble. Others could only see Xiao Chen's splendor at this moment. They could not see the price and effort he had put in. When Xiao Chen was young, he was mocked and mocked. The noble clans of the great Qin nation ordered him to be killed outside Whitewater City. He cultivated day and night on Qingyun Peak. He went through many tests in the ancient desolate tower. He went through endless massacres in the deep-sea battlefield. In the final battle, he gambled his life on the killing move. Xiao Chen was the white-robed bladesman who would never admit defeat. He hid his pride in his heart and walked step by step. He tasted the bitterness of the world and endured the loneliness. After falling behind others by 16 years, Xiao Chen finally reached the peak of the Sky Dome realm. The 30-meter-long king-grade true dragon with 2 horns on its head roared and turned into a beam of light. Then it entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness through his forehead. Whoosh! Instantly, countless warm golden energy flowed through Xiao Chen's body, quickly healing his injuries. With the help of the warm golden energy, Xiao Chen's external and internal injuries, as well as many hidden injuries that were hard to detect, instantly healed. All sorts of comfortable feelings were indescribable. They made Xiao Chen look brand new. The wounds on his skin vanished, and his face regained its luster. He did not look fatigued at all. The most important thing was that with the healing of this warm golden energy, Xiao Chen felt his physical body grow stronger. He directly reached the peak of the firmament body tempering art's 5th layer. Vaguely, Xiao Chen gained a new understanding of his various martial techniques. Finally, all the warm energy gathered in the Qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian. His cultivation soared, going from small perfection half-step martial monarch to peak great perfection half-step martial monarch. He was now only a step away from peak consummation. The benefits brought to him by the true dragon in an instant were equivalent to more than 2 years of bitter cultivation. Chapter 608. Everything happened in the space of a single breath. Even Xiao Chun was astonished by the sudden change. The nervous Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, Don't be so shocked. This is the benefit of a king-grade true dragon. As the previous champion, Sima Lingxian did not even have 20% of your effect. You and the Thunder King are second only to the Tianwu Emperor. When Xiao Chun heard this, he smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. His figure flickered in the air, and he landed in front of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people in high spirits. When Shen Manjun saw the uninjured Xiao Chun, she said in astonishment, "Strange, why are you not injured at all? Even if that inextinguishable divine light did not injure you, your final move should have injured you significantly." Xiao Chun did not hide anything. He told Shen Manjun about the various benefits of a king-grade true dragon. Only then did she reveal an expression of relief. When Xiao Chun looked around, he discovered that everyone else had an expression of reverence for him. They did not dare to meet his gaze. Even Jiang Qi and the other half-step martial monarchs did not dare to. Only Shen Manjun was not affected, able to speak to him freely. At this moment, the scarlet mark on Xiao Chun's forehead had been baptized by the king-grade true dragon. The original demonic aura had vanished, leaving behind an even stronger aura of a king. Now Xiao Chun's aura was completely different from the original Xiao Chun. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun understood. With a thought, he withdrew the aura of a king. With the king-grade true dragon, Xiao Chun could control his aura as he pleased. He no longer needed to wear the blue strip of cloth. However, out of habit, he still wore another strip of cloth, making it look no different from usual. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute to the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and said, "Fortunately, I did not fail." Xiao Chun obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Only now did everyone reveal a sincere smile. In the end, Xiao Chun had not changed. Even though he obtained the first rank, he did not show any arrogance to his friends and seniors. Even though he maintained some distance, he was polite and didn't put on any airs. Jiang Qi laughed loudly and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Let's go celebrate after we return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The True Dragon ranking will be released in 3 days. You will be very busy for the next few days. Go back and rest first." From sunrise until midnight, everyone was a little tired. After congratulating Xiao Chun, they prepared to return home. The other spectating cultivators all said that this trip was not in vain. Their surging emotions could not calm down for a long time. But the banquet would eventually come to an end. Since the competition was over, it was time to go back. Hu Qi. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, the thick, never-dissipating clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Sealing City suddenly split in half. A gentle white light shone down from the sky, turning the entire Dragon Sealing City into day. The night completely disappeared. Amidst the sounds of celestial music, a ship that was as white as jade and glowing with extraordinary splendor appeared before everyone's eyes. As the jade ship descended, a myriad of rainbow-colored lights drifted down like snowflakes. The cultivators preparing to leave all stopped. After being stunned for a while, someone cheered excitedly, "It's an auspicious sign." Auspicious signs fill the sky. The person on the jade ship must be an envoy from the Kunlun realm. Hu Qi. Hu Qi. In that instant, countless figures soared into the air. Their faces filled with excitement as they flew towards the auspicious signs descending from the sky. The auspicious signs contained abundant spiritual energy. Furthermore, these were auspicious signs from the Kunlun realm. Just obtaining a few of them would allow one to increase their cultivation significantly. A handsome man in embroidered clothes stood on the bow of the ship. He was no more than 24 years old and looked very handsome. He gave off an elegant air and a dignified air. Coupled with his innate elegance, he exuded a boundless charm just by standing there quietly. When the man in embroidered clothes saw everyone fighting for the auspicious signs below, he revealed a mocking smile. He said indifferently, "Just a grain of light and they are fighting so hard. No wonder the Sky Dome realm is ranked last among the 3,000 great realms." Xiao. A figure moved at lightning speed. Just a moment ago, he was a kilometer away. In an instant, he stood on the bow of the ship. It was Dragon Sealing City's city lord Zongliang. Zongliang glanced at the man in embroidered clothes on the bow, and felt that he was too young. He asked uncertainly, "Are you the envoy that Bushin Palace sent to receive us?" Not just anyone could become an envoy. Coming and going would result in a relatively high reward. If one could receive a super genius, the benefits would be even more unimaginable. The man in embroidered clothes nodded slightly. He was only an inferior grade martial monarch but did not show any respect to a peak martial monarch, Zongliang. He said softly, "I don't seem to sense the presence of a martial monarch. It looks like the Sky Dome realm is still the same as before. I will give you 3 months. I will not wait for you if you are late." Zongliang was not in a rush to refute the other party's words. He frowned slightly and said, "According to the previous rules, don't we have to wait for half a year? When the participants obtained luck, it would not show its effects immediately. Hence, before going to the upper realm, there would be at least half a year to bring out the effects of luck to its fullest. The Bushin Palace controlled more than 600 great realms. There would be many geniuses in each realm. With so many geniuses and the geniuses of the Kunlun realm itself, the intensity of the competition was easy to imagine. Only by raising one's strength to the peak would one be able to obtain more resources and have more initiative in making their own choices. 3 months was not enough time for Zongliang to bring out the full effect of luck, which was why he asked this question. The man in embroidered clothes said impatiently, "Is the insignificant Sky Dome realm worthy of me waiting for half a year? Ha ha ha. Wanfeng, you made a mistake this time. The Sky Dome realm has completely turned things around. They have produced a king-grade true dragon genius." Vigorous laughter came from the warship's hold as a white-haired old man slowly walked out. The expression of the man in embroidered clothes changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "Master, the Bushin Palace controls 600 great realms. In this once-in-5,000-year great age, less than 10 king-grade true dragons appeared. How can the Sky Dome realm have a king-grade true dragon?" The white-haired old man smiled and said, "Ha ha. This Sky Dome realm is not simple in the first place. In the previous great age, a person like the Thunder King appeared. Furthermore, if you think about it carefully, your roots are in this Sky Dome realm. Don't underestimate this Sky Dome realm. Who knows?" Naturally, Wanfeng did not believe that he would be defeated in this insignificant Sky Dome realm. However, this old man was his master. Wanfeng's strength was unfathomable. This old man was considered a top character in the Kunlun realm. He had obtained the position of welcoming envoy only because of this old man's help. Hence, Wanfeng did not dare to show any disrespect on the surface. The white-haired old man went over and patted Zongliang's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Bring me to meet your great-grandfather. I have not seen this old fellow for several hundred years." After saying that, the white-haired old man waved his hand, and a pitch-black spatial tunnel appeared in space. Then he leaped into it with Zongliang. When the spatial tunnel slowly closed, the two of them were already 500 kilometers away. Wanfeng casually looked down and saw several cultivators fighting over the auspicious signs. He revealed an expression of disdain as he waved his hand and returned to the warship's hold. At this moment, Xiao Chun, who was on the ground, withdrew his gaze from the Jade warship. There was a barrier around the Jade warship, preventing Xiao Chun's spiritual sense from listening in on their conversation. However, he could clearly see the expression of the man in embroidered clothes. A sense of disgust appeared in Xiao Chun's heart. He said to Zhang Qi, "First elder, this auspicious sign is useless to me. I'll go back first." Zhang Qi nodded and smiled. "In that case, you go first. For now, you will not be able to meet with the envoys of the upper realm. If there is any news, I will let you know." 3 days later, Xiao Chun practiced his saber techniques alone in an elegant courtyard, digesting the insights he gained from the consecutive intense battles. In these close to 200 battles, Xiao Chun had met with all sorts of opponents. No matter how strong or weak they were, as long as they had something special, Xiao Chun would remember them. For example, the Divine Saber Gate's Blood Shadow Saber Technique, Gong Yongyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth, Lin Fei's Earth Vein Saber Technique, and Xinyuan Zhantian's unending to the end of time. These people's martial techniques all had their own strengths. When Xiao Chan compared their martial techniques with his, he would discover some areas where he was lacking. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, it was of great help to him. Xiao Chan had never treated the five-nation youth competition as the end. His goal had always been clear: to follow in the Thunder King's footsteps and climb to the peak of the martial way. There was still a long way to go. There were still countless experts in the Kunlun realm waiting for him to challenge. Who defeated the Thunder King, Sang Mu, in the Kunlun realm back then? What kind of existence did the three holy masters' holy land have in the Kunlun realm? Was the ancestor of the Xiao clan one of the holy lands? These were all questions waiting for Xiao Chan to find out. However, if Xiao Chan wanted to solve these mysteries, he would not be able to do so with his current strength. He needed to continue working hard and could not relax for even a moment. Thunder Shadow Chop! Xiao Chan shouted and took 7 steps in the spacious courtyard. With each step, an afterimage appeared on the ground. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. Their expressions were all different: rage, sorrow, agitation, or excitement. A scarlet electric light leaped on the saber's edge. It contained a cold killing intent amidst the berserk. When one looked at it, it seemed to have many similarities to Gong Yongyu's everlasting universe staff technique, but there were also some differences. Gong Yongyu's everlasting heaven and earth staff technique did not merge his state into it. However, not only did Xiao Chan merge his 2 states into it, he even added his own understanding. This was mental state. Xiao Chen's mental state was different with every saber strike. 7 steps, 7 saber strikes. Every saber strike gave off a completely different feeling. If Gong Yongyu were here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would fall off. Being able to send out 7 sabers in 7 steps already required extremely high comprehension ability. Furthermore, Xiao Chan could merge 2 states into each saber strike. Furthermore, his mental state was different. This talent could only be described as demonic. Pusi. The 7 afterimages merged together. Xiao Chan swung his saber at the air. The formless space was like an invisible wall. With a chi-la sound, the saber light split it in half. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. He was very satisfied with the might of this saber strike. This was the Thunder Shadow Chop that Xiao Chan comprehended from Gong Yongyu. He did not materialize his essence. Instead, he only used half of it. To be able to achieve such might, splitting space in half, was something that Xiao Chen could not do before he came here. Chapter 609. Jiang Qi, who rushed over from outside the courtyard, happened to see this scene. He was startled and thought to himself, this Xiao Chan is becoming more and more unfathomable. Xiao Chan had noticed Jiang Qi long ago. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked over. First Elder, are you looking for me? Jiang Qi recovered his wits and smiled. Yes, let me tell you about the Kunlun realm first. This time, the top 20 of the True Dragon ranking are all qualified to enter the upper realm. After cultivating for half a year, they can follow the envoy to the Kunlun realm. A contemplative look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself, there is only half a year. I wonder if I can break through to Martial Monarch? Although Xiao Chen's cultivation was only a step away from peak consummation half-step Martial Monarch, he felt that it was still very far away. His essence did not feel like it was reaching a bottleneck. Jiang Qi took out a few more things and said, this is the True Dragon ranking list. You can take a look. The remaining ones are the invitations of the 10 great sections. Aside from the Evil Moon Pavilion, the other 9 great sects have been requesting to meet you. In the past 3 days, there had been an endless stream of people seeking to meet Xiao Chan. Aside from the invitations of the 10 great sects, Jiang Qi rejected all the others. If Jiang Qi wanted to meet everyone, Xiao Chan would not be able to rest in peace. As for the Evil Moon Pavilion, there was too much enmity between them and Xiao Chan. Even though Xiao Chan was a king-grade True Dragon genius, he could not lower himself to meet the Evil Moon Pavilion. However, Xiao Chan did not care about this. He first held the True Dragon ranking list in his hand and looked at the invitations of the other great sections. Xiao Chan was not in a rush to receive them. After thinking for a while, he accepted the invitation of the Haotian sect. He had no desire to look at the invitations of the other great sections. Seeing that Xiao Chun had made his choice, Jiang Qi did not linger any longer. He took his leave after saying goodbye. The True Dragon ranking list had golden borders. The main body was scarlet, and the words True Dragon Ranking were written on the front. Xiao Chun opened it and took a look. There were not many words on the first page, only a drawing. The background of the drawing was the deep night sky. A white-robed person stood in the air. This was Xiao Chun himself. A 30-meter-long golden dragon hovered above his head. The painter's skill was very high. He managed to vividly portray Xiao Chen's king's aura at that time. The atmosphere was rendered to perfection. It was obvious that the entire painting was meticulously crafted. The artist was very skilled. He managed to bring out Xiao Chen's king very well. The atmosphere was very perfect. Xiao Chun, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition, a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. He became famous in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with one battle, defeating the disciples of the Holy Lands and the noble clans of the Great Qin Nation by himself. Xiao Chun had not lost to anyone of had Xiao Chen's qi. Had not lost. Since the start of the elimination rounds of this 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chun had won all the way, never tasting defeat. Be it sect geniuses or noble clan science, he defeated them all. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and continued reading. Needless to say, the second rank was Chu Chaoyun. So he skipped to the third rank. The third rank was somewhat strange. It was held by Xinyuan Zhantian and Sima Lingxian. The two of them had only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Hence, they had the same number of points. However, this was not too surprising. There had been similar cases in the past 5-nation youth competitions. Aside from the champion, the other rankings were all the same. As for the previous runner-up by Qi, he only obtained the 5th rank. Close behind him were the Haotian sects Yu Chenxi 7th and 8th, Wang Quan and Li Tianhua. Gong Yangyu and Lu Xiaoyun were the most interesting. Their rankings were the same as the previous 5-nation youth competition, 9th and 10th respectively. Xiao Chun carefully looked at the top 10 rankings. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 had been broken this time. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun were the biggest dark horses. The two of them were from small sects in the Great Qin Nation. However, they had been in the limelight in the competition, taking 1st and 2nd place. After the top 10, the name list only had 4 people on it. It did not have the same treatment as the top 10. Even so, when the cultivators from the various corners of the Qianwu continent spread the name list, the cultivators with their names on it would gain some fame. In the future, they would most likely become the first elder of a sect or a hero. This small name list recorded all the people who could do anything in the Qianwu continent in the future. For example, Murong Chong. His name was ranked 87th. If he was willing, the position of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jiang Qi would definitely be his. After memorizing the names of Bai, Kim Taeho, and the others, Xiao Chun put away the name list. Then, he focused his gaze on the Haotian sect's name list. Xiao Chun could roughly guess why the 10 great sects of the Great Qin Nation came to look for him. The 10 great sects of the Great Qin Nation were called supersections. One of the main reasons was that these sects still had their main sect in the Kunlun realm. The Qianwu continent was just a branch of their main sect, used to gather geniuses and expand the strength of their main sect. Back when Xiao Chun was on the island in the western shallow sea, the supreme elder of the Haotian sect had already extended an invitation to Xiao Chun, giving him a small Haotian medallion. However, Xiao Chun had not been in a rush to pick a side back then. Hence, he did not immediately agree. Now, Xiao Chun's strength had been thoroughly verified. He was a king-grade true dragon genius. If they could send Xiao Chun to the main sect of the Haotian sect in the Kunlun realm, it would undoubtedly strengthen the Haotian sect. The branch of the Haotian sect in the Qianwu continent would also gain many benefits. The sect master and elders would also receive many benefits. Xiao Chun, if you go, just agree to the other party. If Sangmu had a strong backer back then, he would not have ended up like that. Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Her tone was filled with helplessness. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. He asked, "Who exactly did the Thunder King offend in the past?" Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "You don't have to care about this. You are not strong enough. Knowing will not do you any good. In the Kunlun realm, no matter how talented you are or how extraordinary your luck is, It is best not to be a lone ranger. I don't know about the other sects, but the Haotian sect has already become one of the 9 ranks of the great families, second only to the 3 holy masters 3,000 years ago. It is definitely not an ordinary small sect. After carefully considering Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chan made a decision. He grasped the name card in his hand and said, "In that case, let's go and take a look first." After the True Dragon ranking list was released, Dragon Sealing City would close its gates the next day. The next time it would open for guests would be 3 years later. On the last night of Xiao Chen's stay in Dragon Sealing City, it was even livelier than usual. The streets and alleys were filled with people in groups of 3 to 5, touring the countless historical sites in the city. After putting on a black cloak, Xiao Chen slowly walked through the crowd. Occasionally, he heard discussions about the True Dragon ranking list. His name was mentioned time and time again in an admiring tone. All sorts of praises rang out. Under the hood, the shadow of Xiao Chen's face was hidden. He withdrew his aura. No one knew that the person they were talking about had just passed by them. When Xiao Chen arrived at Ignorant About Tea, he stopped for 9 steps. The interior of the tea house was brightly lit. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. The hall on the first floor did not have many rules. The people who came here were not true tea drinkers. As they drank, they did not stop talking at all. Participants from 2 small nations obtained first and second place at the same time. TSK, this is probably the first time in the history of the 5-nation youth competition. It is indeed the first time. The Great Chu Nation is indeed a nation with an expert like the Thunder King. After 5,000 years, a king-grade true dragon has appeared in the Great Qin Nation again. Haha, the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will probably be grinning from ear to ear. The rise of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is already predictable. That's right. Just based on Xiao Chen's name, who knows how many bladesmen will be attracted to join. The bladesmen of the other nations will probably fight to join as well, to see if they can catch up to Xiao Chen's luck. The most discussed topic in the hall was the same as the one on the street. It was still the True Dragon ranking list. Furthermore, it was much more lively here. "Sir, are you here to drink some tea? Unfortunately, we are already full. How about you go over there and wait for a while?" The moment Xiao Chen appeared at the entrance, an enthusiastic waiter walked over with a smile on his face. After handing over the Haotian sect's name card, Xiao Chen said calmly, "I already have an appointment. Lead the way." The waiter received the name card. When he saw the inscription and the contents of the name card, he immediately knew who Xiao Chen was. He revealed an extremely shocked expression. He could not recover his wits for a long time. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "The name card says that we will meet tonight. Could it be that the Haotian sect's people have already left?" The waiter reacted and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He quickly said, No, please follow me." Under the waiter's lead, Xiao Chen arrived at a booth on the top floor. Then he casually pushed the door open and entered. A fragrance wafted in the elegant booth. Yu Chenxi and an old man in his 70s sat at the table, quietly drinking tea. That old man wore simple linen clothes. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyebrows were white. However, his eyes sparkled with a divine light. He did not look old at all. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to check the other party's cultivation. He could not help but feel slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, the other party was just an ordinary person who did not practice martial arts. Returning to one's natural state, this was a peak martial sage expert. Ordinary martial sages could not compare to him. "You are here. Have a seat." The old man had noticed Xiao Chen's arrival long ago. However, he took a leisurely sip of tea before turning his head to greet Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen removed his cloak and sat across from the old man. Yu Chenxi leaned over and whispered, "Xiao Chen, this is the sect master of our Haotian sect. For the sake of meeting you," he ended his closed-door cultivation early. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. A peak martial sage was willing to give up his closed-door cultivation to meet him. The Haotian sect was very sincere. "Many thanks, senior, for taking the time out of your busy schedule." The other party was very strong and could easily crush Xiao Chen to death with one finger. He spent a lot of time comprehending the Great Tao. Given his limited lifespan, He had to cultivate bitterly at all times, hoping to reach the peak of cultivation. To them, time was extremely precious. They were definitely worthy of Xiao Chen's words. The hemp-robed old man's deep eyes flickered with an intelligent light. He smiled gently and said, "Little friend, don't overthink. Since you already rejected the invitations of the other sects, my Haotian sect naturally has to give you the highest reception." Chapter 6:10. Furthermore, I will probably never be able to enter Emperor Wu's gate in this lifetime. So, I am not busy or not. Who knows, I might need your help in the future. If you do not mind my old bones, you can just call me Old Feng. We are of the same generation. Xiao Chun felt embarrassed in his heart. The other party was much older than him, and his cultivation was many times higher. How could he dare to be so unbridled? Senior Feng must be joking. No one knows what will happen in the future. How can I compare my future accomplishments with Senior? Old Feng saw that Xiao Chen's attitude was sincere. His tone neither servile nor overbearing. He did not have the arrogance of a king-grade true dragon genius, or the fawning attitude of a senior expert. Xiao Chun controlled his attitude very well. That aura was definitely not something he faked. Normally, without a strong mental state, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. Old Man Feng nodded in his heart. Only with such a state of mind could one go further. He had said those words on purpose. In his long life, Old Man Feng had not been able to go far. In his long life, he had seen many geniuses, even emperor-grade true dragon geniuses who were stronger than Xiao Chun. There were many proud people who set their sights high but were not capable. They died prematurely no matter how good their talent was. Old Feng put down the teacup in his hand and smiled faintly. As long as the king-grade true dragon geniuses did not die prematurely, they would definitely reach peak martial sage. Actually, I am not exaggerating. The conversation with the old man was not as formal as Xiao Chun imagined. Old Feng did not put on any airs. He even answered several of Xiao Chen's questions about martial cultivation. "Xiao Chun, do you know why the Bushin Palace wants to bring you people to the Kunlun realm?" Old Feng started to bring up the main topic of the day. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun answered, "The Bushin Palace might have competitors in the Kunlun realm, so they need to replenish their youth generation genius cultivators to strengthen themselves." Old Feng smiled faintly and said, "It is pretty good that you can think of this. However, aside from this, there is another reason. This Sky Dome realm cannot afford to raise geniuses like you." Xiao Chun looked at the old man and asked doubtfully, "You can't remember?" "That's right, we can't afford it." Old Feng pointed at Yu Chenxi and said, "Take Chenxi as an example. Once her talent reaches the martial monarch realm, she still wants to maintain a fast cultivation speed. She probably consumes at least 10,000 superior grade spirit stones a year. In less than 50 years, she will use up all the superior grade spirit stones that the Haotian sect accumulated." Xiao Chun was quick-witted as he thought about it. If it were not the age of geniuses, it would be fine to nurture a genius cultivator like this. This was because if the other sects did not have a worthy opponent, Yu Chenxi would definitely be able to fight for more benefits for the Haotian sect after he grew stronger, and he would be able to plunder many other sects' spiritual veins and resources. However, in the golden age of martial artists, there were countless geniuses like her. If she didn't grow up to be an invincible existence, it would be impossible for the sect to recover the resources that they had spent on cultivating her. When Old Feng saw Xiao Chen's expression, he knew that Xiao Chun understood. He nodded and said, "Hence, she has to enter the Kunlun realm. Only the resources of the Kunlun realm can nurture geniuses like you. Furthermore, the resources of the Kunlun realm are not in the hands of the Bushin Palace. They are still in the hands of the strong sections." Xiao Chun said, "In that case, what does the Bushin Palace do?" Old Feng explained, "The Kunlun realm is boundless. It is not just filled with cultivators. The Bushin Palace represents all the cultivators. It fights for all sorts of resources in the Kunlun realm and fights against the other strong factions. I cannot explain it to you in a few words. If you really want to compare it, it is like the Heavenly Extermination Union in the ancient desolate land. However, it is much larger. You will understand when you go to the Kunlun realm." Xiao Chun remained calm and collected. He knew that the other party was about to get to the main topic, so he waited quietly for him to continue. Indeed, Old Feng smiled and said, When the 20 of you go to the Bushan Palace, your bone age will be tested and your talent will be redetermined. After that, there will be countless sects waiting for you to choose. The stronger you are, the more choices you will have. However, with your talent, there is no need to worry. There will definitely be many large sects fighting to pull you in. These are the conditions that the Haotian sect can offer you. You can take a look first. There is no rush to reply to me. The other party handed over a stack of envelopes. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to open them. Instead, he carefully put them away. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, I will take my leave first. No matter what choice you make, the Haotian sect will never make things difficult for you. The little Haotian medallion that you once obtained will always be effective. Regardless of the strength of the Haotian sect, just Old Feng's bearing and the way he spoke were already very admirable to Xiao Chun. Xiao. Right after Old Feng spoke, a spatial whirlpool appeared behind him. With a schwa sound, it sucked him in. When the whirlpool vanished, it was like the old man had never been there. Xiao Chun, what do you think? Yu Chenxi, who was at the side, asked with some anticipation. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Perhaps after we go to the Kunlun realm, you will have to address me as senior brother. Xiao Chun did not know anyone from the 9 great sections. At the very least, there was Yu Chenxi in the Haotian sect. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, they understood each other's characters. Furthermore, Ao Jiao also approved of Xiao Chun going to the Haotian sect. Choosing the Haotian sect might not be the best outcome for Xiao Chun, but it was definitely not the worst choice. At the same time as Xiao Chun was chatting with the Haotian sect's sect master, Kim Tae-ho was also meeting with a major character. That major character was none other than the welcoming envoy, Wan Feng. Wan Feng fiddled with a spirit core brimming with light and spiritual energy in his hand. An azure flaming bird could be vaguely seen in the spirit core, flapping its wings and crying out loud like it was alive. After Wan Feng put away the spirit core, he said, Not bad. The spirit core of a rank 10 spirit beast, Azure Luan. Even in the Kunlun realm, it is still somewhat valuable. Kim Tae-ho cursed in his heart. What do you mean by somewhat valuable? This thing would be a priceless treasure even in the Kunlun realm. Do you think this fat lord does not know anything? Furthermore, Wan Feng cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. The value of this Azure Luan spirit core could no longer be measured in terms of value. However, Kim Tae-ho could not lose his temper since he had a favor to ask of the other party. He smiled and said, In that case, can you leave the business in Dragon Sealing City to our Golden Rock Merchant Association to manage in the future? Fatso did not lie to Xiao Chun. He was indeed here to discuss business. Furthermore, he was very ambitious. He wanted to swallow up all the business in Dragon Sealing City in one go. Although Dragon Sealing City had only been open for a month, the people who came this month were all peak cultivators of the continent. The income from spending 1 million peak cultivators was equivalent to a year's worth of business for the Golden Rock Merchant Association. It was definitely worth fighting for. Right now, all the business in Dragon Sealing City was in the hands of the top merchant association, the Wan clan. However, with just a word from Wan Feng, the owner could be changed to him, Kim Tae-ho. When Wan Feng heard this, his expression suddenly turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, Scram. Don't mention this topic. Who do you think this young master is? Kim Tae-ho was somewhat stunned. He could not understand why the other party suddenly turned hostile. It was clearly the other party who released the news first. That was why he brought the Azure Luan spirit core over. Cousin, are you receiving a guest? Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Kim Tae-ho turned his head and saw the Wan Clan Merchant Association's young master, Wan Shan, walking in with a smile. Cousin. Wan Feng, Wan Clan Merchant Association, both surnamed Wan. Kim Tae-ho suddenly understood something. He said angrily, You two bastards! How dare you gang up on me? Return my Azure Luan spirit core to me. Did you not hear me? I already told you to scram. Wan Feng snorted coldly and sent out a strand of quintessence with a flick of his finger. A pitch-black crack appeared in space as it flew towards Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho was startled. He quickly took out the coffin lid and placed it in front of him. Ding dang. The huge force knocked Kim Tae-ho back by 10 steps. Hey! Seeing that the coffin lid was undamaged, Wan Feng's eyes lit up. He said, There is actually an emperor's might spreading out. This time Kim Tae-ho learned his lesson. He quickly put away the coffin lid and ran away as fast as he could. Then he said, "You two brats, this fat lord will remember you this time. There is no one else in this world who can take advantage of me, Kim Tae-ho." Wan Shan laughed loudly and said, "How delightful! I finally managed to mess with this fatso. He has snatched away a lot of our Wan clan's business in the Great Jin Nation." However, Wan Feng, who was seated, had an incredibly calm expression. He said indifferently, "He is just a minor character. There is no need to bother with him. However, this Azure Luan Spirit Core is really good stuff." After chatting with Yu Chenxi about some irrelevant matters, Xiao Chan prepared to take his leave. Yu Chenxi stood up to send Xiao Chan off. She smiled and said, "We will meet again in half a year. If you are willing, you can come with me to the Haotian sect now. With the spirit vein that the Haotian sect controls, it will be easier for you to break through to martial monarch." Xiao Chan understood what she meant. The Kunlun realm's Haotian sect definitely had its own geniuses. They would also absorb geniuses from other realms. At that time there would be competition. Once they reached martial monarch, they would be able to avoid some unnecessary trouble. They would also receive more resources. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion only controlled one spirit vein. Naturally, it could not compare to the Haotian sect. However, to Xiao Chan there was no difference between the two. The Purple Thunder divine incantation that Xiao Chan cultivated required a vast amount of essence, at least 10 times that of a regular genius cultivator. Be it the Haotian sect or the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chan would not be able to advance to martial monarch within half a year. The former would be faster than the latter, but it would still take at least a year. If Xiao Chan wanted to advance to martial monarch within half a year, he could only think of other methods. Xiao Chan thanked him politely and rejected the other party's invitation. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chan returned to the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and opened the letter that Old Feng gave him. The contents of the letter gave a rough introduction of the Haotian sect's situation in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chan explained it to Ao Jiao and left it for her to decide. Ao Jiao muttered, "Your choice was not wrong. I did not expect that after 5,000 years, the Haotian sect's sect master would advance to the greater heavenly Emperor Wu. In that case, the Haotian sect's position in the 9 ranks of the great families will definitely rise." That was good. At least when Xiao Chan went to the Haotian sect, he would not have to worry about the resources the sect controlled. There was a black spatial ring in the letter. Xiao Chan scanned it with his spiritual sense and saw all the treasures in the spatial ring. There were more than 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. This was very shocking. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was unable to do this.